Welcome in, my tired potatoes. I'm really glad you're here with the community tonight. Take a moment to relax and allow the day to ease around you. Tonight we're stepping into what happened to the people who built the pyramids, looking beyond the monuments to the lives, work and quiet realities of those who made them possible. This story in particular is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, shaped from historical evidence and designed to be calm, steady and easy to follow. So if this calm, grounded history helps you feel at peace for the night, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your body relax into the pillow, slow your breathing and gently drift with me into the story. Welcome, my tired dumplings. Tonight, we're walking into the workers' village at Giza, where the people who actually built the pyramids lived, worked, ate, slept, and died. You'll see what archaeologists found when they finally dug into the sand where these labourers called home. The sun sets over the Giza plateau in the 26th century before the Common Era. Dust from limestone cutting hangs in the air like a golden fog. You stand at the edge of a settlement that will vanish for 4,000 years before anyone thinks to look for it. You arrive at Hayt el Ghurab on a September evening when the heat finally breaks. The workers' settlement sprawls across the desert south of the Great Pyramid, and from where you stand you can see cooking fires beginning to glow between mud brick walls. The village doesn't look temporary. These aren't flimsy shelters thrown together for disposable labour. You're looking at permanent architecture, planned streets, and organised neighbourhoods that suggest someone cared about the people who would live here. The air smells like bread baking in outdoor ovens. Smoke carries the scent of fish roasting over charcoal. Someone is grinding grain nearby, and you hear the steady rhythm of stone on stone. A donkey brays from the direction of what looks like a storage complex. The village hums with domestic life, not the desperate silence of forced labour camps. You walk down one of the main streets. The mud brick walls on either side stand taller than your head. These buildings have multiple rooms, not single-pen sleeping quarters. You pass a courtyard where someone has left a grinding stone beside a stack of ceramic bowls. A cat watches you from a windowsill, completely unimpressed by your presence. Cats in ancient Egypt always look like they own the place. This one definitely does. The settlement covers about 16 acres. That's roughly 12 American football fields of residential and work space. Archaeologists will eventually estimate that between 15,000 and 20,000 workers lived here during peak construction periods. That number isn't a guess pulled from administrative records that might inflate figures. It comes from counting bakeries, measuring grain processing capacity, and calculating how much bread you need to feed a workforce this size. You reach the area archaeologists will later call the gallery complex. 4 long galleries run parallel to each other, each one subdivided into smaller rooms. The galleries measure about 11 feet wide and extend for hundreds of feet. Workers sleep in these rooms, but they also cook here, store personal possessions and live actual lives between shifts. The walls show soot marks from oil lamps. Someone has scratched graffiti into the plaster near one doorway. You can't read hieratic script, but you recognise the gesture. People have always written their names on walls. The floor beneath your feet is packed earth, worn smooth by thousands of footsteps. You notice broken pottery shards pressed into the dirt. These aren't decorative pieces. They're ordinary bowls and cups that cracked and got trampled into the floor. The pottery is good quality, though. Wheel thrown, properly fired, with clean lines. These workers eat from real dishes, not broken scraps. You move toward the bakery district. The archaeological evidence for industrial-scale bread production at Giza is overwhelming. You're about to see why. The bakeries occupy their own sector of the village, and you smell them before you see them. Fresh bread has a scent that transcends time. It smells exactly like bread should smell, which is to say it smells like home. Each bakery contains rows of bell-shaped bread moulds. The bakers make conical loaves by packing dough into these clay forms and then placing them upside down in the embers of a fire. The bread bakes from the outside in, creating a crusty exterior and soft interior. You watch workers pulling finished loaves from the fires. They work in coordinated teams, moving hot moulds with practiced efficiency. Nobody gets burned, nobody fumbles. This is skilled labour performed by people who know exactly what they're doing. The bakeries produce hundreds of loaves per day. Some are small, dense, and meant for rations. Others are larger and lighter, possibly for supervisors or feast days. You notice different grades of flour in storage jars along the walls. The finest flour makes bread for someone important. The coarser flour makes daily rations. Even in bread production, hierarchy exists. Adjacent to the bakeries, you find the breweries. Ancient Egyptian beer isn't the filtered, carbonated beverage you might expect. It's thick, nutritious, and somewhat sweet. Workers make it by partially baking barley bread, crumbling it into water, and allowing the mixture to ferment. The resulting liquid has the consistency of a smoothie and the alcohol content of weak wine. It provides calories, hydration, and probably makes the work more bearable. You walk through the fish processing area. The Nile lies several miles to the east, but fish arrives here daily. Workers split salt and dry fish in open-air workshops. The smell is powerful, but not unpleasant if you grew up near water. These workers probably did. Egypt is a river civilization. Everyone knows fish. The meat processing sector reveals something important about the social organisation of this place. Cattle bones show up in abundance. Someone is slaughtering bulls and distributing beef to the workforce. Beef is expensive. It requires pasture land, water and time to raise cattle to slaughter weight. The Pharaoh is feeding these workers beef, not because he's generous, but because he needs them healthy and strong. You don't build pyramids with starving labour. As darkness settles completely, you notice oil lamps being lit throughout the village. The lamps burn castor oil or animal fat. They produce steady, warm light that transforms the mud brick corridors into something almost cosy. Workers gather in courtyards, sitting in groups, sharing the evening meal. You hear laughter. Someone is telling a story. Another person responds with what sounds like a good-natured insult. This is community. You climb to a slight rise at the edge of the settlement and look back toward the pyramid. The limestone facing still gleams in the moonlight. The structure looks impossible from here, a geometric mountain that shouldn't exist. You turn and look back at the village. From this perspective, you can see the logic of the settlement layout. Housing clusters around food production. Food production connects to storage facilities. Storage facilities link to distribution points. Everything is planned. Everything serves the single purpose of supporting the workforce that builds the pyramid. A worker walks past you heading back to the galleries. He carries a copper chisel and a wooden mallet. His hands are calloused, but not mangled. His body is lean and muscular, but not emaciated. He nods at you as he passes. The gesture is casual, the acknowledgement of one working person to another. He doesn't look like a slave. He looks like someone heading home after a long shift. You realise that calling these people slaves misses something fundamental about what's happening here. Slaves don't get beef rations. Slaves don't have organised neighbourhoods with bakeries producing multiple grades of bread. Slaves don't carve their names into walls and expect to be remembered. These workers have status. They have roles. They have reason to be proud of their work, even if that work involves dragging limestone blocks up a ramp under the Egyptian sun. The pyramid builders aren't slaves. They're participants in a state-organised labour system that pulls workers from across Egypt. Some come seasonally during the Nile flood when their fields are underwater. Others work year-round as skilled craftsmen. All of them live in this village. All of them eat bread from these bakeries. All of them sleep in these galleries before waking to build something that will outlast their entire civilization. You wake before dawn to the sound of footsteps in the gallery. Workers are already moving toward the pyramid site. Nobody shouts orders. Nobody cracks whips. The movement is organised but not frantic, purposeful but not desperate. You pull yourself up and join the flow of people heading toward the plateau. The walk from the village to the pyramid takes about 15 minutes. The path is well worn, marked by thousands of daily trips. You notice that workers walk in groups, not in regimented lines. They talk to each other. Occasionally someone laughs. You're watching people go to work, not prisoners marching to punishment. The pyramid site at dawn is already active. Torches burn along the ramps where night crews finish their shifts. Day workers replace them in smooth transitions. You smell sweat, limestone dust, and the animal musk of oxen used for heavy hauling. The sound is constant but not overwhelming. Stone scraping against stone, copper chisel striking rock, wooden rollers creaking under weight, voices calling measurements and directions. You follow a group toward the quarry on the plateau's eastern edge. This is where workers extract the limestone blocks that form the pyramid's core. The quarry looks like a series of stepped trenches cut into bedrock. Workers stand in these trenches, using copper chisels and wooden wedges to separate blocks from the living rock. The technique is precise. A worker outlines a block by cutting a trench along its perimeter. The trench only needs to be a few inches wide. Once the outline is complete, other workers drive wooden wedges into the cut. They pour water on the wedges. Wood swells when wet. The expanding wedges apply steady pressure until the block cracks free. You watch one team complete a block. It takes them most of the morning. That seems slow until you remember they're cutting limestone with copper tools. Copper is soft compared to iron or steel. The workers compensate by using technique instead of force. They strike the chisel at precise angles. They know exactly where to place wedges for maximum effect. This is skilled labour, not brute force. Once freed, the block sits in its trench waiting for the hauling crews. The hauling teams arrive with wooden sledges and thick ropes. Multiple workers lever the block onto the sledge using wooden poles. The process is coordinated through work songs. You hear the rhythm before you understand the purpose. One person calls a line. Everyone responds with a chorus. On the emphasised beat, everyone pulls or levers together. The block rises. The sledge slides underneath. The block settles into place. The sledge runners are wide and flat, designed to distribute weight across sand. Workers pour water on the sand in front of the sledge. Wet sand is firmer than dry sand. It reduces friction significantly. A team of 20 workers pulls the sledge toward the ramp. They don't struggle as much as you might expect. The blocks are heavy, but the system is efficient. Humans can move enormous weights with proper technique and sufficient numbers. The ramp system dominates the pyramid's working face. Archaeological evidence suggests multiple ramp configurations during different construction phases. Right now, you're looking at a long straight ramp that approaches the pyramid from the south. The ramp's core is desert rock and rubble. Its surface is limestone chips packed hard by constant traffic. The slope is gentle, maybe 1 foot of rise for every 10 feet of horizontal distance. Workers can walk up this ramp without exhausting themselves. Sledges can be dragged up without excessive effort. You follow a hauling team up the ramp. The ascent takes about an hour. Workers stop periodically to rest, drink water and adjust ropes. Nobody collapses. Nobody struggles beyond normal exertion. These people are fit, well-fed and accustomed to the work. You pass other teams descending with empty sledges. Everyone moves aside to let the loaded sledges pass. The traffic flow is organised, almost choreographed. At the pyramid's upper levels, a different kind of worker takes over. These are the setters, the skilled craftsmen who position blocks with millimetre precision. They use copper tools to trim the block's sides until it fits perfectly against its neighbours. They employ wooden levers to shift blocks into final position. They check alignment with plumb bobs and measuring cords. This work requires judgment, experience and mathematical understanding. Not everyone can do this. You notice gang marks painted on some of the finished blocks. These marks identify which crew placed the block. The marks aren't just administrative records, they're signatures, expressions of pride. One mark reads, "The crew, Menkor is drunk." Another says, "The followers of the powerful white crown of Khufu." These aren't the desperate scratches of anonymous slaves. These are team names, chosen by workers who expected their contributions to be remembered. The organisational structure becomes clearer as you watch different crews work. Teams are organised into gangs, probably around 200 men each. Gangs subdivide into crews of about 20 workers. Each crew has a specific task. Some quarry, some haul, some set, some prepare the work site. The division of the labour is sophisticated, designed to keep everyone productive without creating bottlenecks. Supervisors move between work areas. They carry staffs, not whips. You watch one supervisor consult with a crew leader about a difficult block placement. They discuss the problem. The crew leader suggests a solution. The supervisor nods and moves on. Authority exists here, but it operates through competence, not terror. Water carriers move constantly through the work site. They carry large ceramic jars suspended from shoulder yokes. Workers drink whenever they need to. Nobody rations water. The Nile provides unlimited water. The state provides unlimited transportation. Keeping workers hydrated is logistically simple and politically necessary. Dehydrated workers die. Dead workers don't build pyramids. You notice medical personnel at the worksite. These aren't modern doctors, but they're trained in bone setting, wound treatment and basic surgery. Egyptian medical texts describe treatments for construction injuries. Broken bones get splintered. Deep cuts get sutured with linen thread. Infections get treated with honey and mouldy bread, which actually works because bread mould contains penicillin-like compounds. The medical care isn't perfect, but it exists. Someone is trying to keep these workers alive. The accident rate, based on skeletal evidence archaeologists will eventually recover, is surprisingly low. Workers show healed fractures, but not catastrophic injuries. Backs show stress from heavy labour, but not collapsed vertebrae. The work is hard, but the pace allows for recovery. The Pharaoh needs a sustainable workforce, not disposable labour. By midday, the heat becomes oppressive. Work slows, but doesn't stop. Workers take longer breaks in available shade. Some crews rotate off to rest, while fresh crews take their places. The pyramid construction proceeds continuously, but individual workers are not worked to death. The system accounts for human limitations. You descend the ramp and return to the workers' village. The afternoon meal is being prepared in the communal bakeries. You smell onions cooking in oil, fish grilling over fires, and fresh bread emerging from ovens. Workers return in waves, eating in shifts so that the pyramid site is never completely abandoned. The meal is substantial: bread, beer, fish, onions, and occasionally meat. This is not survival rations. This is food meant to fuel heavy labour. After eating, workers rest through the worst heat of the day. Some sleep in the shade of the galleries. Others sit in courtyards, repairing tools or talking. You notice that workers have personal possessions: ceramic cups with distinctive decoration, wooden combs, copper needles for mending clothes, amulets on linen cords. These people own things. They have preferences. They have identities beyond their labour. As the sun descends toward the western horizon, work resumes. The evening shift is shorter than the morning shift. Workers return to the village before full darkness. You see families reunite. Children too young to work run to greet parents. These workers aren't isolated from normal life. They live here with families, raise children, and maintain relationships. Evening in the village feels like evening anywhere. People prepare small meals on individual hearths. Neighbours gossip across courtyard walls. Someone is teaching a child to use a grinding stone. Another person is fixing a broken storage jar with clay slip. Life continues in all its mundane detail. You realise that the pyramid builders maintain two existences simultaneously. They participate in an enormous state project of cosmic significance. They also live ordinary lives filled with ordinary concerns. They build eternity in the morning and grind barley in the evening. The two realities coexist without contradiction. You stand in the supply complex at dawn, watching grain arrive from upriver. The logistics of feeding 15,000 workers become tangible when you see the boats. They're not small craft. These are cargo vessels capable of carrying multiple tons of wheat and barley. They arrive daily during construction season, unload at the river port, and then return north for another load. The supply system operates like a machine, constantly moving food from the Nile Delta to the pyramid site. Workers unload grain sacks from the boats. The sacks are woven linen, sealed with clay stoppers that bear official stamps. Each stamp indicates which administrative district provided the grain. This isn't random contribution. This is organised taxation, a state system that pulls resources from across Egypt and concentrates them at Giza. The pyramid project requires resources from hundreds of miles away. Someone has to organise that flow. You follow a grain shipment from the river port to the storage facilities near the workers' village. The storage buildings are massive. Thick mud brick walls protect grain from moisture and pests. The roofs are flat, waterproofed with layers of mud and straw. Inside, grain fills ceramic jars that stand taller than you are. Each jar holds hundreds of pounds of grain. The facility contains dozens of jars. You're looking at months of food supply stored against flood, famine, or supply interruptions. Administrative workers track everything. They use wooden writing boards and reed pens to record deliveries. You watch one scribe mark tally marks on a board, counting sacks as they pass. Another scribe maintains master records on papyrus rolls. The accounting is detailed, specific, and apparently audited. The Pharaoh's administration knows exactly how much grain arrives, how much gets processed, and how much each worker consumes. You can't embezzle food in a system this closely monitored. The grain processing begins in designated work areas near the bakeries. Workers pour grain into large querns, flat stone surfaces with smaller grinding stones. 2 workers usually operate each quern, trading positions as they tire. They push the smaller stone back and forth across the flat surface, crushing grain between stones. The work is repetitive, physically demanding, and essential. Without ground grain, there's no flour. Without flour, there's no bread. Without bread, there's no workforce. The grinding produces flour with varying textures. The first pass produces coarse flour, still containing bran and wheat germ. Workers sift this flour through linen screens. The finest particles fall through to make high-quality bread flour. The coarser particles get ground again or used for animal feed. Nothing is wasted. Ancient Egypt is a civilization built on agricultural surplus, but surplus doesn't mean abundance. Efficiency matters. You watch bakers prepare dough in the industrial bakeries. They mix flour, water and a leavening agent in large ceramic bowls. The leavening is probably saved dough from previous batches, maintaining a sourdough starter that has been passed down for generations. Bakers knead dough with practiced movements, folding and pressing until the texture reaches proper consistency. The dough is alive, rising slowly in the warm air, transforming simple ingredients into something nourishing. The bread moulds get filled with practiced efficiency. Each baker can fill dozens of moulds in an hour. The moulds go into the fires, which burn constantly, fed by workers whose entire job is maintaining optimal baking temperature. The fires burn a combination of materials including date palm wood, acacia branches, and dried animal dung. The fuel choice matters. Different fuels produce different heat characteristics. These bakers understand combustion chemistry without knowing the modern terminology. Finished loaves emerge from the fires with crusts that crack when you touch them. The interior remains soft and dense. The bread is nutritious, filling, and stable. It doesn't spoil quickly in the dry Egyptian climate. Workers can carry rations for several days without refrigeration. The bread also serves as a form of currency within the village. Extra loaves can be traded for other goods or services. Bread is both food and economic medium. Beer production occurs adjacent to bread making, sharing ovens and work areas. The process is similar to bread production until the fermentation stage. Workers crumble partially baked bread into large ceramic jars, add water, and allow natural fermentation to begin. Wild yeasts in the air and on the grain initiate the process. The mixture ferments for several days, producing a thick beverage with nutritional value and mild alcoholic content. Workers receive beer rations daily. The beer provides calories, hydration, and probably makes life more bearable. The fish supply chain operates differently from grain logistics. Fish is perishable. It can't be stored for months like grain. The supply must be continuous. Fishing operations on the Nile work year-round, catching multiple species including catfish, perch, and mullet. Fresh fish arrives at Giza daily, transported in baskets and kept moist with wet reeds. Workers process fish immediately upon arrival, either cooking it fresh or preserving it through drying or salting. The fish drying operation occupies a large courtyard within the village. Workers split fish lengthwise, remove organs, and spread the butterflied bodies on racks in the sun. The hot, dry climate desiccates fish quickly. Within a few days, the fish is preserved and can be stored for weeks. Dried fish provides protein through seasons when fresh fish is scarce. It also travels well, making it ideal for workers who might rotate between different construction sites. Cattle arrive less frequently than fish, but when they come, the entire village notices. You watch a herd of cattle being driven into the slaughter area. These are not dairy cows. These are beef cattle raised specifically for consumption. The Pharaoh maintains cattle ranches in the delta, specifically to supply the pyramid project. This represents enormous capital investment. Cattle are expensive. The state is feeding these workers beef because the alternative is failed construction. The slaughter process is efficient and relatively humane by ancient standards. Professional butchers kill cattle quickly with a single throat cut. The animal bleeds out in seconds, losing consciousness almost immediately. Workers process the carcass systematically, separating meat, hide, bones and organs. Everything gets used. Meat goes to workers. Hide becomes leather. Bones become tools and glue. Organs are consumed or used as bait for fishing. The efficiency is total. Meat distribution follows hierarchy. The finest cuts probably go to supervisors and skilled craftsmen. Tougher cuts are stewed for common workers. Bones with scraps of meat attached get boiled into nutritious broth. The goal is extracting maximum nutrition from each carcass. In a society without refrigeration, meat must be consumed quickly or preserved. Workers eat well when cattle are slaughtered, enjoying protein levels that would be envied by many pre-industrial societies. Vegetables arrive from gardens along the Nile. You see deliveries of onions, garlic, lettuce, cucumbers and melons. The vegetables are fresh, harvested within days of arrival. Garden produce provides vitamins and minerals that bread and meat cannot supply. Onions are especially abundant. Ancient Egyptians consume onions in quantities that would shock modern palates. Onions are nutritious, flavourful, and help prevent certain nutritional deficiencies. The entire food system reveals something profound about pyramid construction. The pyramids aren't built with slave labour, because slave labour doesn't work for projects this complex. The pharaoh needs skilled workers who can perform precise tasks. Skilled workers require proper nutrition. Proper nutrition requires a massive supply infrastructure. The infrastructure becomes its own monument, invisible but essential. The true pyramid is the system, not just the stone. The Nile flood begins in July. You stand on the riverbank watching the water rise. The annual inundation transforms Egypt from a narrow green ribbon to a shallow inland sea, dotted with villages on mounds and rising ground. Fields disappear underwater. Agricultural work becomes impossible. Millions of farmers suddenly have no crops to tend. This is when the pyramid workforce swells. Workers arrive from villages up and down the Nile. They come on foot, by boat, and with their families. They're not conscripted at sword point. They're participating in a labour obligation that's part of Egyptian citizenship. The pharaoh provides food, shelter, and wages. Workers provide labour during the season when they can't farm anyway. The arrangement is practical, not primarily coercive. You watch new workers arrive at the village. They come in groups, organised by their home regions. Officials greet them, assign them to gangs, and direct them to housing. The process is bureaucratic but not dehumanising. Each worker gets recorded. Each worker receives initial rations. Each worker is told where to report for work assignments. The system has absorbed seasonal labour influx before. It knows what it's doing. The seasonal workers bring different skills than the permanent workforce. Some are experienced in mud brick construction from building houses in their villages. Others are skilled in rope making, basket weaving, or other crafts that support pyramid construction indirectly. The permanent workers at Giza are specialists in stoneworking, surveying, and complex engineering. The seasonal workers provide labour volume for tasks that don't require years of training. You notice that seasonal workers receive slightly different rations than permanent workers. The food is adequate but less varied. This isn't punishment, it's practical allocation. Permanent workers performing skilled tasks need optimal nutrition. Seasonal workers performing less demanding labour need sufficient nutrition. The difference reflects the work requirements, not the workers' value as humans. The work assignments for seasonal labourers focus on ramp construction and maintenance. The ramps require constant repair. Thousands of workers and sledges traverse them daily. The surface degrades from traffic. Workers must constantly add new limestone chip surfacing, repair erosion damage, and maintain proper slope angles. The work is essential but doesn't require specialised training. Seasonal workers can learn ramp maintenance quickly and perform it competently. Seasonal workers also participate in quarrying operations. The permanent workers mark blocks and make the critical cuts. Seasonal workers assist with the heavy labour of levering blocks free and loading them onto sledges. The combination of skilled and unskilled labour works because the system is designed around that combination. Tasks are divided according to skill requirements. Everyone contributes at their competency level. You meet a seasonal worker named Hori during a water break. He comes from a village in the delta, several days' travel north of Giza. This is his third season working on the pyramid. He tells you through gestures and broken conversation that he works here during the flood season, then returns home to farm once the water recedes. His family is back in his village. He sends wages home with travelling traders. He'll return to farm in October and come back to Giza next July. Hori's arrangement reveals the pyramid's economic impact on Egypt. He's not just contributing labour, he's earning wages that support his family through seasons when farming income is reduced. The pyramid project redistributes wealth from the pharaoh's treasury to thousands of families across Egypt. This isn't charity, it's economic policy, probably unintentional but nonetheless effective. The pyramid stimulates the Egyptian economy through massive government spending. The permanent workforce at Giza looks different from seasonal workers. These are specialists who live at the site year-round. You identify them by their tools, which are personal property, often marked with owners' names. A permanent worker's copper chisel is maintained with care, sharpened regularly and protected from theft or loss. A seasonal worker uses communal tools issued at the start of each shift. Permanent workers include stonemasons, surveyors, architects, coppersmiths, and administrators. These people have invested years learning their trades. They cannot be easily replaced. The pharaoh pays them higher wages, provides better housing, and ensures their families are supported. The permanent workforce is the backbone of the project. Seasonal workers provide volume, but permanent workers provide expertise. You watch a master stonemason train an apprentice. The apprentice is the mason's son, learning the trade through direct observation and practice. The training takes years. The apprentice must learn to read stone, understanding where it will split and where it will hold. He must learn copper tool maintenance, keeping edges sharp without wasting soft metal through excessive grinding. He must learn measuring systems, geometric principles, and construction sequences. This is skilled knowledge, passed from father to son through careful mentoring. The apprenticeship system ensures skills persist across generations. The pyramid project will continue for decades. Workers will age, retire, and die. New workers must replace them without degrading the quality of work. The apprenticeship system solves this problem by creating a pipeline of trained workers. When a master mason can no longer work, his apprentice takes his place. Knowledge persists even as individuals pass. Women are present in the workers' village, though not on the construction site itself. Women grind grain, bake bread, weave linen and maintain households. Some women work as professional mourners, performing funerary rituals when workers die. Others work as midwives, helping with childbirth and early childcare. The division of labour follows cultural patterns, but women's work is essential to keeping the village functional. Without women processing grain into bread, the workforce starves. Children are everywhere in the village. They're too young to work on the pyramid, but old enough to contribute to household tasks. You see children carrying water, sweeping courtyards, and caring for younger siblings. The children of permanent workers will probably enter the workforce as apprentices when they reach appropriate age. The children of seasonal workers will probably return to farming like their parents. The pyramid project creates opportunities, but it doesn't erase existing social structures. As the flood season progresses, the workforce reaches its maximum size. The village is crowded but not chaotic. The administrative systems that manage 15,000 workers during low season scale up to manage 25,000 during high season. The food supply increases. The bakeries run additional shifts. More fish arrives. More cattle are slaughtered. The system flexes to accommodate fluctuating demand. By October, the flood begins to recede. Fields emerge from beneath the water. Farmers must return to plant winter crops. The seasonal workers begin departing. You watch them leave in the same organised groups they arrived in. Officials record their departure. They receive final wages, often in the form of stored grain that they can transport home. They leave having contributed to the pyramid and having earned resources that will support their families through the coming year. The permanent workforce remains, continuing construction through seasons when farming is possible. The work proceeds year-round, but at varying intensity. The permanent workers are the project's constant. They maintain continuity, preserve specialised knowledge, and ensure construction quality doesn't degrade between flood seasons. You stand at the entrance to a tomb in the workers' cemetery, east of the main pyramid complex. The sun is low, casting long shadows across the desert. The tomb entrance is cut into limestone bedrock, a small rectangular opening that descends into darkness. You're about to discover something that fundamentally contradicts the slave narrative. The workers' cemetery contains over 600 tombs. These aren't elaborate treasure-filled chambers. These are modest burials, but they're burials nonetheless. Someone cared enough about these workers to provide them with tombs near the pyramids they built. Someone invested labour, resources, and ritual attention in ensuring these workers had proper afterlife provisions. You don't do that for disposable slaves. You descend into one of the larger tombs. The interior is cool, protected from the desert heat by several feet of limestone and sand. The burial chamber is roughly 10 feet square, carved from bedrock with copper tools. The ceiling shows tool marks where workers shaped the stone. The walls are smoothed but not decorated. This is a functional space, not an artistic statement. The tomb contains skeletal remains of a man in his 40s. His bones tell a story that modern archaeologists will eventually read like a biography. His spine shows compression fractures common among people who carry heavy loads. His shoulder joints show wear patterns consistent with repeated pulling motions. His hands show bone spurs where tendons attached, evidence of a lifetime gripping tools and ropes. This man built the pyramid. His body proves it. But his skeleton also shows medical care. One leg bone shows a healed fracture that was properly set. The bone fused correctly, suggesting someone splintered it and allowed proper healing time. Another bone shows signs of surgery, possibly to remove damaged tissue or drain an infection. These interventions required medical knowledge and time to heal. This worker received treatment, not abandonment. The tomb contains burial goods, modest but present. A ceramic bowl sits near the skeleton's head, probably originally filled with food offerings. A copper awl lies near the hand, perhaps the worker's personal tool buried with him for use in the afterlife. A small amulet rests on the chest, a protective charm meant to safeguard the deceased through the dangers of the underworld journey. These goods suggest someone cared about this person's afterlife welfare. You climb back to the surface and examine other tombs in the cemetery. The variety is striking. Some tombs are simple shafts cut into bedrock, barely large enough for a body. Others are more elaborate, with multiple chambers and architectural features. The variation suggests hierarchy even in death. More skilled or more valued workers received more elaborate burials. But everyone received something. Even the simplest tomb represents effort, resources, and ritual concern. One tomb contains particularly interesting details. The ceiling is decorated with red ochre paintings, simple but intentional designs. The paintings depict geometric patterns, possibly representing construction tools or architectural elements. Someone invested time in decorating this tomb. The deceased was significant enough to warrant artistic attention, even if the art is simple by elite standards. You notice that many tombs are clustered in groups, possibly representing work gangs or family units. Workers who lived together apparently chose to be buried together. The spatial organisation of the cemetery mirrors the social organisation of the village. The tomb groups suggest community, affiliation, and social bonds that transcended death. The skeletal evidence from the workers' cemetery reveals average life expectancy of 30 to 35 years. This seems shockingly young by modern standards, but it's average for ancient Egypt across all social classes. These workers aren't dying younger than farmers, merchants, or scribes. The work is hard, but it's not systematically more lethal than other forms of ancient labour. Some skeletons show traumatic injuries that probably caused death. One man has a crushed rib cage, likely from being struck by a falling block. Another has a shattered skull, possibly from a construction accident. These deaths are tragic, but they're relatively rare in the cemetery population. Most workers died from age, disease, or accumulated wear, not from catastrophic workplace accidents. The construction site was dangerous but not a slaughterhouse. You examine the tomb of a woman buried in the workers' cemetery. Women are less common than men in the cemetery, but they're present. This woman's skeleton shows no signs of construction labour. Her bones lack the wear patterns common in male skeletons. She probably worked in the village, perhaps as a baker or weaver. Her burial in the workers' cemetery suggests she was considered part of the pyramid workforce, even though she didn't directly place stones. The most elaborate tomb in the workers' cemetery contains multiple chambers and architectural innovations, including a small false door, a symbolic gateway between the living world and the afterlife. The false door allows the deceased spirit to pass between worlds to receive offerings. The tomb also contains fragmentary hieroglyphic inscriptions, rare in the workers' cemetery. The inscriptions are damaged, but enough survives to identify the deceased as a supervisor who oversaw multiple work gangs. His higher status in life translated to higher status in death. Archaeological evidence shows that workers' families visited these tombs regularly after burial. The tombs contain accumulations of offering pottery, bowls and jars left by mourners bringing food and drink to the deceased. The offerings weren't one-time burial deposits. They accumulated over years, suggesting sustained remembrance. Families didn't abandon their dead. They maintained relationships across the boundary between life and death. The presence of children's burials in the cemetery is particularly moving. Several tombs contain the remains of children, ranging from infants to adolescents. These children died at the pyramid site, probably from disease rather than labour accidents. Their families buried them in the workers' cemetery rather than taking them home. The children's presence suggests families lived at Giza long enough to establish roots, to consider the place home despite its temporary nature. You notice that tomb construction techniques vary across the cemetery. Some tombs show skilled masonry, carefully cut stone and precise joints. Others show rougher construction, adequate but not masterful. The quality variation suggests that workers built their own tombs, or had tombs built by colleagues. The better tombs weren't provided by the state. They were earned through skill, status, or community relationships. The workers' cemetery continues to receive burials throughout the pyramid construction period and beyond. The cemetery grows organically, expanding as the workforce persists. The final burials occur decades after the pyramid's completion, suggesting some workers remained at Giza even after construction ceased. They had made lives here. They chose to stay. Standing among the tombs at sunset, you understand what this cemetery represents. These are people who built something eternal and then were granted their own small eternities. They're buried in sight of their creation. Every day the rising sun illuminates the pyramid and then falls across their tombs. The workers and their work are forever linked, preserved together in stone and sand. The workers' village disappears around 2400 BCE. Construction ends. Workers depart or die. The Nile's sand drifts over mud brick walls, filling rooms, burying bakeries and obscuring streets. Within a century the village is invisible, just another undifferentiated stretch of desert south of the pyramids. 4,000 years pass. Thousands of travellers visit Giza, marvel at the pyramids, and never know they're standing on top of the answer to one of history's most persistent questions. You leap forward to 1990 CE. Mark Lehner, an American archaeologist, conducts ground-penetrating radar surveys south of the pyramids. The surveys reveal anomalies beneath the sand, rectangular shadows that suggest ancient architecture. Lehner secures permits and funding. Excavation begins. Within weeks, mud brick walls emerge from the sand. The walls belong to the gallery complex, those long parallel buildings where workers lived. As excavation expands, the scale becomes clear. The workers' village is enormous, covering 16 acres of preserved architecture. The preservation is exceptional. Sand-protected mud brick from erosion. Organic materials survived millennia of burial. Archaeologists find intact floors, complete hearths, and undisturbed artifact deposits. You watch excavators work in the bakery district. They use dental tools and brushes to expose bread moulds still arranged in their original patterns. Some moulds contain carbonized bread, preserved by accidental burning 4,000 years ago. The bread looks fresh, crusty, and defined. You could almost pick it up and eat it. Chemical analysis will eventually reveal that the bread was made from emmer wheat, contained no significant adulterants, and was nutritionally dense. The fish processing area yields overwhelming evidence of diet. Fish bones fill trash pits, thousands of bones from multiple species. Archaeologists identify catfish, perch, and tilapia. The bones show butchering marks, knife cuts where workers removed flesh. Statistical analysis of bone distributions will prove that workers consumed fish daily, not occasionally. Fish was a staple protein source, not a luxury supplement. Cattle bones appear throughout the site in quantities that shock the excavation team. Cattle bones are expensive evidence. Each bone represents significant resource investment. The sheer volume of bone suggests regular beef consumption. Later analysis will estimate that workers consumed thousands of cattle during peak construction periods. The pharaoh was financing a massive protein subsidy. The pottery evidence fills storage facilities at the excavation base camp. Workers lived among ceramics. Cooking pots, storage jars, serving bowls and beer vessels litter every excavated area. Most pottery is utilitarian, wheel-thrown and mass-produced. But some pieces show individual decoration, painted designs or impressed patterns. Workers had preferences. They chose specific bowls for specific purposes. They expressed taste through ordinary objects. Archaeologists discover hieratic graffiti in multiple locations. Workers wrote on walls, floors and pottery. The texts include gang names, administrative records and personal messages. One graffiti translates roughly to the year after the 6th count of cattle, 6 months of work. This is bureaucratic notation, someone marking time or recording work completion. The graffiti proves workers were literate, at least functionally literate enough to track work and time. Copper tools emerge from the sand in remarkable condition. Dry desert conditions preserve metal that would rust away in humid climates. Archaeologists find chisels, needles, awls and fishhooks. The tools show wear patterns from use. Chisels have beveled edges shaped by repeated sharpening. Needles have enlarged eyes worn by linen thread. These tools were used hard, maintained carefully, and eventually lost or discarded. The excavation reveals sophisticated water management. Workers dug channels and constructed catchment basins to direct flash floodwater into storage facilities. Egypt receives little rain, but occasional storms drop significant water. The village was designed to capture and store this water, supplementing the steady supply brought from the Nile. The water management reveals engineering sophistication applied to practical problems. The workers' cemetery becomes a major excavation focus. Archaeologists carefully excavate hundreds of tombs, documenting burial positions, grave goods, and skeletal remains. Physical anthropologists analyse bones, measuring everything, looking for patterns. The data eventually reveals that workers came from across Egypt. Isotope analysis of teeth proves childhood origins from the Nile Delta, the Nile Valley, and even regions south of Egypt proper. The pyramid workforce was geographically diverse. Skeletal trauma analysis destroys the most sensational slavery claims. Workers show stress injuries from heavy labour, but not trauma consistent with systematic beatings. There are no shackle marks on ankle bones. There are no defensive wounds on forearms. The skeletons show hard workers, not abused captives. The physical evidence contradicts centuries of speculation about pyramid construction methods. Medical intervention evidence appears repeatedly in the skeletal record. Multiple individuals show healed fractures with proper alignment, proof of skilled bone setting. One skeleton shows evidence of skull surgery, trepanation performed with copper tools. The surgery was successful. The bone shows healing, meaning the patient survived. Ancient Egyptian medicine was sophisticated enough to perform successful brain surgery on construction workers. Archaeologists discover administrative buildings within the village. These structures contain papyrus fragments, heavily damaged but partially legible. The texts discuss grain deliveries, worker assignments, and construction schedules. The administrative apparatus was literate, bureaucratic, and precise. The pyramid project wasn't organised through oral tradition or improvisation. It was planned, documented, and managed through written records. One particularly important discovery comes from the southern sector of the village. Archaeologists find a copper workshop containing crucibles, moulds, and slag residue. Workers were smelting and casting copper on site, producing tools as needed. The workshop reveals the project's industrial scale. The pyramid wasn't just a construction site, it was a manufacturing complex producing the tools required for its own construction. The excavation team discovers pigment processing areas where workers ground minerals into paint powders. These pigments decorated tomb walls, marked blocks, and created administrative documents. The colours include red ochre, yellow ochre, and lamp black. The pigments were pure, carefully processed, and stored in sealed containers. Quality control applied even to paint production. As excavation continues through the 1990s and 2000s, the evidence accumulates into an overwhelming narrative. The pyramid builders were organised workers participating in a state labour programme. They received food, housing, medical care and burial provisions. They lived in families, raised children and maintained communities. They took pride in their work, signed their names to stones, and expected to be remembered. The archaeological evidence destroys the slave narrative completely. The logistics alone disprove slavery. You cannot build the pyramids with unwilling labour. The precision required, the skill demanded, and the coordination necessary all require motivated workers who understand their tasks and care about outcomes. Slaves can perform simple, repetitive labour under coercion. Slaves cannot perform complex engineering requiring judgment and expertise. Modern excavation continues. Each season reveals new details about workers' lives. Archaeologists now understand their diet, their health, their origins, their work patterns, and their deaths. The workers have been rescued from anonymity 4,000 years after they built the pyramids. Their village, their tombs, and their possessions testify to their humanity, their skill and their contributions. You stand on the Giza plateau at sunrise. The pyramids catch the first light, limestone faces glowing warm in the horizontal sun. Behind you, barely visible beneath protective sand cover, lies the workers' village. The village and the pyramids exist in permanent relationship, one explaining the other. The pyramid builders succeeded in their fundamental goal. They created something permanent. The pyramids have survived 4,000 years of wind, sand, earthquakes, and human activity. They've survived conquest, colonization, and industrial quarrying. They remain still the most immediately recognizable structures from ancient Egypt. The workers who built them achieved their immortality, just not in the way they probably imagined. The workers expected personal immortality through proper burial and ritual offerings. They received tombs and grave goods. Their families brought offerings. But eventually, the families died. The offerings stopped. The workers' names were forgotten. The tombs were buried. The workers vanished into sand and silence. Individual immortality failed, but collective immortality succeeded. The pyramids ensure that the builders are remembered, even if individual names are lost. Every time someone looks at the Great Pyramid and asks, "How did they build that?" the question honours the workers. Every archaeological excavation in the workers' village resurrects them. Every museum exhibition of pyramid construction tools testifies to their skill. They're remembered as a collective, a workforce, a civilization capable of extraordinary achievement. The workers also achieved something they probably never intended. They created the foundation for Egyptology. The pyramids attracted travellers, scholars, and eventually archaeologists. The mystery of pyramid construction drove centuries of investigation. That investigation revealed not just construction techniques, but the entire structure of ancient Egyptian society. The workers' village provides evidence for daily life, social organisation, and state administration that would be lost otherwise. The pyramids are history books written in stone. Modern visitors to Giza rarely know about the workers' village. Tour groups focus on the pyramids themselves, on royal burial chambers and astronomical alignments. The workers remain invisible, just as they did for 4,000 years. But the archaeological community knows. The evidence has been published, analysed and synthesised into textbooks. Future generations will learn about pyramid construction methods grounded in actual evidence, not speculation or myth. The slave narrative dies slowly. Popular culture resists correction. Movies, documentaries and novels continue depicting pyramid construction as powered by enslaved masses. The dramatic image of suffering captives dragging stones persists despite contrary evidence. Mythology is resilient. It satisfies psychological needs that facts cannot touch. People want simple stories about ancient wonders. The true story is complex, bureaucratic, and less cinematically dramatic than slavery. But accuracy spreads. Museums update exhibits. Documentaries incorporate new archaeological findings. Educational materials reflect current research. The next generation will inherit a more accurate understanding of pyramid construction. The workers will finally be seen as they actually were rather than how slavery narratives imagined them. The pyramid builders offer lessons for modern labour movements. They demonstrate that large-scale projects require well-fed, well-housed workers. They prove that quality work requires skilled labour, not coerced labour. They show that workers take pride in meaningful work, even when that work is physically demanding. These lessons remain relevant. Modern construction projects succeed or fail based on workforce management. The ancient Egyptians understood principles that some modern employers still resist. The workers also demonstrate the power of organisation. The pyramid project succeeded because Egypt possessed bureaucratic infrastructure capable of coordinating resources across hundreds of miles. The project succeeded because administrators could track grain deliveries, assign work gangs, and maintain supply chains. The pyramids are monuments to organisational capacity as much as architectural skill. The visible pyramid rests on an invisible foundation of administration, logistics, and planning. You think about the workers' daily experience. They woke before dawn, walked to the pyramid site, and spent the day cutting, moving, and placing stone. The work was hard, the conditions were difficult, the heat was oppressive, yet they persisted, returning day after day, season after season. They found meaning in the work, pride in accomplishment, and community with fellow workers. They lived full human lives while building eternity. The children who played in the workers' village probably took the pyramid for granted. It was always there, always growing, always part of their world. They couldn't imagine a world without pyramid construction. Then, one generation after another, construction slowed, then stopped. The workers departed or died. The village emptied. The children grew old in a world where pyramid building had become history instead of daily life. The transformation happened within a single lifetime. The workers' children probably told their own children about the Great Pyramid Project, about the thousands of workers, about the organisation and food and community. Those stories persisted for generations before fading into the general past. Eventually, later Egyptians looked at the pyramids and wondered how they were built. The organisational knowledge had been lost. The techniques had been forgotten. The pyramids became mysterious even to Egyptians. Speculation replaced knowledge. The mysteries accumulated over centuries, generating increasingly fantastical explanations. By the Greek and Roman periods, the pyramids were ancient wonders built by vanished civilizations using lost wisdom. The workers had disappeared completely from cultural memory. Modern archaeology has rescued them. The excavations at Giza are acts of remembrance, bringing the workers back from 4,000 years of oblivion. Every artefact catalogued, every skeleton analysed, and every tomb documented restores the workers to history. They're no longer invisible labour. They're individual human beings with names, families, and lives. Archaeology practices resurrection. You watch the sun climb higher. Heat begins building. The limestone faces of the pyramids start to glow white. Tourists begin arriving, buses parking in designated areas. Guides lead groups toward the pyramids, gesturing and explaining. Most explanations focus on pharaohs, tombs, and mystical significance. Few mention the workers who made it all possible. But you know, you've walked through their village, eaten from their bakeries, and stood in their tombs. You've seen the evidence of their lives. You understand that the pyramids required not just vision but hands, not just authority but labour, not just pharaohs but workers. The great stone monuments rest on foundations of bread, fish, and human effort. The workers succeeded. They built their mountain. They outlasted their bodies and their names. They created something so durable that it forced future generations to search for them, to excavate their village, to study their bones, and to honour their achievement. They're remembered. The pyramids ensure it. The ancient Egyptian concept of immortality required that someone speak your name. As long as someone said your name aloud, you remained alive in the afterlife. The individual workers' names are mostly lost, but collectively they're named every time someone says pyramid builders. They exist in every question about construction methods. They live in every archaeological report about the workers' village. They achieved their immortality through collective memory rather than individual remembrance. You turn away from the pyramids and walk back toward the buried village. The sand conceals most of the archaeology. Protective measures keep tourist traffic away from fragile mud brick remains. But you know what lies beneath. You know the galleries, the bakeries, the tombs. You know the workers' stories preserved in bone, pottery and stone. You carry their memory forward. They built their pyramid. You've witnessed their lives. The transaction is complete. The workers and the pyramid both endure. Thank you for spending this hour among the pyramid builders, my tired dumplings. If the sound of ancient bread ovens and limestone dust somehow helped you drift off tonight, you might enjoy our journey through the buried ports of Bronze Age Cyprus, where merchant sailors left remarkably similar evidence of their ordinary, extraordinary lives. Sweet dreams, and may your own work outlast your lifetime. You stand on a wooden deck that moves beneath your feet like a living thing, watching the coast of Spain fade into mist and memory. The year is 1527, and you have signed articles to sail westward across an ocean that most of Europe still considers more rumour than reality. What follows is not an adventure tale of discovery and glory, but the quieter, stranger truth of what it meant to live for months on a floating wooden box, suspended between two worlds that might as well have been on different planets. The smell hits you before anything else when you first climb aboard. A combination of tar, wet rope, bilge water, and something else you cannot quite name but will come to know intimately. It is the smell of wood that has been damp for years, of salt that has worked its way into every fibre and grain, of men living in close quarters with no privacy and limited washing water. In a few weeks you will stop noticing it. In a few months you will smell it in your dreams. Your sea chest sits in the space you have been allotted below deck, which is not really a space at all, but rather the absence of someone else's belongings. You have roughly 2 feet of width to call your own, wedged between a carpenter's mate from Seville who snores like a wounded bull, and a young rope maker from Cadiz who has already been sick 3 times, and you have not yet cleared the harbour. The ceiling, deck, you must learn to call it a deck, hangs so low that you cannot stand upright. You will spend the next several months either crouching or lying down, except when you are topside performing the endless tasks that keep a ship moving. The first night, you lie in the darkness listening to the ship. She creaks and groans like an old house in a windstorm, but these sounds are alive and conversational. The timbers speak to each other in squeaks and moans. The ropes hum different notes depending on their tension. Water slaps against the hull in rhythms that change with every shift in the wind. Around you, 30 other men breathe and snore and occasionally cry out in their sleep. Someone is quietly weeping. Someone else is praying. Most are simply trying to find a position where they can sleep without rolling into their neighbour when the ship tilts. You have been issued your rations for the week. Ship's biscuit that is already harder than roof tiles, salt pork that has a faintly greenish tinge in certain light, dried peas that rattle like pebbles in their sack, and a ration of wine that tastes like vinegar someone forgot in a barrel for several years. The biscuit, you discover, must be soaked in wine or water before you can eat it without risking your teeth. Even then, it has the texture of salted cardboard and about as much flavour. The pork is better if you don't think about how long it's been preserved or what's growing in the salt crust. Your first morning watch begins at 4 o'clock, which means being shaken awake in darkness so complete you cannot see your hand in front of your face. You stumble topside with the others, still half asleep, and report to the boatswain, who assigns you to help adjust the sails. This sounds simple enough until you are actually climbing the rigging in the dark, with the ship rolling beneath you and the ropes rough enough to sand the skin from your palms. The experienced sailors move like spiders, confident and quick. You move like a drunk man climbing a ladder during an earthquake. The horizon stretches in every direction, empty and grey in the pre-dawn light. There is something deeply unsettling about this emptiness that you are not prepared for. On land, even in the most desolate places, there are features. A distant hill, a tree, a rock formation. Here there is nothing. The sea and sky meet in a line so perfect it looks drawn with a ruler, and between that line and the ship there is absolutely nothing worth looking at. This nothingness will be your view for the next 2 to 3 months, weather permitting. By the end of the first week, your hands are covered in blisters that have burst and reformed and burst again. Your shoulders ache from hauling ropes. Your back hurts from the constant crouching below deck. You've discovered that your stomach, which you had always considered quite reliable on land, has opinions about constant motion that it never bothered to share before. You're not properly seasick, not like poor Rodriguez, the rope maker, who cannot keep down even water, but you're not entirely well either. Food sits uneasily. Sleep comes in strange, shallow waves. You feel perpetually slightly dizzy, as if you have been drinking since noon. The ship's hierarchy reveals itself quickly. At the top is the captain, whom you see perhaps twice a day, and who seems to exist in a different world from the rest of you. He has a cabin, he has privacy. He eats food that does not come from a common barrel. Below him is the master, who actually runs the ship and knows more about navigation and sailing than anyone else aboard. Then come the boatswain and the carpenter, and the various mates and specialists. At the bottom are common sailors like yourself, interchangeable and numerous, expected to do whatever needs doing whenever it needs doing, which turns out to be approximately all the time. There is no single moment when you realise you're truly at sea, no dramatic severance from land. Instead, it happens gradually, like falling asleep. On a clear day, you can still make out the mountains of the Spanish coast as a smudge on the horizon. The next day they are gone, and in their place is more water, and then more water beyond that. You have stepped off the edge of the world you knew, and there is no going back until the wind and current decide to carry you to the other side. Time at sea operates differently than time on land. On land, days are marked by changing scenery, by different tasks, and by the movement of people and animals and seasons. At sea, every day is nearly identical to the one before it, distinguished only by minor variations in wind direction and the slow degradation of the food supply. You wake, you work, you eat, you sleep, and the ship continues its endless rocking motion, regardless of whether you are conscious to experience it. The ship's bell marks the passing of watches, each 4-hour period rung out in a pattern of chimes that becomes the heartbeat of your existence. One bell means the first half hour of the watch has passed. 2 bells mark the first hour. By 8 bells, 4 hours have elapsed and a new watch begins. You learn to wake automatically at certain bells, and to judge the time by the pattern of sound even before you fully open your eyes. The bells become more reliable than any other measure of time, more trustworthy than the sun, which hides behind clouds for days at a stretch. Your duties rotate through a predictable cycle. There is always a sail to be adjusted, always rope to be spliced, and always something that needs holy stoning or scraping or retarring. The deck must be swabbed each morning, which sounds simple until you're doing it in a cold rain with water sloshing over the sides, and your hands so numb you can barely grip the mop. The rigging must be inspected constantly for wear. The barrels in the hold must be checked and rotated. The bilge must be pumped. The bilge pumping is everyone's least favourite task, though no one complains because complaining is pointless, and also because there is a shared understanding that some experiences are too universally miserable to require comment. The bilge is where all the water that seeps into the ship collects. Rainwater, seawater that splashes over the sides, condensation, and various other liquids you prefer not to identify. This water must be pumped out regularly, or the ship will slowly sink under its own accumulated dampness. The pump is operated by hand, requiring 2 men to work handles in a rhythm, while a third ensures the leather gaskets are properly seated. The smell that rises from the bilge when you open it is something you wish you could unknow. It is decay and rot and sourness all combined into a visible miasma that seems to cling to your clothes for days afterward. Food preparation happens twice daily, weather permitting. The ship's cook, a one-eyed man from Galicia whose name no one can pronounce correctly, presides over a firebox that is more dangerous than it has any right to be. Building a fire on a wooden ship in the middle of an ocean requires a special kind of optimism or insanity, possibly both. The firebox sits on a bed of sand and is surrounded by buckets of water, but everyone understands that if a fire ever got loose below deck, you would all die screaming long before you could lower a boat. The cook boils everything. Peas are boiled until they disintegrate into a greyish paste. Salt pork is boiled until it achieves a texture somewhere between leather and rubber. On good days, when the seas are calm enough and the supplies hold out, you might get a stew made from the ship's biscuit pounded into crumbs, boiled with pork fat and whatever dried vegetables have survived the damp. This concoction is grandly called lobscus and is supposed to be nourishing. It tastes like wallpaper paste mixed with regret. Your daily wine ration is distributed at noon and in the evening. The wine, if you can call it that, has turned to vinegar and then evolved beyond vinegar into something that might strip paint. You drink it anyway because water stored in wooden barrels for weeks develops interesting properties, including a greenish tinge and small swimming things you try not to examine too closely. The wine, however vile, is at least reliably vile in ways you understand. Thursdays are supposed to be different because Thursday is meat day. On Thursdays you receive your full ration of salt pork, whereas on other days you make do with peas and biscuit. The anticipation of Thursday pork becomes absurdly important. You find yourself thinking about it days in advance, remembering the taste of meat, however preserved and however boiled, as if it were some delicacy instead of a chunk of pig that has been sitting in a barrel for the better part of a year. Between watches, during the brief periods when you're neither working nor sleeping, you exist in a strange limbo. There is nothing to do. There is nowhere to go. You cannot take a walk. You cannot visit a friend in another part of town. You cannot even really have a proper conversation because the wind and waves create a constant background noise that makes talking exhausting. So you sit, you stare at the water, you watch the clouds, you count the barrels lashed to the deck. You examine your hands and notice how the calluses have calluses now. You think about food you have eaten on land. You remember what it felt like to walk on ground that didn't move. Some men carve. They make small figures from scraps of wood, or they practice fancy knotwork with bits of rope. Some men gamble, using dried peas as currency since actual money is useless aboard ship. Some men sleep whenever possible, banking rest against the next storm or emergency. A few men have brought books, which they read until the pages begin to separate from the damp, and then they read them again because there is nothing else. You discover that boredom has depths you never suspected. There is surface boredom, the kind you feel waiting for something specific to happen. Below that is a deeper boredom, a kind of grey mental fog where you stop even wishing for stimulation and simply exist in a state of numb acceptance. Below that is something else, a strange place where your mind starts generating its own entertainment from nothing, where you can spend 20 minutes watching a particular wave and finding it genuinely interesting, and where the waylight hits the sail becomes a source of actual fascination. You understand that the ship is being navigated, but the actual process remains mysterious and somewhat magical to you, and most of the common sailors. The officers possess instruments that they consult with great seriousness. A cross-staff, an astrolabe, and a compass that sits in a special box near the helm. They take measurements of the sun's height at noon, making marks on charts and performing calculations that involve numbers larger than you ever learned in the village school where you spent 3 winters learning to read and write. The compass, at least, makes basic sense. The needle points north, always north, drawn by some invisible force toward the top of the world. At night, when the clouds clear, you can see the North Star holding its position while the other stars wheel around it like dancers. The officers use this star to verify the compass, taking sightings and making adjustments to their charts. But how they determine where you are on the vast blank ocean, how they know whether you are 200 miles from your destination or 2,000, this remains as opaque to you as church Latin. The captain guards his charts like holy relics, keeping them in his cabin wrapped in oiled cloth. You've glimpsed them once when delivering a message, and they looked less like maps than like artistic interpretations of maps, with sea monsters drawn in the empty spaces and compass roses blooming like flowers. The coastlines are approximate, the distances are approximate. Everything about ocean travel you are coming to understand is approximate. Dead reckoning is the primary method of navigation, which sounds ominous until you learn it simply means calculating your position based on your speed, direction, and time travelled. The ship's speed is measured by throwing a log tied to a knotted rope over the stern and counting how many knots pass through your hands in a specific time period. This gives you your speed in what will eventually be called knots, though right now it is just called making good way, or barely moving depending on the number of rope sections that slip by. Direction comes from the compass, assuming the compass is working correctly and has not been confused by lightning or the mysterious magnetic variations that occur in certain parts of the ocean. Time comes from the hourglass, which must be turned every half hour by whoever has been assigned glass-watching duty. If the glass-watcher falls asleep or forgets, or simply does not care, your entire navigation system slides into inaccuracy. This happens more often than the officers would like to admit. Given these methods and their obvious potential for error, it is remarkable that ships ever arrive anywhere near their intended destination. And indeed, many do not. The ocean bottom is littered with ships that miscalculated, that thought they were farther from land than they were, or farther from rocks, or that simply got lost in the featureless blue and ran out of food before finding anything solid. Your captain claims to have sailed this route before, which is reassuring until you realise that before was 7 years ago, and ocean currents change, and coastlines in the New World are still being discovered, and what he remembers as a reliable landmark might have been a different island entirely, or possibly a cloud formation that looked like an island. Navigation at this point in history is part science, part experience, part luck, and part wishful thinking. The lead line provides the only reliable information about your location, but only when you are close enough to shore for the bottom to be reachable. The line is marked at various depths with different materials, leather, cloth, bits of rope, so the man throwing it can call out the depth even in darkness. When the leadsman begins to find bottom at 100 fathoms, then 80, then 60, everyone knows land is approaching even if you cannot see it yet. The spacing of these soundings tells the officers about the shape of the seafloor, which can indicate proximity to certain known harbours or shoals. But in the deep ocean, the lead finds nothing. The line runs out its full 200 fathoms and still touches no bottom. You are suspended over depths that would swallow cathedrals and still have room for more. This knowledge sits uneasily in your mind during night watches when you are alone with your thoughts and the dark water hissing past the hull. Beneath you, miles beneath you, is a world you will never see, populated by creatures no one has ever imagined, in darkness so complete that no light has touched it since the world was made. Weather at sea is not the same as weather on land, where you can go inside when it rains or build a fire when it gets cold. At sea, weather is the environment, the entirety of your existence, something you cannot escape or ignore or wait out in comfort. When it rains, you get wet and stay wet because there is nowhere dry. When the sun beats down, you burn because there is no shade except below deck, and below deck is dark and airless and somehow hotter than topside despite being out of direct sunlight. The wind is your master and your servant simultaneously. Too little wind and you sit motionless, wallowing in swells that make everyone sick, going nowhere, consuming supplies while making no progress. Too much wind and you are overpowered, forced to reduce sail, sometimes forced to run before the storm with bare poles, hoping the hull can take the battering, hoping the mast can handle the strain, and hoping everyone remembers how to tie proper knots, because now is when it matters. Storms announce themselves in subtle ways that the experienced sailors recognise long before you do. The light changes, taking on a peculiar yellow-grey quality. The clouds build in specific formations that mean nothing to you, but cause the boatswain to start checking the lashings on everything movable. The wind shifts direction and picks up speed, and there is a smell to it, a charged electric smell that makes the hair on your arm stand up. When a storm hits properly, it is nothing like thunder showers on land. This is not rain you can watch from a window. This is water coming from every direction at once, from above, from the sides, over the rails, and up through the deck seams. The ship tilts at angles that seem geometrically impossible. You cling to whatever you can grip and try to follow, shouted orders you can barely hear over the wind's roar. The sails that you do not take down in time tear themselves to pieces with sounds like cannon fire. Waves break over the bow with enough force to knock a man off his feet and wash him overboard if he's not secured. The worst part of storms is not the fear, though there is plenty of that. The worst part is the helplessness. There is nothing you can really do except hold on and wait. You cannot fight a storm. You cannot negotiate with it. You cannot even hide from it effectively. You can only endure and hope the ship is strong enough, the officers skilled enough, and luck favourable enough to see it through. After a storm passes, the work begins. There are always repairs, torn sails to be replaced, rope to be respliced, and deck cargo to be resecured. There are always injuries to be tended, though the ship's surgeon is more enthusiastic than qualified, and his preferred treatment for almost everything is bleeding, which seems counterproductive for men who are already exhausted and battered. And there is always the inventory of what was lost: barrels washed overboard, provisions ruined by seawater, sometimes men who were there yesterday and are not there anymore, simply gone, taken by a wave or a falling spar or the sea's casual violence. But there are also days of perfect weather, days when the wind is steady from the right quarter, and the sun is warm but not scorching, and the sea is that impossible deep blue that does not exist on land. On these days the ship seems to sail herself, requiring only minor adjustments to the helm. The crew's mood lifts. Someone sings, someone else tells a story. The cook makes something almost edible. You remember why people have been going to sea for thousands of years, despite all the evidence suggesting this is a terrible idea. The doldrums are worse than storms in their own way. When the wind dies completely, and the ship sits motionless on glassy water, everything becomes urgent and nothing can be done. You're consuming supplies, you're drinking water and eating food, but you're going nowhere, making no progress toward the destination that holds the promise of fresh provisions and solid ground. The heat becomes oppressive. The ship stinks worse than usual because the air does not move. Tempers fray. Small disagreements become arguments. Arguments become grudges that will last the entire voyage. During one stretch of calm that lasts 6 days, you watch a barrel floating in the distance, noting with growing unease that its position relative to the ship does not change. For 6 entire days, you make no progress whatsoever. The barrel mocks you, floating there in the same spot on the horizon, a wooden reminder that forward movement is not a given, but a gift from wind and current that can be withdrawn without notice. Life on a ship creates its own peculiar society, a small floating village where everyone knows everyone else far too well, and there is no possibility of privacy or escape from people you have come to dislike. Friendships form quickly and intensely. Enmities form just as quickly, and can last entire voyages over incidents that would be forgotten in a day on land. There is the carpenter from Seville in the space next to yours, the one who snores. His name is Miguel, and he is 40-something years old with hands scarred from decades of working with tools. He has sailed this route 5 times before, and treats the ocean with the casual familiarity of someone who knows exactly how dangerous it is, but has stopped being impressed by the danger. He shares his tobacco with you sometimes, and you share the dried figs your mother pressed into your hand before you left. Neither of you says much, but there is a companionship in the silence. Rodriguez, the young rope maker who started the voyage sick, recovers by the 2nd week and reveals himself to be relentlessly cheerful, in a way that should be annoying but somehow is not. He is 18 years old, and has never been farther from Cadiz than Barcelona. Everything about this voyage amazes him. The size of the waves, the depth of the water, and the speed at which dolphins swim alongside the ship. His enthusiasm is infectious enough that even the surliest sailors find themselves explaining things to him, showing him knots and telling him stories. The boatswain is a different sort entirely. He is perhaps 35, broad-shouldered and perpetually sunburned, with a voice that could cut through a hurricane. His job is to enforce order and maintain discipline, which he does with a combination of shouted commands and creative profanity that could blister paint. But he is also fair in his way, expecting everyone to work hard, but expecting no more than he himself does. When a spar breaks during a storm and needs to be replaced immediately in conditions that are frankly terrifying, he is up in the rigging alongside everyone else, working as hard as the youngest sailor. The cook, the one-eyed Galician, speaks Spanish so heavily accented that half the crew cannot understand him, which might be just as well given that most of what he says appears to be complaints about the quality of the provisions he is expected to transform into meals. He's been sailing since before you were born and has opinions about everything: the correct way to store salt pork, the uselessness of Portuguese navigation methods, and the superiority of Galician wine over the vinegar you are currently drinking. He is also, you discover, an excellent singer, and sometimes in the evening he sings old ballads in a language that might be Galician, or might be something older, songs about sailors who never came home and women who waited for ships that never returned. There is a boy aboard, perhaps 14 years old, who serves as cabin boy to the captain and runs messages between officers. He's quick and clever, and learning navigation from the master, and everyone knows he'll be an officer himself in a few years if he survives. He treats this voyage as an education, asking questions about everything, examining the charts when allowed, and practicing his knots during spare moments. His optimism about the voyage and about the sea in general makes you feel ancient and cynical at 26. There are tensions, of course. A ship this size cannot hold this many men this long without friction. Someone is always snoring too loud or taking up too much space or shirking duties or stealing food from the common stores. The sailor everyone calls Portuguese João, even though there are 3 other Portuguese sailors aboard, has a habit of forgetting his turn at the bilge pump. This has been noticed. There are muttered conversations about this forgetting. It will eventually be addressed, probably not pleasantly. 2 men, sailors who signed on together from the same village, have not spoken to each other in 3 weeks, over some dispute about a woman back home. They work alongside each other in complete silence, communicating only through eloquent glares. This could continue for the entire voyage. It has happened before. The officers occupy a different world, eating separately, sleeping separately, and making decisions that affect everyone without consultation or explanation. This creates a natural resentment, but it is also understood that someone needs to be in charge. Someone needs to maintain authority, or the whole system falls apart. The ship operates on a hierarchy as rigid as anything in church or aristocracy, and while you might not like it, you understand its necessity. Around the 4th week, something shifts in your mind. The initial strangeness of being at sea has worn off. You no longer wake up surprised to find yourself on a moving wooden platform surrounded by endless water. The routine has become automatic. You can tie half the knots in your sleep now, literally, having woken yourself up several times going through the motions. But with the acceptance of routine comes a peculiar kind of isolation. You start to forget what solid ground feels like. When you close your eyes and try to remember walking on land, the memory feels distant, almost dreamlike. Did the ground really stay still? Was there really a horizon with trees and buildings? Your mother's face is getting harder to recall clearly. The smell of your village, wood smoke and animal manure and whatever the baker was making, seems like something you invented rather than something you actually experienced. Time distorts. Days blend together into a continuous present that has no clear beginning or end. You know intellectually that weeks have passed, but experientially it feels like one very long day that never quite finishes. The sameness of the routine, the unchanging view, the repetitive tasks, all of it creates a mental fog where past and future become less real than the immediate moment of hauling rope or swabbing deck or choking down ship's biscuit. You find yourself thinking about land in ways that surprise you. Not grand thoughts about exploration or discovery, or the glory of reaching the new world. Instead, you think about small things with an intensity that seems disproportionate. You think about apples. You spend an entire watch imagining biting into a fresh apple, the way the skin breaks under your teeth, the sweet juice and the crisp white flesh. You can almost taste it, and the almost taste is somehow worse than not thinking about it at all. You think about walking, just walking, on ground that does not move, in a straight line for more than 50 feet without having to turn around or climb over something. The ship is perhaps 70 feet long, and every day you walk its length hundreds of times, and every time you reach the end you have to turn around and walk back. The concept of walking in one direction for miles, of choosing to walk to a different village just to see what it looks like, becomes fantastically appealing. The night sky at least provides some comfort. On clear nights, when you're not on watch and can lie on deck looking up, the stars are more numerous and brighter than they ever were on land. Without the smoke of cooking fires and candles, without the lights of villages, the sky reveals itself in its full glory. You can see the Milky Way as a luminous river across the darkness, You can watch shooting stars arc across the heavens. You can find the constellations the master has taught you, the ones sailors use for navigation, but also the ones that are just there, ancient patterns traced by Greeks and Romans and Phoenicians before them. There is something deeply unsettling about the ocean at night. During the day, at least you can see. You can watch the waves, spot potential problems, and take comfort in the visible presence of your shipmates and the ship herself. But at night, especially on moonless nights, the darkness is absolute. The ocean becomes a presence you can only hear. The endless slap and hiss of water against the hull, the groan of timbers, and the singing of wind through rigging. You are suspended in darkness over depths you cannot see, cannot comprehend, trusting that the ship will continue to float, that the navigator knows where you're going, and that dawn will eventually come. Some men handle this isolation better than others. Rodriguez continues his cheerful chatter, apparently unfazed by the monotony. Miguel simply accepts it, having done this enough times that he knows it will end eventually, and there is no point complaining about what cannot be changed. But others withdraw into themselves. You watch men become quieter week by week, speaking only when necessary, spending their free time staring at the water with expressions of profound absence. There is one sailor, an older man from Portugal whose name you never learned, who stopped speaking entirely around week 5. Not because anything dramatic happened, no argument, no injury, no incident. He simply stops talking. He still does his work. He still eats his rations. But he has retreated somewhere inside himself where words are not needed or have stopped making sense. The officers notice but do nothing as long as he continues working. Silence is not against any rule, though it unsettles the other sailors in ways they do not discuss. You develop small rituals to mark the passage of time and maintain your sense of self. Every morning you count your remaining small store of figs, even though the number decreases by predictable increments, and counting them serves no purpose except to confirm that time is passing. You keep a small pebble from home in your pocket and touch it periodically, as if maintaining contact with this small piece of solid earth will keep you anchored to the reality of land. You whisper your own name to yourself sometimes just to hear it, to remind yourself that you are still you, and not just another pair of hands hauling rope. The psychological weight of the voyage accumulates slowly like water seeping into the bilge. Each day adds only a little to the burden, but week after week the accumulated weight becomes significant. You are tired in ways that sleep does not fix. You are lonely despite being surrounded by men. You are homesick for places and people you were not even particularly fond of before leaving. The village baker, who always shortchanged everyone on bread weight, now seems like a charming character you would give anything to argue with again. By week 6, the food situation has become genuinely concerning. The ship's biscuit has developed an ecosystem. Small grey weevils live in the barrels, and the biscuit pieces are often more whole than substance. The accepted practice is to tap your biscuit against the table before eating it, which dislodges some of the weevils. Not all of them, that would be impossible, but enough that you can eat it without the texture being overwhelmingly squirmy. You have stopped thinking of the remaining weevils as contamination and started thinking of them as protein, which is either pragmatic or deeply worrying depending on your perspective. The salt pork has transformed from merely unappetizing to actively questionable. The meat that is supposed to be pink under its salt crust has taken on a greenish sheen, and it smells like something that died and was not discovered for several days. The cook insists this is normal, that salt pork always smells like death and disappointment. He boils it for hours, which does reduce the smell to merely nauseating rather than actively offensive. The resulting meat has the texture of shoe leather and about the same amount of flavour, but it is protein, and your body craves it enough that you chew through it without complaint. The peas have held up better than most provisions, possibly because they were already essentially immortal when loaded aboard. Boiled into submission, they form a greyish paste that sticks to your ribs and requires no chewing. This is good because your teeth are starting to hurt, your gums are getting soft, and chewing has become an activity you avoid when possible. The cook says this is normal, that it is just scurvy starting, that everyone gets it on long voyages, and that it will get better once you reach land and can eat fresh food again. This is not particularly reassuring. The wine has passed through several stages of vinegar and has now achieved a state that might best be described as aggressive acidity. It could probably be used to clean rust off metal. You drink it anyway, holding your breath and swallowing quickly, because the alternative is water that has turned green in the barrels and hosts small swimming creatures that were definitely not present when the water was first stored. Some men have started catching rainwater during storms, holding up cups and trying to collect clean water before it runs across the deck and picks up the taste of tar and wood and whatever else makes deck water undrinkable. Protein becomes an obsession. You dream about meat, not the salt pork that you're eating, but real meat, fresh meat, the kind you remember from festivals and market days, roasted chicken, grilled fish, beef stew with actual vegetables that are not dried and reconstituted. Your waking thoughts increasingly revolve around food. During watches, when there is little to do, you mentally catalogue every meal you remember eating in the last year, examining each one in detail, remembering flavours and textures with an intensity that seems almost religious. The ship's stores also include rice, which sounds promising until you taste the rice that has been sitting in a damp hold for 6 weeks. It has absorbed various flavours from its environment, creating a taste profile that could generously be described as complex and more accurately described as musty. The cook attempts to improve it by boiling it with some of the salt pork fat, which does make it more edible in the sense that everything tastes like salt pork fat, which at least is a familiar flavour. There are also dried fish, which seemed like a good idea when they were loaded aboard, and have since become an argument against fish in general. The drying process has concentrated the fishiness to levels that are almost weaponizable. When the cook opens a barrel of dried fish, everyone within 20 feet knows it immediately. The resulting meal tastes exactly like you would imagine fish would taste if fish were a form of punishment. You eat it because not eating means being hungry, and being hungry means being weak, and being weak on a ship means not being able to do your work, and not doing your work means the boatswain becomes interested in your welfare in ways that are not pleasant. There is a moment, about 7 weeks in, when you're eating your evening ration of boiled peas and weevil-enhanced biscuit and questionable salt pork, when you realise you've forgotten what being fully satisfied after a meal feels like. You're always hungry, not starving. The rations are calculated to keep men working if not comfortable, but never satisfied. Your stomach is always a little empty. Your body is always wanting more. This perpetual low-level hunger becomes as much a part of your existence as the motion of the ship or the sound of the waves. The few luxuries that were brought aboard have long since been consumed. The dried figs your mother gave you are gone. Someone's wheels of cheese have been distributed and eaten. The small stores of honey and preserved fruits that were supposed to make the voyage more bearable lasted perhaps 3 weeks before being depleted. Now you are down to the basics: biscuit, pork, peas, and aggressive wine, and you will be eating these same things in the same combinations for however many more weeks it takes to reach land. Ironically, you are surrounded by food. Fish jump alongside the ship regularly. Birds land in the rigging. The ocean contains more fish than you could eat in a lifetime, but catching them is difficult. Fishing lines are deployed when weather permits, and occasionally someone hauls up something edible. These fish are distributed among the crew and devoured with a desperate enthusiasm that surprises everyone who experiences it. Fresh fish, even small ones, even ones that are mostly bones, taste like the finest delicacy after weeks of salt pork and weevils. One morning, someone catches a seabird that made the mistake of landing on a yardarm within grabbing range. There is a serious discussion about cooking it. The cook points out that seabirds taste terrible, that they eat fish and other things you do not want to think about, and that even boiling one for hours will not improve the fundamental fishiness of the meat. This argument is ignored. The bird is plucked, cleaned, and boiled. The cook is proven correct. It tastes like fish-flavoured chicken in the worst possible way, but everyone eats their share anyway because it is meat, and it is different from salt pork, and variety matters when you have been eating the same thing for weeks. You're becoming a different person, though the change is so gradual you barely notice it. Your hands, which were soft when you started this voyage, are now covered in calluses thick enough that you can grip rough rope without much pain. You can tie knots without thinking about them. Bowlines, clove hitches, and sheet bends. each one flowing from your fingers in the correct sequence, even when you're half asleep or fully exhausted. These knots will stay with you for life, muscle memory written so deeply that you could probably tie them as an old man even if you forgot your own name. You've learned to walk on a moving deck without thinking about it. The first few weeks you stumbled constantly, reaching out to grab rails and ropes for balance. Now your body automatically adjusts to the ship's motion, shifting your weight without conscious thought, moving across the deck with a rolling gait that would look absurd on land but is perfectly suited to a tilting, swaying platform suspended on water. When you do return to land, you will find yourself still swaying, still adjusting for motion that is not there, your inner ear confused by the stillness of solid ground. You have learned to sleep anywhere, in any position, in almost any weather. The first weeks, you needed darkness and quiet and relative comfort to sleep. Now you can fall asleep sitting up, leaning against a mast with rain falling on your head. Because when you are tired enough, sleep happens regardless of conditions. You have learned to wake instantly when your name is called or a bell rings or someone shakes your shoulder, going from unconscious to working in seconds, because there is no room aboard ship for grogginess or gradual waking. You have learned to judge the weather from subtle signs, the smell of the air, the shape of clouds, the behaviour of birds, and the feel of the wind on your skin. You cannot predict storms as well as the experienced sailors, but you are learning. You notice when the barometer drops, when the light takes on that particular yellow quality, and when the swells begin to organise themselves into patterns that mean bad weather is coming. This knowledge is bought with experience, with time spent watching and learning and occasionally being caught by surprise when you miss the signs. You have learned the ship's language, the particular creaks and groans that mean she is working normally versus the sounds that indicate something is wrong. The rhythmic squeaking of the rudder post is normal. The sharp crack of wood under strain might mean a timber is splitting. The singing of over-tight rigging means you need to ease off before something breaks. The ship talks constantly, and you have learned to listen, to interpret, and to respond to what she is telling you. You have learned to work aloft, climbing the rigging to adjust sails while the ship rolls beneath you and the deck looks impossibly small and far away. The first time you had to go up in rough weather, you were terrified. Now you are merely carefully respectful of the height and the danger. You understand that one hand is for the ship and one hand is for yourself, that you check every grip before trusting your weight to it, and that you move deliberately and never quickly, because quick movements aloft lead to falls, and falls lead to death or injury that amounts to the same thing when you are weeks from any doctor worth a name. You have learned to splice rope, a skill that seemed impossibly complex when first demonstrated. Now your fingers can tease apart the strands, weave them together in the correct pattern, and create a splice stronger than the rope itself. You take pride in this, in the neat uniform appearance of your splices, and in the fact that experienced sailors now sometimes ask you to help with particularly difficult splicing work. You have learned patience of a kind you never knew existed on land. On land, if you were hungry, you ate. If you were tired, you slept. If you were uncomfortable, you adjusted your position. At sea, you cannot control these things. You are hungry, but the next meal comes when it comes, not before. You are tired, but your watch has 3 more hours before you can sleep. You are uncomfortable, but there is no comfortable position to be found, so you exist in discomfort until it becomes normal, and you stop noticing it as much. You have learned the value of small things. A dry pair of socks is treasure. A cup of water that does not taste actively foul is a luxury. A night of sleep uninterrupted by emergency or rough weather is a gift. These small comforts, which you would not have noticed on land, become the highlights of your existence. You hoard them in memory, recalling the time 2 weeks ago when you slept 6 hours straight, or that morning when the cook made a biscuit that was actually crispy instead of soggy. You have learned that you are stronger than you thought, both physically and mentally. Before this voyage, you would not have believed you could work a full watch on minimal sleep and bad food, then work another half watch because the weather demanded it. You would not have believed you could climb swaying rigging in a storm. You would not have believed you could endure weeks of monotony without going mad. But here you are, doing all of these things, surviving in an environment that would have broken the person you were before boarding this ship. By the 8th week, you have stopped asking how much farther. Everyone has stopped asking how much farther. The officers do not know with any precision, and asking only reminds everyone that you are still nowhere near land. The voyage takes as long as it takes. The wind determines the speed. The currents determine the route. You are passengers on a journey whose duration cannot be known in advance, only endured until completion. The ship herself is showing the strain of the voyage. Sails that were new when you departed are now patched in multiple places, the neat squares of canvas visible as slightly different shades of white. Ropes are fraying and being replaced section by section. The deck planking is worn smooth in the high-traffic areas. Everything wooden is swelling and shrinking and warping with the constant damp. The carpenter spends his days making repairs, fixing problems before they become emergencies, and occasionally discovering problems that have already become emergencies without anyone noticing. You're all showing strain as well. Everyone has lost weight. The combination of hard work and inadequate nutrition means your clothes hang loose, your belt needs new holes, and your face has become gaunt. Your gums are definitely bleeding now when you eat the hard biscuit, leaving pink stains that you try not to examine too closely. Several men have developed sores that do not heal properly, the early signs of serious scurvy. The ship's surgeon bleeds them, which helps nothing but at least gives the appearance of medical intervention. Tempers are shorter. The small irritations that were amusing in week 2 are infuriating in week 8. Portuguese João's continued forgetting of his bilge duty finally comes to a head when 2 sailors confront him directly. There is shouting, there is shoving. The boatswain intervenes before it becomes actual fighting, and João is assigned double bilge duty for the next week. This is considered fair by everyone except João, who sulks but complies because the alternative is worse. The silence between the 2 sailors from the same village has evolved from angry silence to something more like weary acceptance of silence. They will probably never speak again. Their friendship, whatever it was, has been killed by proximity and grudge, and the particular kind of ossification that happens when you see the same person every day for months, with no escape from their presence. New friendships have formed, though. You and Miguel and Rodriguez have become a sort of unit, eating together when possible, sharing tobacco and stories, and working alongside each other when the duty rotation allows. These friendships are circumstantial, formed by proximity and shared misery, but they feel real nonetheless. You suspect you will remember these men for the rest of your life, even if you never see them again after making port. The younger sailors talk about what they will do when they reach land. They will eat fresh bread. They will drink clean water from a well. They will sleep on ground that does not move. They will walk in straight lines for miles. Their plans are elaborate and specific and touchingly naive, as if the new world is simply Spain relocated across an ocean, rather than a genuinely different place with different challenges. The older sailors, the ones who have done this before, say less. They know that reaching land means the beginning of different hardships. The work of unloading cargo, the negotiations over pay, the temptation to spend all your wages in the first port tavern, and the eventual necessity of signing on to another ship, because what else are you qualified to do now? But they do not share these thoughts with the younger men. Let them have their dreams of fresh bread and stable ground. The master takes sun sightings every day at noon, weather permitting, using his cross-staff to measure the sun's angle above the horizon. He makes calculations, consults his charts, and announces that you are making good progress. This is encouraging until you realise he has been announcing good progress for weeks, and you are still nowhere near land. Good progress and you are learning are relative concepts. Birds begin appearing more frequently, which is taken as a positive sign. Land birds, the master explains, do not venture far from shore. Their presence suggests proximity to solid ground, though how much proximity remains unclear. Could be a day away, could be a week. The ocean is large, and bird flight range is variable, and everything about navigation is approximate. You start having dreams about land with increasing frequency. Not coherent dreams with plots, but sensory fragments, the smell of pine trees, the sound of a stream, the feeling of grass under bare feet, the taste of fresh milk. You wake from these dreams with a physical ache, a homesickness so intense it is almost painful. You have been at sea so long that land has become a mythical place, something you remember but are not entirely sure still exists. The first sign that land is genuinely close comes from the leadsman finding bottom at 100 fathoms. The announcement sends a ripple of excitement through the entire crew. For weeks, the lead has found nothing but depth. Now there is something down there, something solid, which means the seabed is rising, which means a coastline is approaching. The mood aboard ship shifts noticeably. Men work with more energy. Conversations become more animated. Even the food seems slightly less awful when eaten with the knowledge that better food is coming soon. The second sign is the watercolour. The deep blue of mid-ocean is giving way to a greenish tint that indicates shallower water. Floating debris appears, branches, leaves, and things that could only have come from land. Someone spots what might be a bird or might be a piece of bark, but either way it is something that is not just empty ocean, and that is progress. The third sign is the smell. On a morning watch you catch a scent on the wind that makes you stop mid-task. It is the smell of earth, of vegetation, of land. It's so faint you're not entirely sure you're not imagining it, but others smell it too, and the master confirms it. Land smells can carry far over water under the right conditions. You are close now, not there, but close. The next day, the lookout in the crow's nest calls out the word everyone has been waiting to hear. Land. The announcement is greeted with a cheer that probably frightens fish for miles. You rush to the rail along with everyone else, straining to see what the lookout's height advantage has revealed. At first, you see nothing. Then, as the ship rises on a swell, you glimpse it. A thin, dark line on the horizon, so faint it could be a cloud. But it is not moving like a cloud moves. It is land. It is real. You're not going to spend the rest of your life on this wooden box after all. The approach to land is slower than anyone wants. The coast is visible but distant. The wind, which was favourable for crossing the ocean, is now coming from the wrong direction for easy entry to the harbour. The ship must tack back and forth, making zigzag progress, gaining a mile and losing half a mile over and over. This is infuriating when land is in sight, but seems to get no closer. You have travelled thousands of miles across open ocean, and now these last few miles are taking hours. But eventually, finally, the harbour mouth approaches. You can see buildings now, you can see trees, you can see people moving on the shore, tiny figures engaged in normal land activities that seem impossibly exotic after 2 months at sea. The ship glides into harbour with a ceremony that feels both significant and anticlimactic. The anchor drops with a splash and a rattle of chain. The voyage is over, except it is not quite over, because you cannot just leave. There are formalities, customs inspections, health checks, and official permissions. The harbour officials come aboard and spend hours examining papers and cargo, while you and the other sailors wait. So close to land you can smell it properly now. Earth and vegetation and cooking fires and human habitation, but still trapped on the ship. When you're finally allowed to disembark, stepping onto the dock is profoundly disorienting. The ground does not move. Your body, which has spent 2 months adjusting to constant motion, keeps adjusting for motion that is not happening. You stagger like a drunk, reaching out to steady yourself on stable ground that does not need steadying. Other sailors are having the same problem, walking with exaggerated caution, trying to convince their inner ears that the world has changed. The first fresh food you eat, a piece of bread purchased from a dock vendor, is so overwhelmingly delicious you actually close your eyes while chewing it. It is just bread. Ordinary bread. Probably not even particularly good bread, but after 2 months of weevil-infested ship's biscuit, it tastes like something angels would eat. You eat it slowly, savouring every bite, making it last, while your stomach, unused to fresh food, sends up confused signals about what is happening. Fresh water from a well tastes clean. Impossibly, incredibly clean. No slime, no floaters, no taste of wood or barrel, just water, cold and pure and perfect. You drink until you feel slightly sick, then drink more, unable to believe that water can taste this good, that you took this for granted all those years before sailing. That night, sleeping in an actual bed in a shorefront boarding house that caters to sailors, you lie awake despite your exhaustion. The bed is too still. The room is too quiet. The absence of the ship's constant motion and sound feels wrong somehow. You have spent 2 months adapting to life at sea, and now you must adapt back to life on land, and the transition is strange. You think about what the voyage has changed in you. You are physically different, lighter, harder, more scarred, but the mental changes are harder to quantify. You have experienced something most people never will, seen horizons most people never see, and survived conditions that would terrify your former self. You have learned that you are capable of more than you believed, both in terms of endurance and in terms of adaptation. You think about the crew, dispersed now to various boarding houses and taverns, pursuing their own versions of the fresh food and stable ground they have craved for weeks. You will probably never see most of them again. Ships scatter their crews with each voyage, picking up new sailors and losing old ones to other ships or other ports or other fates. But you will remember them. Miguel with his casual competence, Rodriguez with his unflagging enthusiasm, and the cook with his songs in languages you could not identify. You think about the ocean itself, which you have come to know in ways that are impossible to explain to people who have not experienced it. The ocean is not one thing but many things, beautiful and terrifying, monotonous and surprising, life-giving and deadly, often simultaneously. It is vast beyond human comprehension, yet intimate in the way it surrounds and contains and defines life aboard ship. You have spent 2 months suspended over depths you cannot imagine, trusting your life to wood and rope and wind and the skill of men who were strangers when you started. The voyage has given you stories you will tell for years, though you suspect they will sound more dramatic in the telling than they felt in the living. The truth about long ocean voyages is that they are mostly boring. The dramatic moments, storms, dangers, crises, are real, but brief. The vast majority of the time is spent doing routine work in routine ways, while slowly travelling across a featureless expanse of water. But that is the story no one wants to hear. People want drama and adventure, not the reality of weevil-filled biscuits and endless rope splicing. You wonder if you will do this again. Right now, lying in a real bed on the stable ground, you cannot imagine voluntarily getting back on a ship. The memory of constant dampness and bad food and endless watches is too fresh. But you know that memory fades. The discomforts will become less vivid over time, while the sense of accomplishment, of having done something difficult and survived it, will remain. In a few months, when your savings run low and you need work, the sea will call again. It always does for men who have sailed. The ocean gets into your blood in ways you cannot explain and do not fully understand until you have experienced it. You think about time and how it has operated differently during the voyage. 2 months at sea felt simultaneously endless and brief. Each day felt long in its monotony, yet weeks passed in a blur of similar days. You left Spain in one season and arrived in the New World in another. You departed as one version of yourself and arrived as a slightly different version, shaped by experience and hardship and the peculiar demands of life aboard ship. The sounds of the port drift through your window, men shouting in Spanish and Portuguese and languages you do not recognise, carts rumbling on cobblestones, music from a nearby tavern, and the ordinary sounds of human habitation. After 2 months of hearing only wind and waves and the creaking of your own ship, these sounds are almost overwhelming in their variety and complexity. The world on land is so full of things, so crowded with stimuli and activity and options. At sea, life was simple even when it was hard. There were only so many things you could do, only so many places you could go. The constraints were absolute but also freeing in their way. You drift towards sleep, your body finally beginning to accept that solid ground is real and will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow you will report back to the ship for unloading duty. Tomorrow you will learn where the next voyage is going and when it departs. Tomorrow you will begin the process of forgetting the discomforts of this voyage while the memories of accomplishment settle into place. But tonight, you are simply here, on land, in a bed that doesn't move, listening to sounds that are not wind and water, tasting air that doesn't smell like salt and tar and bilge, and despite everything the voyage contained, the hardship, the danger, the boredom, the fear, you're satisfied with yourself in ways you have never quite felt before. You have crossed an ocean. You You have endured what needed enduring. You have learned what needed learning. You have become, in some fundamental way, a different person than you were when you boarded that ship in Spain 2 months ago. And whether or not you ever sail again, this will remain true. The ocean has marked you, taught you, and changed you in ways that will last long after the calluses fade and the rope burns heel. Outside your window, the ship rocks gently at anchor, already preparing for her next voyage, already forgetting this crew in anticipation of the next. But you will remember her, and the journey, and the impossible endlessness of water and sky, and the slow transformation that happens when you spend enough time suspended between two worlds belonging fully to neither. And with that thought, finally, you sleep. You're settling in tonight with a question that's older than most civilizations. How does the distant past reach forward through millennia to touch your everyday life? The answer lies along the banks of a river that's been flowing for millions of years, in a land where ambitious rulers built monuments so enduring that their shadows still fall across your morning commute, your government office, your city skyline, and even the way you measure the hours between now and sleep. Tonight, we're travelling to ancient Egypt, not as tourists rushing through temples, but as quiet observers discovering how thoroughly the Pharaohs embedded their innovations into the foundation of everything you consider modern. You wake up on a Monday morning, glance at your phone and note the date. Perhaps it's the 15th of the month. You've been doing this your entire life, organising your existence into neat boxes of days, weeks, months and years. But you've probably never stopped to wonder where this system came from. The answer, as with so many things, begins with people watching a river. Imagine standing on the banks of the Nile around 3000 BCE. You're not you exactly. You're a farmer whose entire livelihood depends on understanding when the river will flood. Get it wrong and your crops fail. Get it right and your family eats for another year. So you watch. You watch the river, you watch the stars, and slowly patterns emerge from the chaos of nature. The Nile flooded every year with remarkable consistency, swelling its banks and depositing rich, dark soil across the floodplain. But every year is a vague concept when you don't have a calendar. How long is a year? The farmers noticed that the star Sirius, which they called Sopdet, appeared on the horizon just before dawn, at roughly the same time the flood began. This heliacal rising, as astronomers now call it, became their anchor point. From one appearance of Sirius to the next was one complete cycle, 1 year. But here's where Egyptian ingenuity really shines. They didn't just mark the year, they divided it into something manageable. They created 12 months of 30 days each, then added 5 extra days at the end as a kind of bonus holiday period. 365 days total. Does this sound familiar? It should. You're living inside a modified version of their invention. Now you might be thinking, but our months aren't all 30 days long. True. The Egyptian system wasn't perfect. The actual solar year was about 365 and a quarter days, but they were astonishingly close. When Julius Caesar later reformed the Roman calendar in 46 BCE, he borrowed heavily from the Egyptian model, adding leap years to account for that extra quarter day. That Julian calendar, with further tweaks by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582, became the Gregorian calendar you use today. Every time you schedule a meeting for next Thursday, or plan a vacation for July, you're using a timekeeping system whose bones were assembled by people watching a river flood in the pre-dynastic period. They gave structure to time itself, transforming the chaotic flow of days into something predictable, something you could plan around. The Egyptians also divided their year into 3 seasons, each 4 months long. Akhet was the inundation season, when the Nile flooded. Peret was the growing season, when crops sprouted in the rich mud left behind. Shimu was the harvest season, when farmers gathered what they'd planted. This agricultural rhythm, flood, grow, harvest, became so fundamental to Egyptian identity that it shaped everything from their religious festivals to their tax collection. Think about how you still organise your year around seasons, even if you work in a climate-controlled office and buy strawberries in January. Spring for planting, summer for growth, autumn for harvest, and winter for rest. The specifics have changed, but the underlying concept, that time has a cyclical nature tied to the land, comes straight from civilizations like Egypt that lived close enough to the earth to feel its pulse. And it wasn't just the year they divided. The Egyptians split each day and night into 12 hours each, creating the 24-hour day you're experiencing right now. Admittedly, their hours weren't quite like yours. An Egyptian hour varied in length depending on the season. Daylight hours were longer in summer and shorter in winter, but the concept of dividing the day into 24 segments was their gift to you. When medieval Europeans adopted this system centuries later, they standardised the hour lengths, but the basic framework remained Egyptian. You can trace this obsession with timekeeping to the pharaohs themselves. When you're building monuments meant to last forever, when you're claiming divine authority that transcends mortal life, you need to make time itself seem conquerable. The pharaohs wanted to create order from chaos, and nothing represents chaos quite like the unmarked flow of days stretching into an unknowable future. So they measured it, they marked it, they built it into structures, shadow clocks, water clocks and star charts that could track time's passage even when the sun hid behind clouds. These weren't just practical tools, they were assertions of power. They said, we understand the cosmos well enough to predict it, to divide it, and to name its parts. There's something oddly comforting about this, isn't there? The idea that humans 5,000 years ago faced the same fundamental challenge you face every Sunday night. Making sense of time, organising it into comprehensible units, and trying to pack meaning into the days before they slip away. They succeeded so well that you've inherited their solution, refined and adjusted, but still fundamentally Egyptian in its architecture. The next time you're lying in bed, watching minutes tick past on your digital clock, drifting towards sleep as the day counts down, remember, you're experiencing time through a lens first ground by people who lived closer to the beginning of civilization than to you. They looked up at stars down at a flooding river and decided that chaos could be tamed with observation, mathematics, and the sheer human stubbornness to believe that tomorrow could be predicted. And honestly, given how often you check what day it is, they were probably onto something. Let's talk about buildings. Not just any buildings, but the ones that make you stop and stare, that make you feel small and temporary and oddly inspired all at once. Skyscrapers, capitol buildings, monuments, memorials, the structures that define your city skyline and make tourists point cameras upward. Every single one of them owes something to a group of ancient workers dragging limestone blocks across the desert sand. Picture this. You're standing in front of a modern government building, maybe your state capitol or a federal courthouse. It has columns, doesn't it? Tall, imposing columns holding up a triangular pediment. Maybe there's a statue or two. Definitely some impressive stone steps leading to the entrance. You've seen this design so many times it barely registers as a choice anymore. It's just what important buildings look like. But why? Why do we keep building the same basic structure for authority and permanence? The answer requires a mental journey back to the Valley of the Kings, to temples at Karnak and Luxor, and to the massive stone gateways called pylons that marked the entrances to sacred spaces. The pharaohs didn't invent monumental architecture, but they perfected its psychological impact. They understood something fundamental about human perception. Vertical lines make us feel small, massive stones make us feel temporary, and symmetry makes us feel that what we're seeing was meant to be. The Egyptian temple followed a specific pattern. You'd approach through a massive pylon gateway, flanked by obelisks and statues. Then you'd enter a peristyle court, an open courtyard surrounded by columns. Next came the hypostyle hall, a forest of columns supporting a stone ceiling. With each step the floor rose slightly, the ceiling dropped lower, and the light dimmed. By the time you reached the inner sanctuary, you were in near darkness, in a small, intimate space where the gods supposedly dwelled. The entire building was a journey from the public and bright to the private and mysterious. Now think about how you experience a modern government building. You climb steps. Already you're rising, being elevated. You pass through an imposing entrance, often with columns. You enter a grand lobby or rotunda, the modern peristyle court. The important offices are deeper inside, harder to reach. The most powerful person, whether president, governor or judge, sits in the most interior, most protected space. The architecture creates a hierarchy of access, just as it did in Thebes 3,000 years ago. The columns themselves tell their own story. The Egyptians developed several styles. Lotus columns with capitals shaped like lotus buds, papyrus columns mimicking marsh plants, and palm columns echoing date palms. Later, the Greeks borrowed these ideas and created their own orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. When the Romans conquered Egypt in 30 BCE, they were so impressed by what they found that they hauled actual Egyptian obelisks back to Rome. You can still see them there today, standing in Italian piazzas, strange visitors from another civilization entirely. This enthusiasm for Egyptian style never really died. It just evolved. During the Renaissance, European architects rediscovered classical forms, and through them, the Egyptian influences embedded within. When Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798, his scholars documented everything they found, triggering an Egyptomania that swept through Western design. Suddenly, everyone wanted obelisks in their public squares and sphinxes guarding their bridges. The Washington Monument, completed in 1884, is the world's tallest obelisk, a purely Egyptian form transplanted to the American capital. The Lincoln Memorial, dedicated in 1922, sits like a Greek temple, but Greek temples themselves were inspired by Egyptian precedents. Follow the architectural family tree far enough back, and you always end up in the Nile Valley. Even modern skyscrapers, those glass and steel giants that seem so thoroughly contemporary, follow principles the pyramid builders would recognise. They're monuments to ambition. They're expensive demonstrations of power and wealth. They're designed to last beyond the lives of their creators. They make statements about who built them and why those builders matter. A pharaoh building a pyramid and a corporation erecting a headquarters tower are engaged in fundamentally the same act, using architecture to claim immortality. The ancient Egyptians also pioneered construction techniques that modern engineers still admire. They didn't have iron tools, pulleys, or wheels. Well, they had wheels, but rarely used them for construction. What they had was copper, stone, rope, wooden sledges, and an absolutely remarkable understanding of leverage, coordination, and geometry. To build the Great Pyramid at Giza, 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons, they created ramps, water-lubricated sledges, and an organisational system that could coordinate thousands of workers. Recent archaeological evidence suggests these workers weren't slaves, but paid labourers who lived in purpose-built villages, received medical care, and ate reasonably well. They were skilled professionals who took pride in their work. Sound familiar? The modern construction industry, with its specialised crews, its project managers, its complex logistics, and its worker safety protocols. All of this echoes the systems developed by people building eternity monuments in the desert. But perhaps the most enduring architectural gift from the Pharaohs is the simple belief that buildings should mean something beyond their function. Sure, a pyramid is technically a tomb, but it's also a statement about cosmic order, divine kingship, and humanity's ability to create something that defies time. Sure, a temple is technically a place for rituals, but it's also a lesson in approaching the sacred, a physical journey from the mundane to the holy. This idea, that architecture should tell a story, should make you feel something specific, and should encode meaning in its very form, is so thoroughly Egyptian that we don't even recognise it as a choice anymore. We just assume that courthouses should look dignified, that monuments should inspire awe, and that your city's skyline should make you feel something when you see it from a distance. The Pharaohs taught us that buildings are a language, and we've been speaking it ever since. And so the next time you're walking up the steps to some impressive building, take a moment to appreciate the invisible thread connecting you to an ancient architect who probably never imagined their ideas would travel quite this far. They were just trying to house a god or honour a king. Instead, they created a template for how humans signal importance through stone, and we're still using that template every time we want to build something that matters. You probably don't think about bureaucracy as an Egyptian invention, but here you are, surrounded by it. Every form you've ever filled out, every government office you've ever visited, every tax return you've ever filed with mounting dread. All of it traces back to people recording grain deliveries on papyrus scrolls. Let's set the scene properly. Ancient Egypt wasn't just a kingdom. It was arguably the world's first nation-state, a unified territory with centralised control, standardised administration, and a civil service that would make modern government workers nod in recognition. The pharaoh sat at the top, yes, but beneath him stretched an elaborate hierarchy of officials, each with specific duties, titles, and spheres of authority. The jati, or vizier, was essentially the prime minister, handling day-to-day governance while the pharaoh focused on being semi-divine. Below the vizier came provincial governors, tax collectors, scribes, judges, police, and a whole spectrum of officials whose jobs sound oddly contemporary. There was someone responsible for managing the granaries. Someone else oversaw irrigation projects. Another official handled foreign correspondence. A separate department dealt with mining operations. Everything was organised, categorised, and meticulously recorded. And oh, the records! The ancient Egyptians were possibly the most documentation-obsessed civilization in history. They wrote everything down. Grain shipments, recorded. Worker attendance, recorded. Legal disputes, tax assessments, trade transactions, military expeditions, and temple offerings, all recorded, often in triplicate, on papyrus scrolls that were then filed away in archives. Archaeologists have found absence notes from pyramid construction sites explaining that a worker couldn't come to work because his mother-in-law had died or because he was nursing a hangover. The bureaucracy was that detailed. This obsession with documentation created something unprecedented: institutional memory. Unlike kingdoms that relied purely on oral tradition or the memory of individual rulers, Egypt built a system where information persisted beyond any single person's lifetime. A new pharaoh could consult records from previous reigns. A governor could check how his predecessors handled a drought. The accumulated wisdom of generations was preserved in writing and made available to those who knew how to read. Sound familiar? It should. Every modern government operates on the same principle. Laws are written down so they can be enforced consistently. Court proceedings are recorded so they can be reviewed. Budgets are documented so they can be audited. The entire structure of contemporary governance rests on the assumption that important information should be preserved in a form that outlasts individual memory. The Egyptians didn't invent writing. That credit goes to Mesopotamia, but they perfected the use of writing as a tool of administration. They also developed sophisticated legal codes, though unfortunately most of the actual written laws haven't survived. What has survived are court records, contracts, and legal documents that show a system surprisingly concerned with fairness and evidence. Trials required witnesses, testimony was recorded, judges were expected to be impartial, punishments were supposed to fit crimes. You could even appeal decisions to higher courts. Women had legal rights that would have shocked later civilizations. They could own property, initiate divorce, conduct business, and inherit wealth. Some even held positions of authority. Hatshepsut became pharaoh and ruled for over 20 years, commissioning some of ancient Egypt's most impressive building projects. While medieval European women were still being treated as property, Egyptian women 4,000 years earlier could sign contracts and sue for damages. The tax system deserves special mention because it was wildly sophisticated and also kind of amusing. Since Egypt didn't use money for most of its history, currency wasn't widespread until the late period. Taxes were paid in goods, grain mostly, but also livestock, cloth, metals and labour. Officials would assess how much land you farmed, estimate its productivity, and determine your tax burden accordingly. Then they'd show up at harvest time to collect their share. To make this work, they needed detailed records of who owned what, who owed what, and who'd paid what. They needed surveyors to measure fields, especially after the annual Nile flood erased boundary markers. They needed scribes to track everything. They needed storage facilities for the collected goods. They needed distribution systems to move tax revenue where it was needed. It was an enormously complex operation that required the same kind of bureaucratic infrastructure you'd recognise in any modern tax agency, just with more grain and fewer spreadsheets. The Egyptians also understood something about governance that's still relevant: the importance of infrastructure. The pharaohs didn't just build pyramids and temples, they built irrigation canals, organised labour for maintaining dikes, funded expeditions to secure resources, and invested in projects that benefited the entire kingdom. The Nile might flood reliably, but turning that flood into productive agriculture required massive coordinated effort. Water had to be channeled, fields had to be protected, storage facilities had to be maintained. All of this required central planning and execution. Your modern government does essentially the same things: maintaining roads, managing water supplies, organising disaster relief. But the Egyptian version was arguably more direct. When a pharaoh ordered a new canal dug, actual workers actually dug it, and everyone could see the result. The connection between taxes paid and benefits received was more obvious than it is when your tax dollars disappear into a federal budget spanning trillions. Here's a slightly funny detail. Egyptian bureaucrats loved their titles. They accumulated them the way modern professionals collect credentials. You might be overseer of the royal granary, chief of scribes, seal bearer of the king of Lower Egypt, and sole companion. The more titles, the more important you were. This served a practical purpose. It told everyone exactly where you fit in the hierarchy. But it also fed into very human desires for status and recognition. Not so different from someone's email signature listing their MBA, CPA, PMP, and 3 professional society memberships. The pharaonic system of governance lasted for roughly 3,000 years, which is longer than most modern nations have existed. It survived invasions, civil wars, climate changes, and economic collapses. It bent, but rarely broke. Part of this resilience came from its bureaucratic foundation. Because authority was distributed across institutions rather than concentrated entirely in individuals, the system could survive weak pharaohs, child rulers, and periods of chaos. The bureaucracy kept functioning even when the throne was in turmoil. This is the deeper legacy: the idea that government should be more than one person's whim, that it should operate through established procedures and trained officials, that it should maintain continuity across generations. The specific forms have changed. You're hopefully not paying your taxes in grain, but the underlying concept of bureaucratic governance remains thoroughly Egyptian. So the next time you're frustrated by some form you have to fill out, or some office you have to visit, remember, you're experiencing a system that's been refined over 5,000 years. The Egyptians started it, and every civilization since has borrowed, adapted, and built upon their template. They turned governance into an institution rather than a personality cult, and that might be their most underappreciated achievement. Well, that and inventing sick days. You've seen the Ankh symbol, even if you didn't know what it was called. It shows up on jewellery, tattoos, album covers, and the occasional grocery store tote bag printed with vaguely mystical imagery. It's a cross with a loop at the top, simple and elegant, and it's been around for roughly 5,000 years without ever going out of style. That's longer than any fashion trend has any right to last, which tells you something about the power of Egyptian symbolism. The Ankh represented life, not just biological existence, but the concept of life itself, eternal and divine. Gods hold Ankhs in temple reliefs, offering them to pharaohs like gifts. Pharaohs hold Ankhs in statues, claiming authority over life and death. The symbol worked because it was both specific enough to mean something, and vague enough to mean many things. You could interpret it literally or metaphorically, as a key or a combination of male and female symbols, or a sunrise over the horizon. This flexibility is exactly why it's still showing up on merchandise 3 millennia later. But the Ankh is just the most obvious example. Egyptian symbols saturated their culture so thoroughly that they created an entire visual language, and pieces of that language are still in use today. The Eye of Horus became a symbol of protection and health. The scarab beetle represented transformation and rebirth. The Djed pillar symbolised stability. The sceptre indicated power. Put these symbols together in various combinations and you could convey complex ideas without writing a single word. This wasn't just decorative. In a society where most people couldn't read hieroglyphs, symbolic literacy was how you communicated with the masses. A pharaoh depicted smiting enemies while wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, holding a scepter and protected by the wings of Horus. That image told a complete story about authority, legitimacy, and divine favour without requiring any explanatory text. It was political messaging refined to its purest visual form. Modern advertising works the same way. Think about corporate logos, those carefully designed symbols meant to convey brand identity at a glance. The Nike swoosh suggests motion and victory. The Apple suggests knowledge and innovation with a bite taken out to avoid confusion with a cherry. The Mercedes-Benz star claims dominion over land, sea and air. These aren't random squiggles. They're compressed meaning, symbolic communication that bypasses language entirely. The pharaohs would understand this immediately. They invented it. Political symbolism also traces back to Egypt. The idea that a leader should have a distinctive visual identity, a particular crown, a special scepter, a unique cartouche, became standard practice for rulers everywhere. Medieval kings had their crowns and orbs. Popes have their mitres and rings. Presidents have their seals and flags. All of these are elaborations on the Egyptian concept that power should be visible, recognisable, and imbued with symbolic meaning. The pharaohs also pioneered the use of colour as symbolism. Red represented chaos and the desert. Black represented fertility and the rich Nile soil. Gold represented the divine and eternal. White suggested purity. Green indicated rebirth and vegetation. These weren't just aesthetic choices. They were theological and political statements. When you saw a pharaoh depicted with black skin, you were seeing them aligned with Osiris, god of rebirth and the afterlife. When their crown was white and red combined, you were seeing Upper and Lower Egypt unified under one ruler. This codified use of colour has influenced how cultures have thought about colour symbolism ever since. White for purity and weddings, black for mourning, red for danger or passion, and blue for calm or sadness. These associations aren't universal or natural. They're cultural constructs, and many of them have roots in Egyptian colour theory, as transmitted through Greek, Roman, and eventually European tradition. The cartouche deserves its own paragraph because it's such a perfect example of symbolic efficiency. A cartouche was an oval rope loop that encircled a pharaoh's name in hieroglyphic inscriptions. The rope symbolised eternity. It has no beginning or end, and placing the royal name inside it was a way of saying, this person is eternal. This name will last forever. It was a simple device that conveyed tremendous meaning, and it worked so well that people today still recognise cartouches instantly as Egyptian. The scarab amulet is another interesting case. Egyptians observed scarab beetles rolling balls of dung across the ground, and interpreted this as the beetle rolling the sun across the sky. From this observation came an entire symbolic system. The scarab as a representation of the sun god Khepri, as a symbol of transformation, because beetles emerge from dung balls, and as a protective amulet that could ensure rebirth in the afterlife. Millions of scarab amulets were produced over Egypt's long history, and they became so widespread that you can still buy them in tourist shops today. Though the people wearing them rarely know they're carrying around a symbol of resurrection tied to a dung beetle. Egyptian symbolic thinking also gave us the concept of the power of the image. They believed that depicting something gave it reality. A statue wasn't just a representation of a person. It could become that person's resting place for their car, their spiritual essence. A temple relief showing a pharaoh defeating enemies didn't just commemorate past victories, it magically ensured continued success. This idea that images have inherent power, that they can affect reality rather than just reflecting it, persists in subtle ways throughout modern culture. Think about how people react to flags being burned, or statues being toppled, or logos being redesigned. We claim these are just symbols, but we treat them as if they matter tremendously. That's Egyptian thinking still at work. The pyramids themselves became the ultimate symbol, not just of ancient Egypt, but of mystery, permanence, and human ambition in general. The pyramid shape appears in corporate logos, architectural flourishes, organisational charts, and self-help diagrams about hierarchies of needs. It's become visual shorthand for something old and important, or a foundational structure upon which everything else rests. Not bad for a tomb design from the Old Kingdom. Even the way we think about symbols, as things that compress complex ideas into simple, memorable forms, owes something to Egyptian precedent. They were masters at this compression. A single hieroglyph could be a letter, a word, an idea, or all three simultaneously depending on context. The entire writing system was symbolic in multiple overlapping ways, and while hieroglyphs themselves eventually fell out of use, the underlying principle that symbols can carry layered meaning became fundamental to human communication. There's something almost funny about wearing an anchor's jewellery when you're rushing to a meeting about quarterly earnings. The symbol predates corporations by thousands of years, but here it is, repurposed as fashion, stripped of its original religious context and filled with new personal meaning by whoever chose to wear it. This is cultural transmission at work. Symbols survive by becoming flexible, by being meaningful enough to preserve but vague enough to reinterpret. The Egyptians created a visual vocabulary that's still being spoken. Every time you see a pyramid on a dollar bill, every time a company uses a scarab or an obelisk in their logo, and every time someone gets a hieroglyphic tattoo, even if it's misspelled, you're witnessing symbols that refuse to die. They just keep getting copied, adapted, and reused because they tap into something fundamental about how humans process meaning through images, and that might be the most persistent legacy of all, not the specific symbols themselves, but the demonstration that the right symbol, deployed correctly, can outlive empires. The pharaohs understood that power could be visual, that ideas could be carved in stone, and that meaning could be compressed into forms simple enough for anyone to recognize, but rich enough to reward deeper contemplation. You live in their symbolic world whether you know it or not. You just call it branding now. Let's talk about water. Not the romantic, poetic kind flowing through nature documentaries, but the practical, engineering kind that either feeds your crops or drowns your house, depending on whether you've planned for it properly. The ancient Egyptians became absolute experts at water management, not because they were particularly fascinated by hydraulics, but because survival demanded it. The Nile gave life, but only if you could control what it gave. Every year the river flooded. This was wonderful for depositing nutrient-rich silt across the farmland, but terrible if you happened to be standing where the water wanted to go. The Egyptians developed sophisticated canal systems, basins and levees that channeled floodwater where it was needed and protected settlements from where it wasn't. They created artificial ponds that held water long after the flood receded, extending the growing season. They built shadoof irrigation devices, a counterweighted pole with a bucket, that let farmers lift water from canals to higher ground without breaking their backs. These techniques became the foundation for every irrigation system developed since. When civilizations in Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and eventually the Americas tackled similar water management problems, they were often rediscovering solutions the Egyptians had already implemented. The basic principles remain unchanged. Capture water when it's abundant, store it when it's scarce, move it where it's needed, and keep it away from where it'll cause damage. Your modern dam serving a hydroelectric plant follows the same logic as an Egyptian basin serving a wheat field. The Egyptians also pioneered surveying and measurement techniques that engineers still recognise as foundational. The annual flood erased field boundaries, so farmers needed a way to re-establish who owned what. Enter the harpedonapte, the rope stretchers, who used knotted ropes of standard lengths to measure land. They understood geometry not as abstract mathematics, but as a practical tool for dividing space fairly. The Rhind mathematical papyrus, dating to around 1650 BCE, contains problems about calculating field areas, measuring slopes, and determining volumes. All the math you'd need for construction and land management. This same practical geometry made pyramid construction possible, building a structure with a square base, perfectly level, with sides aligned to the cardinal directions, and slopes meeting at a precise point hundreds of feet in the air. This requires mathematical sophistication even with modern tools. The Egyptians managed it with rope, wooden tools, and copper instruments. They used a merket, a kind of primitive transit, to sight on stars and establish true north. They use set squares and plumb bobs to maintain right angles and vertical lines. They check the level by creating water-filled channels and measuring against the surface. Every technique was elegant, practical and effective. Modern construction engineers study these methods not out of historical curiosity, but because they work remarkably well. When you're building something massive and permanent, sometimes the simplest tools are the most reliable. You can't run out of batteries on a plumb bob. A rope stretched taut has been the same length for 5,000 years. Water always finds level, whether you're in Egypt or Egypt-themed Las Vegas. The quarrying techniques deserve special attention because they are almost absurdly clever. To extract large blocks from limestone quarries, Egyptian workers would cut narrow trenches around the desired block using copper tools and stone pounders. Then they'd insert wooden wedges into the trenches and soak them with water. As the wood swelled, it generated enough force to crack the stone along the desired lines. No explosives, no steel, just wood, water, and patience. The technique was so effective that some quarries still show ancient wedge marks frozen mid-split. Abandoned projects waiting 3,000 years for workers who'll never return. Moving these blocks was another engineering challenge entirely. The Great Pyramid at Giza used roughly 2.3 million stone blocks, averaging 2.5 tons each, with some granite blocks in the King's Chamber weighing 50 to 80 tons. How do you move that much stone without wheels, without pulleys, without mechanical advantage? The answer appears to be ramps, sledges, and a lot of coordinated human effort, though the specific ramp design is still debated. Some archaeologists argue for straight ramps, others for spiral ramps, and still others for a combination. What's clear is that the Egyptians solved a logistics problem that would challenge modern construction companies equipped with cranes and trucks. They also demonstrated sophisticated understanding of material science. Copper tools were sharpened and reshaped constantly. Wooden sledges were built to specific weight tolerances. Mortar was mixed to exact consistencies. The casing stones on pyramids were cut so precisely that you supposedly can't fit a knife blade between them. This wasn't just craftsmanship. It was engineering in the truest sense, applying scientific principles to achieve specific results. The ventilation shafts in the Great Pyramid provide a particularly interesting example of engineering foresight. These narrow channels, only about 8 inches square, run from the king's and queen's chambers to the pyramid's exterior. For years, archaeologists debated their purpose: air shafts, star-sighting tunnels, or symbolic pathways for the pharaoh's spirit. Recent research suggests they actually did function as ventilation, maintaining airflow in the burial chambers. The Egyptians understood that deep interior spaces needed air circulation, and they designed accordingly. This is the same principle used in modern HVAC systems, just implemented with stone channels instead of metal ducts. Egyptian shipbuilding was equally impressive. They constructed ocean-going vessels that could sail to Punt, probably modern Somalia or Yemen, and return loaded with luxury goods. These weren't crude river rafts, but proper ships with keels, cabins, and the ability to handle open water. The Khufu ship, discovered buried near the Great Pyramid in 1954, is 43.5 metres long, beautifully preserved and clearly designed for both river and sea travel. It demonstrates understanding of hydrodynamics, material selection, Lebanon cedar for strength, Egyptian acacia for flexibility, and joinery techniques that held the vessel together without a single metal fastener. The engineering mindset, the belief that problems can be solved through careful observation, measurement, testing, and iteration, is fundamentally Egyptian in origin. They didn't have the scientific method as formally articulated, but they practiced something very similar. They observed nature, identified patterns, developed theories, tested solutions, and refined techniques based on results. This empirical approach, this willingness to learn from reality rather than just speculate about it, became the foundation for all subsequent technological development. Your smartphone exists because countless engineers built on principles established by people who once figured out how to split stone with wet wood. That might sound like a stretch, but it's not. Engineering is cumulative. Each generation builds on the previous generation's solutions, and those solutions trace back through an unbroken chain to the first people who thought, what if we tried this? And then actually tried it to see what happened. The Egyptians were trying things constantly. They experimented with different pyramid designs, stepped pyramids, bent pyramids, and true pyramids, learning from failures and refining successes. They tested different copper alloys to improve tool performance. They developed multiple types of stone cutting techniques, optimized for different materials. They were problem solvers in the most practical sense, and the problems they solved, how to move heavy objects, how to build tall structures, how to manage water, how to measure land, are problems humans still face. So every time you cross a bridge, drive through a tunnel, watch water flow through an irrigation system, or marvel at some impressive bit of construction, pause for a moment and appreciate the long tradition you're witnessing. The specific technologies have advanced enormously, but the underlying approach, observe the problem, devise a solution, test it, improve it, hasn't changed since someone decided to build something that would outlast their own lifetime. They succeeded, obviously. You're still admiring their work from 5,000 years away, which is better than most of your projects will manage. And the methods they used to achieve that longevity, those are still being used, refined and updated by every engineer who's ever decided that impossible just means nobody's figured out how yet. You're reading these words on a screen, or possibly on paper if you've printed them out, and you probably haven't thought much about how remarkable this is. The ability to encode thoughts into symbols, transmit those symbols across space and time, and have them decoded back into thoughts inside someone else's mind. This is arguably humanity's most important invention, and the Egyptians refined it into something approaching an art form. Hieroglyphs were never just a writing system. They were simultaneously a practical tool for record keeping, a sacred language for religious texts, and a decorative element in architectural design. The word hieroglyph itself comes from Greek, hieros, meaning sacred, and glyphein, meaning to carve. The Greeks who encountered Egyptian writing were struck by how beautiful it was, how the symbols seemed to be both functional and artistic simultaneously. They weren't wrong. A single hieroglyphic sign could function in multiple ways. It might represent a sound, like a letter in an alphabet. It might represent a whole word, like sun or house. It might be a determinative and non-pronounced sign that clarified meaning, telling you whether the preceding signs referred to a god, a person, an action, or an abstract concept. This flexibility made hieroglyphic writing incredibly efficient for those who knew how to read it, and absolutely impenetrable for those who didn't. The Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799 by French soldiers in Egypt, became the key to unlocking this lost language. It contained the same text in 3 scripts: hieroglyphic, demotic, a simplified Egyptian script, and Greek. Scholars could read Greek, so they had a reference point. Jean-François Champollion spent years comparing the 3 versions, and in 1822 he finally cracked the code. Suddenly, all those carved inscriptions filling Egyptian temples became readable again after 1400 years of silence. The dead civilization began speaking. What they said was both mundane and profound. Tax records and grain inventories sat beside love poetry and theological treatises. The full spectrum of human experience was preserved in stone and papyrus. Administrative documents that would bore you to tears. Medical texts describing treatments for various ailments. Magical spells intended to protect the dead. Wisdom literature offering advice on how to live well. Stories of adventure and conflict. Astronomical observations, mathematical calculations, and endless propaganda about how great the current pharaoh was. This last category is particularly interesting. The ancient Egyptians were prolific self-promoters. Every pharaoh who did anything notable had it carved into temple walls, usually with significant embellishment. A minor skirmish became a great victory. A trade expedition became a heroic quest. The pharaoh was always the strongest, wisest, and most pious ruler who ever lived, beloved by the gods and destined for eternal glory. Modern politicians who inflate their accomplishments are following a tradition established by Rameses II. He had his battle victories carved so thoroughly across Egypt that you'd think he was the only pharaoh who ever did anything. But here's the thing, it worked. Rameses wanted to be remembered, and 33 centuries later you know his name, Ozymandias, the King of Kings. His propaganda outlasted his kingdom by millennia because he understood something fundamental about writing. It makes claims to permanence that spoken words can't match. Say something, and it vanishes into air. Carve it in stone, and it might outlive civilizations. The Egyptians wrote on various surfaces, each with its own purpose. Monumental inscriptions went on stone, temple walls, obelisks, tomb chambers, and were meant to last forever. Administrative documents went on papyrus, a writing surface made from papyrus plant stems that were laid crosswise and pressed together. Papyrus was lighter and cheaper than stone, though still expensive enough that scribes were careful not to waste it. For temporary notes and student exercises, there were ostraca, pottery shards or flakes of limestone that cost nothing and could be discarded afterward. Papyrus itself was a significant technological innovation. It was portable, relatively durable, and could be rolled into scrolls for storage. The word paper derives from papyrus, and while modern paper is made differently, the concept of a lightweight writing surface you can fold, transport and archive comes straight from the Nile Valley. The Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of ancient knowledge, was essentially a huge papyrus scroll collection. When it burned, repeatedly, over several centuries, humanity lost an incalculable amount of knowledge, all of it encoded on this Egyptian writing material. The profession of scribe carried enormous prestige in Egyptian society. Scribes were literate in a largely illiterate world, which gave them access to power and relatively comfortable lives. They kept records, drafted correspondence, copied texts, and generally served as the information processors of their civilization. Training to become a scribe took years, and involved memorizing hundreds of hieroglyphic signs, learning proper writing techniques, and studying mathematics, geography, and literature. Scribble schools produced instruction texts that have survived to the present day, and they're often quite funny in their complaints about how hard students have to work. One text from the Middle Kingdom instructs students to be a scribe, and avoid other professions by describing the miseries of being a farmer, a soldier, a fisherman, or a craftsman. It's basically career propaganda. Stay in school, learn to write, or you'll end up breaking your back in the hot sun like those poor manual labourers. The underlying message was clear: literacy equals opportunity, and that message hasn't changed in 3,000 years. The concept of a library, a dedicated space for storing and organising written knowledge, also developed in Egypt. Temple libraries preserved religious texts, scientific treatises, and historical records. Private libraries existed in the homes of wealthy officials. The idea that knowledge should be collected, categorised, and preserved for future reference was an Egyptian innovation that every library from Alexandria to the Library of Congress is built upon. Egyptian writing also gave us some of the earliest literature that still feels recognisably literary. The Tale of Sinui, from around 1900 BCE, tells the story of an official who flees Egypt, lives in exile, and eventually returns home. It has character development, emotional depth, and narrative structure. The Eloquent Peasant is a story about a peasant who's robbed and delivers increasingly elaborate speeches demanding justice, showcasing the Egyptian appreciation for skilled rhetoric. These aren't just historical documents, they're actual stories that were meant to entertain and move their audiences, and they still do. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE, but copying material possibly 500 years older, is a medical text that describes 48 cases of traumatic injuries, their symptoms, diagnoses, and treatments. It's systematic, logical, and empirical. It describes what the physician should observe and what actions to take based on those observations. This is early scientific writing, an attempt to codify medical knowledge so it could be transmitted and improved upon. Every medical textbook you've ever seen descends from this impulse to record what works, so the next generation doesn't have to rediscover it from scratch. The religious texts, pyramid texts, coffin texts, and eventually the Book of the Dead represent some of humanity's earliest sustained thinking about the afterlife, morality, and the relationship between gods and humans. They're not systematic theology in the later Greek or Christian sense, but they show people wrestling with fundamental questions. What happens after death? How should we live? What do the gods want from us? These questions are timeless, and the fact that we can read ancient Egyptian attempts to answer them creates a strange intimacy across millennia. What the Egyptians ultimately gave us was the model of writing as a multi-purpose tool, simultaneously practical, artistic, religious and political. Writing could track grain, praise gods, tell stories, record history, encode laws, preserve medical knowledge, and claim immortality. This versatility is exactly why writing became so central to human civilization. It's useful in every context where information needs to survive beyond immediate memory. Every time you write something down, a grocery list, a text message, a work email, a journal entry, you're engaging in this ancient technology. The specific symbols have changed, and the surfaces you write on have evolved from stone to papyrus to paper to glass screens. But the fundamental act remains the same. You're encoding thoughts into permanent form. You're creating something that can outlast the moment of its creation. You're doing what the scribes did, just faster and with spell check. And somewhere, in some metaphysical scribal school, the ghost of an Egyptian writing instructor is nodding in approval, while simultaneously complaining about how students these days don't even know how to properly prepare papyrus. Let's return to buildings, but this time let's think about why they were built. The pyramids weren't just tombs. They were statements about mortality, authority, and the possibility of permanence in a temporary world. The pharaohs were obsessed with forever, and they expressed this obsession through architecture that's still standing after everything else about their civilization has vanished. Think about what survives from ancient Egypt. Not the wood structures where people lived, those rotted away. Not the papyrus documents that recorded daily life. Most of those burned or decomposed. Not the paint that once covered everything, that faded or was deliberately removed. What survives is stone, temples, tombs, statues, obelisks. The things were built to last forever because the people who built them desperately wanted to defeat time. This wasn't vanity, or at least not only vanity. The Egyptians believed that being remembered was essential for continued existence in the afterlife. If your name was spoken, if your image was seen, if your deeds were known, then part of you remained alive. Conversely, if you were forgotten, if your name was erased, your statues destroyed, your monuments dismantled, you died a second death from which there was no return. This made architecture existential. Building something permanent wasn't just about ego, it was about survival beyond death. The pyramids at Giza, built during the 4th dynasty around 2550 BCE, represent the peak of this architectural immortality project. They're massive, precisely aligned, and absolutely permanent in a way that almost nothing else humans have ever built can claim. The Great Pyramid was the tallest human-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years, only surpassed by Lincoln Cathedral in 1311 CE. Think about that. For most of recorded history, the tallest thing humans had ever built was an Egyptian tomb. But the pyramids weren't solitary monuments. They were surrounded by entire complexes, mortuary temples, causeways, valley temples, subsidiary pyramids, boat pits, and cemetery fields for nobles and officials who wanted to spend eternity near their pharaoh. These were cities of the dead, carefully planned neighbourhoods where the afterlife was supposed to unfold. The living maintained these complexes for generations, performing rituals, making offerings, and keeping the memory of the dead pharaoh alive. As long as the rituals continued, the pharaoh's ka, their life force, could enjoy eternal existence. Eventually, of course, the rituals stopped. The old kingdom collapsed, and the carefully maintained pyramid complexes were abandoned. Looters stripped the burial chambers. Stone was quarried from the casing blocks for use in other buildings. The pyramids became ruins, their original purpose forgotten or misunderstood. Medieval Arabs thought they were grain silos built by the biblical Joseph. Later, Europeans spun fantasies about them being built by aliens or Atlanteans. The actual builders, skilled Egyptian workers coordinated by experienced architects and engineers, were erased from popular memory by more exciting myths. But the structures themselves endured. You can speculate all you want about their purpose, but you can't deny their presence. They refuse to disappear. This is exactly what the Pharaohs wanted. Monuments so massive, so permanent, that future generations would have no choice but to acknowledge their existence, even if everything else about their civilization was forgotten. The temples took a different approach to permanence. While pyramids were sealed structures meant to protect royal burials, temples were active spaces where rituals were performed daily. Yet they too were built to last forever, and many have. The Temple of Karnak, dedicated to Amun-Ra, was expanded and modified over 1,500 years by successive pharaohs. Walking through Karnak today is like walking through time itself. You can see architectural styles evolving, religious emphasis shifting, and political power centres changing. It's a stone archive of Egyptian history. These temples followed the pattern mentioned earlier: pylon gateway, peristyle court, hypostyle hall, inner sanctuary. But the experience of moving through them was deliberately overwhelming. The hypostyle hall at Karnak contains 134 columns, some 21 metres tall, arranged in rows that create a forest of stone. The ceiling was painted blue with gold stars. Sunlight filtered through clear-story windows, creating dramatic lighting effects. The floor sloped upward toward the sanctuary while the ceiling sloped downward, creating a sense of compression and intimacy as you approached the Holy of Holies. Every architectural choice served to inspire awe and reinforce the power of both the gods and the pharaoh who built the temple. This use of architecture to create specific psychological experiences is something modern builders still emulate. Think about walking into a cathedral, a Capitol rotunda, or a well-designed museum. The architects deliberately manipulate your experience through scale, proportion, light, and sequence. You're meant to feel certain things in certain spaces: reverence here, openness there, intimacy in this chamber, grandeur in that hall. The pharaonic architects pioneered these techniques, and every subsequent culture has borrowed from their playbook. The rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings represent yet another approach to permanence. Instead of building upward, these pharaohs tunnelled into the limestone cliffs, creating elaborate underground chambers decorated with scenes from the Book of the Dead and other funerary texts. The logic was security. A hidden tomb was less likely to be robbed than an obvious pyramid. This didn't work particularly well. Nearly every royal tomb was looted in antiquity. But the tombs themselves survived, and when archaeologists excavated them in modern times, they found walls still covered with vibrant paint and hieroglyphic texts that had remained in darkness for 3,000 years. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by Howard Carter created a worldwide sensation, precisely because it demonstrated how completely Egyptian artistic vision could be preserved when protected from light, air and looters. The golden mask, the shrine boxes, the furniture, the jewellery, all of it provided an unfiltered glimpse into pharaonic burial practices. Most importantly, it proved that the Egyptians' belief in architectural permanence wasn't misplaced. Given the right conditions, their creations could indeed last forever. This obsession with building for eternity influenced every culture that came after. The Romans built aqueducts and roads designed to last centuries. Medieval Christians built cathedrals that took generations to complete, but were meant to stand until the Second Coming. Modern nations build monuments to their ideals and heroes, hoping these will convey their values to distant descendants. We're all still trying to do what the pharaohs did. Build something that will outlast us, that will tell future people we were here, we mattered, and we understood something worth preserving. There's something both admirable and slightly absurd about this compulsion. The universe doesn't care about your monuments. Entropy wins eventually. The pyramids themselves are slowly eroding grain by grain under the assault of wind and time. In a few million years, a blink on geological timescales, they'll be unrecognisable mounds of rubble. But on human timescales, on the scales that matter to the brief sparks of consciousness we call lives, 4,500 years is close enough to forever. The pharaohs bet on stone. They bet that massive, well-built structures would outlast wood, papyrus, memory, language, and even the civilization that created them. They were right. Long after the last person who spoke ancient Egyptian died, long after the religion was abandoned and the political system collapsed, the buildings remained, mute, mysterious, but undeniably present. You live in a world where permanent usually means until the next remodel, where buildings are demolished after a few decades if the location becomes valuable enough. The idea that something should be built to last thousands of years seems almost quaint. But every so often, humanity builds something meant to endure. A memorial, a monument, a cathedral, a museum. And when we do, we're channeling the same impulse that drove those ancient workers to drag limestone blocks across the desert. We want to leave something behind. We want to defeat time, if only symbolically. We want future people to know we were here. The Pharaohs taught us how to express this desire through architecture, and their success, the simple fact that you know who they were and what they built, suggests they understood something profound about the relationship between stone, memory, and immortality. So the next time you visit some impressive old building, think about the chain of influence connecting it to a pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Different styles, different purposes, different cultures, but the same underlying belief that what we build can transcend who we are, that architecture can be a bridge between the past and future, and that human ambition carved into stone might actually achieve something approaching forever. Or at least long enough to matter. You probably have a filing system. Maybe it's physical folders in a cabinet. Maybe it's digital folders on your computer. Maybe it's just strategically labelled piles on your desk. Wherever you fall on the spectrum from meticulous organiser to I know where everything is in this chaos, you're participating in a tradition of information management that the ancient Egyptians refined into a science. The concept of organised archives, places where documents are systematically stored and can be retrieved when needed, was essential to Egyptian administration. Without it, the whole bureaucratic system would have collapsed. How could you assess taxes if you didn't know what someone paid last year? How could you enforce laws if you couldn't reference the legal precedents? How could you maintain irrigation systems if you didn't have records of how they'd been maintained previously? So the Egyptians created the House of Life, an institution attached to major temples that served as a library, archive, scriptorium, and educational centre. Here, scribes copied important texts to preserve them. Priests consulted medical, magical, and religious documents. Scholars studied mathematics, astronomy, and literature. It was simultaneously a monastery, a university, and a government records office, a centralised repository of knowledge that ensured continuity across generations. This model of the archive as an essential institution influenced every literate society that came after. The Library of Alexandria was the most famous example, but libraries sprouted across the Hellenistic world, then the Roman world, then medieval Europe. The Catholic Church maintained monastery libraries throughout the Dark Ages, preserving classical texts that would otherwise have vanished. Islamic scholars created vast libraries in Baghdad, Cordoba, and Cairo. The concept that knowledge should be collected, organised, and made accessible, this came from Egypt and spread everywhere literate civilization reached. The cataloguing systems they developed were remarkably sophisticated. Documents were labelled by subject, date, and author. Scrolls were stored in labelled jars or boxes. Registers listed what was available in each section. It's not so different from the Dewey Decimal System or the organisation scheme of a modern library. The specific technologies change, but the underlying problem remains the same. You have more information than any individual can remember, so you need a system to find specific pieces of information when you need them. The Egyptians also pioneered the idea of standardised formatting for different types of documents. Legal contracts followed specific formulas. Tax assessments used standard templates. Medical texts had conventional organisational structures. This standardisation made documents easier to create, easier to read, and easier to file. It's the same principle behind modern forms and templates. You create a structure once, then reuse it with different details filled in. Efficiency through standardisation is a thoroughly Egyptian concept. They understood something subtle about information management. Organising data isn't just about storage, it's about enabling action. A tax record sitting in an archive doesn't do anything. But when an official needs to assess this year's taxes and can quickly consult last year's assessment, suddenly that archived data becomes actionable. The value isn't in having the information, it's in being able to retrieve and use it when needed. This insight underlies every database, every search engine, and every information system we've built since. Google isn't valuable because it stores web pages. Plenty of servers do that. It's valuable because it can find the specific web page you need among billions of options in fractions of a second. The Egyptian archives worked on the same principle, just slower and with papyrus instead of servers. The Egyptians also developed conventions for how to reference other documents. When one text cited another, it would include identifying information, author, title, and sometimes even the specific section. This created a network of cross-references that lets scholars trace ideas across multiple sources. It's the ancient predecessor to footnotes, citations, and hyperlinks. The same intellectual technology that lets you verify claims and follow arguments back to their sources was being used by Egyptian priests consulting medical texts 3,000 years ago. There's a particular type of document called a palimpsest, a manuscript where the original text was scraped off and the surface reused for new writing. Papyrus was expensive, so sometimes older texts were erased and written over. This was practical, but occasionally tragic. Some classical works survive only as faint traces underneath medieval religious texts. The Egyptians did this too, though usually with ostraca rather than papyrus. It shows the tension between preserving information and the practical cost of preservation. A tension that still exists in the digital age when server space isn't infinite, and someone has to decide what's worth keeping. The concept of official records that have legal authority also comes from Egyptian administrative practice. If something was written down in an official context by an authorized scribe, it became legally binding truth. This created enormous power for those who controlled the records. If you could edit the archives, you could edit reality. Some pharaohs literally erased their predecessors from history by chiselling their names off monuments and removing them from king lists. This practice, called damnatio memoriae, was later adopted by the Romans and has echoes in every authoritarian regime that's tried to rewrite history by controlling the archives. But it also created accountability. If officials knew their actions were being recorded, they were more likely to follow proper procedures. If citizens knew they could appeal to written law rather than arbitrary judgment, they had recourse against injustice. The existence of organised, accessible records made governance more transparent and predictable. Not perfectly, corruption and favouritism still existed, but better than systems based purely on personal power and memory. The Egyptian model of organisational systems extended beyond documents to physical objects. Museum collections follow organisational principles established by temple treasuries. Warehouse inventory systems descend from grain storage management. Even your kitchen cabinets, organised by category with labels on containers, follow the same basic logic. Group similar items together, mark them clearly, and put everything in a consistent location so you can find it again. This might seem mundane, but it's not. Organisation is what allows complexity to scale. You can manage a few dozen scrolls through personal memory. You can't manage thousands without a systematic approach. The Egyptians figured out how to manage complexity through organisation, and every subsequent civilization that's achieved any scale has had to learn the same lesson. There's something deeply satisfying about a well-organised system, isn't there? Whether it's a cleanly structured database, a properly alphabetised bookshelf, or just a filing cabinet where you can actually find things, organisation creates a sense of control over chaos. The Egyptians felt this too. For them, Ma'at, the concept of order, truth, and cosmic harmony, was the foundation of civilization. Chaos was the enemy. Organisation was sacred. This belief that order should be created and maintained, that chaos should be resisted through systematic effort, that information should be preserved and made accessible, these are Egyptian values that have become so universal we don't even recognise them as choices anymore. We just assume that important information should be organised and preserved. We take it for granted that there should be systems for finding what we need when we need it. But these aren't natural laws. They're cultural choices, decisions that a civilization makes about how to handle the problem of accumulating knowledge. The Egyptians made those choices consciously, built institutions around them, and transmitted the results down through the centuries until filing cabinets and search algorithms became normal parts of human life. So the next time you're searching for a document in a filing system, whether physical or digital, appreciate the long tradition you're participating in. Someone has to decide how to organise information, how to label categories, and how to make retrieval possible. The Egyptians did this work thousands of years ago, and you're still benefiting from their organisational innovations every time you find what you're looking for without having to search through random piles of chaos. Which honestly is a bigger gift than any pyramid. You visit a doctor, they examine you, ask about symptoms, maybe run some tests, then diagnose your condition and prescribe treatment. This seems like a completely modern scientific process, but its structure is ancient. The Egyptians were among the first to approach medicine as a systematic practice, rather than pure magic or prayer, and the framework they established, observe, diagnose, treat, remains the foundation of medical practice today. The Edwin Smith papyrus mentioned earlier is the earliest known surgical text. It describes injuries from head to foot in organised detail. For each case, it provides a title. Instructions concerning a gaping wound in his head. Examination steps, if you examine a man having a gaping wound. Diagnosis. You should say concerning him, one having a gaping wound in his head, penetrating to the bone, perforating the sutures of his skull. And treatment recommendations. You should bind it with fresh meat the first day, and afterward treat with grease, honey and lint every day until he recovers. This is recognisable medical documentation. Modern clinical case notes follow essentially the same structure. Chief complaint, examination findings, diagnosis, and treatment plan. The Egyptians weren't always correct in their theories. They thought the heart was the centre of thought and emotion, for instance, but their methodological approach was sound. Systematic observation leads to better outcomes than random intervention. They also specialised. There were general physicians, but also specialists in eyes, stomachs, teeth, and other specific body systems. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, noted with some amazement that Egyptian medicine was divided. Each physician is a healer of one disease and no more. This specialisation allowed practitioners to develop deep expertise in particular areas. Your modern medical specialists, cardiologists, neurologists and orthopaedists, are following an Egyptian organisational model. Egyptian dentistry was surprisingly advanced. Mummies show evidence of dental work, including fillings, bridges, and attempts at tooth extraction. Some skulls show signs of dental abscesses that were drained surgically. Dental disease was common in ancient Egypt, partly because the bread contained grit from stone grinding wheels, which wore down teeth prematurely. But the fact that people sought treatment and received it, rather than just suffering until the tooth fell out or they died from infection, shows a fairly sophisticated approach to oral health. They understood surgery to a degree that seems remarkable given their tools. Circumcision was practiced. Skull trepanation, drilling holes in the skull, was performed, sometimes successfully. There's evidence of limb amputations that healed, suggesting the patient survived the procedure and the subsequent recovery period. This required not just surgical skill but also understanding of infection prevention, wound care, and pain management. For pain management, they used opium poppies, which grow in the Mediterranean region. They also used willow bark, which contains salicylic acid, the active ingredient in aspirin. They didn't understand the chemistry, but they recognised through observation that these substances helped with pain and inflammation. This empirical approach, trying things, noting what works, and using it even without understanding why, is how most medicine progressed until the modern era. The Ebers Papyrus, another important medical text from around 1550 BCE, contains over 700 remedies for various ailments. Some are effective, some are useless, and some are actively harmful by modern standards. But the document shows systematic cataloguing of medical knowledge. Each remedy is described in detail: what ingredients to use, in what proportions, how to prepare the mixture, and how to administer it. This is early pharmacology, the beginning of the idea that medicine should be standardised and reproducible, rather than varying by practitioner whim. Egyptian physicians understood that the heart pumped blood through vessels to the rest of the body. They couldn't fully explain the cardiovascular system. That understanding came much later, but they recognised that pulse was related to heart function, and that disruptions in pulse often indicated problems elsewhere in the body. Taking a patient's pulse became a standard diagnostic technique, one that your doctor still performs today with more sophisticated understanding but the same basic gesture. They recognised the importance of cleanliness and hygiene, even if they didn't understand germ theory. Priests, who often served as physicians, underwent regular purification rituals, including washing and shaving body hair. Medical instruments were cleaned. Wounds were bandaged with clean linen. These practices were partly religious, maintaining purity for ritual reasons, but they had practical health benefits as well. The concept of a medical profession with ethical standards also originates in Egypt. Physicians were trained in houses of life, tested on their knowledge, and held to standards of conduct. The oath of Imhotep, attributed to the deified architect and physician, predates the better-known Hippocratic oath and contains similar ethical commitments. The idea that medical practitioners should have formal training, demonstrate competence, and adhere to ethical principles. This is Egyptian in origin and remains central to medical practice worldwide. Imhotep himself is a fascinating figure. He was the architect who designed the step pyramid at Saqqara, the first large-scale stone building in Egypt. But he was also a physician of such skill that he was eventually deified and worshipped as a god of medicine. Temples to Imhotep functioned as healing centres where sick people would come to sleep in the hope of receiving curative dreams or visions. This might seem like pure superstition, but consider a place where sick people could rest, receive care, eat regular meals, and have their symptoms monitored by knowledgeable practitioners. That's basically a hospital, even if the theoretical justification involved divine intervention. The Egyptians also understood the importance of diet in health. Medical texts prescribed specific foods for various conditions. They recognised that some illnesses were caused by eating spoiled food or contaminated water. They understood that proper nutrition aided recovery from illness or injury. The modern concept of preventive medicine, maintaining health through proper diet, exercise and lifestyle, rather than just treating disease after it appears, has ancient precedents in Egyptian medical thinking. Their anatomical knowledge, while limited by the lack of systematic dissection, was still impressive. Mummification provided opportunities to observe internal organs, even if the religious context of the procedure limited scientific inquiry. The brain was discarded as unimportant. Again, they thought the heart was the seat of consciousness. But other organs were carefully preserved, and their functions at least partially understood. Egyptian ophthalmology was particularly advanced. Eye diseases were common in Egypt due to the bright sun, dust and flies, so eye specialists developed treatments that actually worked. They used copper salts to prevent eye infections, practiced surgery for cataracts, and understood that some vision problems could be corrected with magnifying lenses. The basic eye examination, testing visual acuity, checking for cloudiness or inflammation, examining the pupil's response to light, has changed very little since ancient times. The transmission of Egyptian medical knowledge influenced Greek medicine, which in turn influenced Roman medicine, which formed the foundation of medieval European medicine, which eventually evolved into modern medicine. This is a direct line of transmission spanning thousands of years. When Galen, the famous Roman physician, organised medical knowledge in the 2nd century CE, he was building on Greek sources that had incorporated Egyptian practices. His work remained authoritative in Europe until the Renaissance, which means Egyptian medical concepts influenced Western medicine for over 1,500 years, after the Egyptian civilization itself had ended. What the Egyptians gave us, ultimately, was the model of medicine as a learned profession based on systematic observation and documented knowledge rather than just tradition and improvisation. They weren't always right about mechanisms, nobody was until quite recently, but their methodological approach was sound. Observe symptoms carefully, consult previous cases, try treatments systematically, record results, share knowledge with other practitioners. This is how medical progress happens, and the Egyptians were among the first to do it this way. So the next time you're sitting in a doctor's office being examined and diagnosed and treated, remember that the structure of that interaction is ancient. The specific tools and knowledge have improved enormously, but the basic framework, the idea that illness should be studied, categorized and treated systematically by trained professionals, comes from people who practiced medicine in the shadows of pyramids 4,000 years ago. They didn't cure everything, neither do we, but they established that healing should be pursued through knowledge rather than just hope, and that might be their most enduring legacy beyond all the monuments and artifacts. You're lying in bed now, perhaps a bit closer to sleep than when we started. The room is quiet. The day's tasks are done, or at least postponed until tomorrow. You've just spent an hour hearing about ancient Egypt, but really, you've been hearing about yourself, about the world you inhabit, the systems you use, and the concepts you take for granted. The connection between ancient Egypt and your modern life isn't some tenuous academic exercise. It's direct, persistent, and visible everywhere if you know where to look. You tell time using a system they invented. You work in buildings inspired by their architecture. You benefit from governmental bureaucracies they pioneered. You use symbols they created. You organise information using principles they established. You receive medical care based on methodologies they developed. The Pharaohs are not distant historical curiosities. They're architects of the infrastructure of civilization, and you're still living inside what they built. This is the strange magic of human culture. Ideas persist. Technologies get refined. Innovations compound across generations. The people who first divided the year into months couldn't have imagined digital calendars, but those calendars still use the fundamental structure they created. The workers who dragged limestone blocks across the desert couldn't have imagined steel and glass skyscrapers, but those skyscrapers use psychological principles of height and symmetry that pyramid builders understood intuitively. Cultural transmission is messy. Ideas get distorted, misunderstood, reinvented and combined with other ideas from other places. The Egyptians didn't directly design your office building or write your medical textbooks, but they established templates, created frameworks, and demonstrated possibilities that subsequent civilizations built upon. Each generation adds layers, makes modifications, and adapts to new contexts, but the foundation remains recognizable. There's something profoundly human about this continuity. We are, all of us, building on what came before. Nobody starts from scratch. Even the most revolutionary innovations are recombinations of existing ideas. The Pharaohs looked at the Nile flooding and created calendars. We looked at their calendars and created time zones. Someone will look at our time zones and create something we can't yet imagine. But the thread connects us all. People solving human problems using human ingenuity, each solution becoming the foundation for the next generation's achievements. The Egyptian obsession with permanence turns out to have been justified, just not in the way they expected. They wanted their names to last forever, and many did. Khufu, Ramesses, Hatshepsut, and Akhenaten. But more importantly, their ideas lasted. Their techniques lasted. Their innovations became so thoroughly integrated into human civilization that they're invisible, like the air you breathe. You don't think about calendars being invented because they've always been there in your experience. But someone invented them, refined them, and passed them along until they reached you. This is the real immortality the Pharaohs achieved. Not personal survival in some afterlife, but the survival of their contributions to human knowledge. Every time you check what day it is, they live. Every time you walk into a building with columns, they live. Every time information is filed and retrieved, they live. Every time a doctor examines a patient systematically, they live. These aren't the dramatic forms of immortality ancient texts promised. No soul sailing across the sky in a solar bark, but they're real in a way those religious promises never were. You are carrying ancient Egypt forward. Not consciously, not deliberately, but inevitably. The systems you use, the concepts you think with, the solutions to problems that seem universal, but are actually cultural inventions. These are gifts from people who died millennia ago, but whose work remains stubbornly useful. They solved problems that are still problems. They asked questions that are still questions. They found answers that are still answers, or at least still the starting points from which better answers can be discovered. Think about what this means for your own work, your own life. What you create, what you build, and what you contribute might outlast you in ways you can't predict. Not your name, necessarily. Most of us won't be remembered personally, but your contributions to the collective human project of figuring things out. The teacher who develops a better way to explain difficult concepts. The programmer who writes more elegant code. The administrator who streamlines a process. The parent who raises thoughtful children. These contributions ripple outward, get adopted, get refined, and get passed along until they're severed from their origins but still present in the world. The Pharaohs wanted glory, they got infrastructure, they wanted worship, they got bureaucratic systems, they wanted their names to echo through eternity, they got calendar reforms and architectural principles. Maybe this is better than what they hoped for. Glory fades, worship ends, and names are forgotten. But useful ideas persist because every generation rediscovers how useful they are. There's a kind of immortality in that, in creating something so practical, so fundamentally right, that it becomes invisible through ubiquity. The Pharaohs are no longer worshipped, but their gifts are used daily by billions of people who've never heard their names. That's influence on a scale no conqueror ever achieved, extending far beyond any empire's borders into the future itself. So as you drift towards sleep, carrying with you thoughts of rivers and pyramids and ancient scribes working by lamplight, recognize that you're connected to those people by unbroken threads of innovation and transmission. They watch the Nile and learn to predict it. You watch the calendar and plan your life around it. Different tools, same fundamental human project, making sense of chaos, creating order, and building systems that help life work better. The Pharaohs still shape your world, but gently, invisibly, through the accumulated weight of thousands of small innovations that became normal, that became necessary, that became the foundation upon which everything else was built. They're in your walls and your watches, in your government and your grammar, in your hospitals and your habits of thought. They're not the distant past. They're the deep foundation of the present, and tomorrow, when you wake up and check what day it is, you can thank them for making that simple action possible. Now sleep well, surrounded by their invisible gifts, in a world they helped create but could never have imagined. The calendar will still be there in the morning, counting days the way it has for 5,000 years, patient and persistent as the Nile in flood. Imagine Rome in 100 BCE, when the main concern was not your cholesterol or your mortgage, but rather whether or not the barbarians would storm your city gates. Gaius Julius Caesar was born into this world, but everyone just called him Julius because Romans loved their nicknames almost as much as they loved conquering things. Now you may picture a golden cradle with a baby Julius, born to be great. The problem with the Caesar family, though, is that they were similar to that relative of yours who constantly talks about how great they were, but never quite lives up to their expectations. When you consider that half of Rome claimed divine ancestry, their claim to be descended from Venus herself seems impressive. Everybody seemed to have a well-known ancestor listed on their LinkedIn profile. Subura, the neighbourhood where Julius grew up, was essentially the archetypal equivalent of a rough area of town, with its winding streets, dubious odours, and the kind of nightlife your parents warned you about. Imagine it as Rome's equivalent of the wrong side of the tracks. However, for a young man with lofty aspirations, it was the ideal setting for learning about real people and real issues, skills that would come in handy later when he had to interact with regular soldiers and civilians. When he was younger, Julius was what we might kindly refer to as academically gifted but physically unimpressive. Other Roman boys were learning to wrestle and swing swords, but Julius was more interested in words and concepts. After too much wine, he could debate philosophy like a college professor and recite poetry like a medieval bard. His family likely questioned whether they had unintentionally brought up a Greek scholar rather than a legitimate Roman soldier. This is where the story becomes intriguing, though. Think of Julius's uncle Marius as the family's first true success story. He passed away when Julius was only 16, and the political climate in Rome abruptly changed like a volatile weather system. Sulla, Rome's newest strongman, had all the charm of a tax auditor. and twice the ruthlessness of the young Caesar. After observing this scrawny adolescent from a dubious family, Sulla concluded that Julius might cause trouble in the future. When Julius obediently refused, Sulla placed him on what was effectively Rome's first wanted list. He had ordered the young man to divorce his wife. Yes, Caesar was already married at 16 because Romans didn't mess around. Julius Caesar, who was 18 at the time, was hiding in the Italian countryside like a participant in an antiquated witness protection program. The majority of teenagers would have called their parents in a panic and pleaded for them to come home. Julius, though, he took advantage of this time to reflect, make plans, and come to the crucial realization that you must outplay everyone else in the game if you want to survive in Rome. After Sulla's death, which the Romans commemorated with nearly the same fervour as births, Caesar came out of hiding with a fresh perspective on power. He had discovered that you were either prey or predator in Rome, and he had no desire to be anyone's dinner. You've probably experienced the realization that office politics are more complex than international diplomacy when you start a new job. For young Julius Caesar, that was Rome, except that gladiators were used at office parties and the stakes were life and death. In ancient Rome, being a prosecutor was akin to being a district attorney and a game show host. This was Caesar's first real job. Roman trials served as public entertainment, and a young attorney could gain notoriety by putting on a strong front and damaging the reputation of his rival. Caesar proved to have a natural talent for this. He could transform a cross-examination into a performance piece and make arguing sound poetic. Caesar, however, stood out from other aspirational young Romans because he genuinely cared about his abilities. Caesar studied rhetoric like a doctoral student studying for finals, while his peers were happy to rely on inherited wealth and family ties. Even future dictators require a good education, which is why he went to Rhodes to study under the best instructors. Something happened during this learning experience that exemplifies Caesar's personality. His ship was taken by pirates. At the time, Mediterranean pirates were a highly organised maritime criminal organisation. Caesar chuckled when they asked for 20 talents of silver to free him. He was offended, not because he found it amusing. He allegedly asked, 20 talents? I'm worth at least 50. Don't you know who I am? The pirates increased their price, likely believing they had captured either a madman or a high-ranking official. During his captivity, Caesar treated the pirates more like dim house guests than captors. He worked out, wrote poetry, and told them to quiet down if they were making too much noise for his afternoon snooze. The pirates found it amusing that he even vowed to return and crucify them all. Caesar wasn't kidding, though. After being set free, he promptly gathered a fleet, found the pirates, and had them crucified, though he was lenient and had them killed first. It was a precursor to Caesar's unusual charm and ruthless practicality. Caesar returned to Rome and started moving up the political office ladder, or cursus honorum as the Romans called it. Imagine it as a medieval video game, where every level opens up new tasks and opportunities to either make friends or deadly foes. As he advanced through the ranks, quaestor, aedile, and praetor, Caesar learned new things about the inner workings of Rome. Caesar was essentially in charge of Rome's entertainment as an aedile, overseeing public games and festivals. The majority of politicians attempted to cut costs because they believed that this was an essential expense. Caesar believed it to be the greatest marketing opportunity ever created. He organised gladiatorial fights that left people talking for months, hosted parties that made Super Bowl halftime seem insignificant, and somehow managed to accrue enormous debt while rising to the position of most popular politician in Rome. Caesar knew something his creditors did not. In politics, popularity is the most valuable asset. His creditors were likely having collective heart attacks. If you're loved, you can always find money, but if you're hated, no amount of money can help. Rome had a problem by the time Caesar was in his 40s. The Republic was like an old car held together with duct tape and wishful thinking, which was actually the largest of Rome's problems. Now that Rome ruled over the majority of the known world, the system that had functioned when it was a tiny city-state was disintegrating. After realizing the situation, 3 men made the decision to take action. The most renowned general in Rome, Pompey the Great, had conquered more land than most people could find on a map. Crassus was so wealthy that he gave the impression that contemporary billionaires were barely scraping by. A contemporary nation-state would have been impressed by Caesar's charm, intelligence, and debts. Despite never using that term themselves, these 3 comprised what historians refer to as the First Triumvirate. It was more akin to a casual gentleman's agreement to support one another in achieving their goals. Pompey wanted his conquests in the east to be formally acknowledged, and his veterans to be fairly rewarded. To go along with his wealth, Crassus desired respect and possibly a military position. Caesar desired a prominent provincial position where he could gain notoriety and, ideally, enough cash to settle his massive debts. You have to imagine that this partnership was similar to three CEOs from separate businesses coming together with the covert intention of eventually acquiring the others. Professionally respectful, but always waiting for someone to show weakness, they were friends in the same way that sharks are friends with other sharks. By splitting up Roman politics like a pizza, the three managed to make their arrangement work. In 59 BCE, Caesar was made a consul, which was a one-year term as president with a few extra togas. Often using tactics that made his fellow senators clutch their pearls and mutter about the good old days, he used this position to push through legislation that gave his partners what they wanted. Witnessing a master chess player defeat opponents who were still learning how to move the pieces was like being Caesar's consul. Caesar had the other consul locked in his house and pelted with trash when he attempted to oppose him. Caesar cheerfully disregarded centuries of precedent and declared that the gods were clearly on his side when senators attempted to use religious technicalities to block his legislation, with the same sense of horror you might have when you see someone reorganize your meticulously arranged spice cabinet. The traditional Roman establishment observed all of this. Caesar was accomplishing his goals, but he was also violating numerous unspoken laws that had maintained Roman governance for centuries. Caesar was dangerous, though, because he wasn't merely breaking the law for fun. He was resolving actual issues that the conventional system was unable to manage. The provinces needed to be properly administered, veterans needed land, and Rome needed leaders who could make decisions rather than arguing over protocol all the time. Caesar had achieved his ultimate goal by the end of his consulship: control of Gaul, the enormous region north of Italy that was home to numerous tribes that the Romans regarded as only marginally more civilized than untamed animals. It was an opportunity to achieve great wealth, military success, and enough political standing to be considered one of Rome's most powerful men when he returned. By sending him to battle barbarians in the wilderness, his enemies most likely believed they were getting rid of him. They were unaware that they were going to produce the most powerful military leader in Roman history. Consider yourself a travel writer tasked with covering what the Romans referred to as Gaul, which includes parts of Switzerland, Belgium, and modern-day France. The following is likely what your guidebook would say: bring sturdy boots and a good sword. Scenic forests, rolling hills, and fascinating local tribes who enjoy painting themselves blue and collecting enemy heads as decorative items. Caesar's new task was likely to be to suppress small uprisings for a few years, perhaps extend the boundaries a bit, and then return home with enough treasure to settle his debts. Caesar, on the other hand, was going to spend 8 years essentially rewriting the European map and establishing a military myth that would live on for generations to come. Caesar found himself in a situation that was a combination of crisis, opportunity, and adventure movie waiting to happen. When he arrived in Gaul in 58 BCE, the Swiss tribe known as the Helvetii had decided that their mountain homes were too small, and were moving through Gaul with everything they owned, resembling an antiquated form of a huge RV convoy that also happened to be spear-armed. Caesar viewed this migration as the ideal pretext for entering Gallic politics. In the battle that followed, he blocked the Helveti's route and proved something that would later become his signature. He could elevate military strategy to the level of fine art. Caesar combined technical skill with psychological warfare, and a knack for appearing precisely where his adversaries least expected him, in contrast to other Roman generals who relied on brute force and conventional formations. The Helvetii discovered the hard way that this middle-aged Roman politician had somehow become one of the greatest military thinkers in history. Caesar sent them home to rebuild their former lands and reflect on their life decisions rather than simply defeating them. However, Gaul was similar to a huge puzzle, with 10 new issues revealed when one piece was solved. Other Gallic tribes began approaching Caesar for assistance with their neighbours as soon as he had dealt with the Helvetii, usually because someone was doing something that they didn't like. Though the couples were entire tribes and the counselling sessions involved cavalry charges, it was similar to serving as a marriage counsellor for warrior societies. Caesar had a talent for turning these tribal disputes to Rome's advantage. Caesar established himself as the protector of Gallic independence, while extending Roman authority when the Germanic king Ariovistus began to establish himself in Gallic territory. Using your opponent's strength against them while appearing to be the reasonable party was the epitome of political jiu-jitsu. When Caesar insisted on a meeting, the German king most likely assumed he was merely interacting with another Roman official. Instead, he had to contend with a person who was both diplomatically charming and subtly threatening to use extreme violence. When talks broke down, Ariovistus learned from Caesar's legions that professional Roman military engineering differs greatly from raiding parties. Caesar's campaigns were consistent from year to year. Caesar would march his legions across impossible terrain in impossible time, arrive where no one was expecting him, and then proceed to show why Roman military doctrine had conquered most of the known world after some Gallic tribe caused trouble. He played against opponents who were still learning checkers, much like a chess grandmaster. Caesar was changing the way the Romans viewed war, though, in addition to winning battles. His legions were able to march distances that left their enemies gasping in their wake, build siege works that resembled tiny cities, and build bridges across raging rivers in a matter of days. More significantly, Caesar was demonstrating that Roman engineering and discipline could conquer any challenge, human or natural. The Gallic tribes started to understand that they were up against more than just another Roman politician seeking a short-term military victory. They were up against a man who was a combination of logistical genius, strategic genius, and a total refusal to concede defeat. While teaching a whole generation of Roman soldiers that impossible was just another word for Tuesday, Caesar was also rewriting the rules of warfare. If this were a film, Vercingetorix would be the charismatic rebel leader who finally learns how to fight the empire, and Caesar would be the intelligent but increasingly dangerous general whose success is beginning to worry his own government. Every great story needs a worthy opponent, and Caesar found his in a young Gallic chieftain named Vercingetorix, whose name roughly translates to Great King of Warriors. By 52 BCE, Caesar had systematically conquered Gaul for 6 years, using the same level of efficiency as someone setting up a massive bloody filing system. However, the Gallic tribes had been observing, learning, and gradually coming to the conclusion that Roman military precision was outperforming their old style of combat, which involved numerous individual heroics and dramatic charges. Vercingetorix stood for something novel, a Gallic leader who recognised the advantages of his own people as well as the shortcomings of the Romans. He planned what is now known as a guerrilla campaign rather than engaging Caesar's legions in direct combat. His soldiers would attack Roman supply routes, stay out of direct combat, and withdraw to fortified areas that would be expensive for the Romans to attack. For the first time in his Gallic campaigns, Caesar was truly challenged, and it was like witnessing a medieval insurgency. He was being forced by Vercingetorix to fight the kind of war that the Romans detested, one in which local expertise and popular support were more important than superior planning and equipment. The ensuing campaign resembled a lethal game of cat and mouse that was played throughout Gaul's countryside. Vercingetorix would show up with his warriors, slaughter Roman soldiers, and then disappear into forests that his people were familiar with, like their own backyards. Caesar was always on the defensive as he pursued an adversary that would not remain motionless long enough for a true Roman-style conflict. Caesar's years of military command had taught him that every strategy had a counter-strategy. Caesar would put Vercingetorix in a situation that the Gallic leader couldn't ignore, forcing him into a pitched battle if he wished to avoid one. Alesia, a hilltop fortress that Vercingetorix selected as his stronghold, provided the opportunity. With its high walls, steep approaches, and enough supplies to last a long siege, the position appeared impregnable. After seeing Alesia, the majority of Roman generals would have chosen to pursue a simpler target. Caesar chose to try something that went against all military common sense after taking a look at Alesia. He would construct not one, but 2 full sets of fortifications to enclose the fortress, one facing Alesia to keep the defenders inside, and another facing outward to prevent the siege from being broken by Gallic relief forces. The scale of the engineering made building Roman bridges seem like a do-it-yourself weekend project. In addition to maintaining a siege and preparing for attacks from various angles, Caesar's legions constructed miles of walls, ditches, traps, and defensive positions. It was similar to attempting to construct a house while fending off intruders and getting ready for a dinner party, but with more stabbing. Caesar's knowledge of Roman military engineering, leadership, and warfare was put to the ultimate test during the siege of Alesia. Vercingetorix and his soldiers were starving inside the fortress, as they observed Caesar's impossibly strong defences gaining strength every day. The kind of great battle that had made Roman legions famous was created outside as Gallic relief armies assembled to break the siege. With desperate defenders, overwhelming odds, cavalry charges, and the fate of Gaul hanging in the balance, the final assault had all the makings of a Hollywood film. Caesar demonstrated that military brilliance involves more than just strategy. It also involves the capacity to control chaos. He was everywhere at once, organising attacks on his inner walls and leading the defence of his outer ones. Vercingetorix walked out of Alesia to throw his weapons at Caesar's feet in a gesture of both defeat and dignity, thereby saving his people from complete destruction and ending the battle. It was the event that essentially put an end to Gallic independence for the following 5 centuries and immortalised Caesar's reputation. Caesar's accomplishments in Gaul were causing the kind of political issues that contemporary spin doctors dread back in Rome. He had, on the one hand, brought vast wealth into Rome's treasury, conquered territory roughly the size of modern France, and demonstrated that Roman arms could prevail anywhere. However, he had also built an army of seasoned soldiers who were personally loyal to Caesar and didn't care much about what other people thought. Consider this. Suppose your colleague went on a brief business trip and returned 8 years later with a private army a multinational corporation, and enough cash to purchase your entire business. Caesar had effectively done that, and his fellow politicians were beginning to feel as though they had unintentionally created a monster. In particular, the Roman Senate was concerned. Imagine a chamber full of men in togas who argued about precedent and procedure most of the time. As consul, they had witnessed Caesar defy political conventions, and now he had returned with a military reputation that made Pompey the Great appear like a weekend warrior. Even worse, Caesar was still legally protected from prosecution as long as he was in office because he was still a governor. Caesar's adversaries recognised a chance. They could prosecute him for all those constitutional irregularities from his consulship if they could make him return to Rome as a private citizen. It would be akin to compelling a prosperous but morally dubious entrepreneur to forfeit his corporate safeguards and confront a group of prosecutors who had spent 8 years crafting their case. The trap was simple but elegant. Caesar's political survival required him to either remain in Gaul or return to Rome with sufficient power to defend himself, while Roman law mandated that he must disband his armies before entering Italy. In essence, his adversaries were pressuring him to decide between abiding by the law and committing political suicide. Negotiations dragged on for months, much like a high-stakes divorce mediation. Caesar's opponents insisted on a gap that would expose him, while his supporters in Rome sought a compromise that would allow him to go straight from governor to consul. Caesar and his legions sat in Gaul in the meantime, watching Roman politics splinter over how to handle him. Being asked to mediate between two former friends who both believe you should take sides put Pompey the Great in the middle of this mess. Caesar had been partnered with Pompey in the triumvirate, but Pompey was uncomfortably powerful after Caesar's success in Gaul. In essence, Pompey was being asked to decide between his long-standing alliance and their apprehension about Caesar's aspirations. When the Senate passed what amounted to a martial law declaration in January of 49 BCE, the crisis reached a breaking point, and Pompey was granted emergency powers to protect the Republic from Caesar. Everyone in Rome knew that it was the political equivalent of declaring war. At the banks of the Rubicon River, which has historically served as the border between Gaul and Italy, Caesar was informed of this development. This river was the ultimate red line in Roman politics because it was forbidden by Roman law for any general to cross it with troops. Standing there with his seasoned legions, Caesar had to make a decision that would affect not only his own destiny, but also the course of the Roman Republic. Caesar reportedly stopped at the riverbank and uttered the words that would reverberate throughout history: "Alea iacta est," the die is cast. He then led his army across the Rubicon, changing from a Roman governor to a rebel against the state he had spent his entire professional life serving. It was a time when historical inevitability, political necessity, and personal ambition came together to form a single decision. Caesar was not merely crossing a river, he was also crossing the boundary between the Roman Republic and the future. Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon sparked a civil war that the most skilled military in the world would be engaged in against itself, something the Romans had feared for generations. It was similar to witnessing a family business disintegrate, except that the family business controlled the majority of the Mediterranean region, and the disputes were resolved with swords. The Romans had never witnessed anything like Caesar's march across Italy. Caesar launched what may have been the first charm offensive in history, rather than the ruthless conquest they had anticipated. He showed unusual clemency to the citizens of the cities that welcomed him. He offered them positions in his army and pardoned the enemy soldiers who turned themselves in. He released Roman officials he had captured with courtesy notes, implying they might want to re-evaluate their political affiliations. It was the best kind of psychological warfare. Caesar was proving that he was a Roman statesman attempting to rescue the Republic from its own political dysfunction, not just another ambitious general looking to plunder Rome. Caesar's policy of clemency was both genuinely compassionate and incredibly well thought out. Each enemy he pardoned served as a living example of his reasonableness. Meanwhile, Pompey and the Senate were learning that civil war preparation is far more difficult than conquest preparation abroad. Their plan was to leave Italy, assemble troops in the eastern Mediterranean, and then return with a massive force to put an end to Caesar's uprising. The political realities of the situation were totally disregarded in favour of sound military reasoning. Pompey gave Caesar the ultimate propaganda triumph by leaving Rome. Now that his enemies had fled like cowards, Caesar could say he was protecting the city. Even as he methodically destroyed the political structure that had stood in his way, Caesar made it a point to uphold republican traditions and established institutions when he arrived in Rome. The ensuing civil war spread like a deadly reality show throughout the Mediterranean region. The greatest armies in history were commanded by Caesar and Pompey, and they were commanded by officers who had dedicated their professional lives to honing their military skills. These kinds of colliding forces produced amazing and destructive results. Caesar proved during his campaign in Spain that he could outmaneuver opponents without necessarily destroying them. Caesar gained control of the Iberian Peninsula through superior logistics rather than superior violence, after he encircled Pompey's allies so thoroughly that they surrendered without a significant conflict. Military theorists were impressed by this type of victory for centuries to come. The real battle, however, took place at Dyrrhachium, in present-day Albania, where Pompey's army first outwitted Caesar in what turned out to be one of Caesar's few decisive losses. For an instant, Pompey appeared to have discovered the secret to defeating the most successful general in Rome. Caesar's reaction to this setback provided important insight into his personality. Instead, with the patience of one who knew that individual battles do not decide wars, he examined what had gone wrong, modified his strategy, and readied himself for the next engagement. Caesar and Pompey's larger army engaged in a fierce battle at Pharsalus, Greece, which was the pivotal moment for which Roman military doctrine was created. Pompey's army was great but predictable, and Caesar had learned to improvise during his 8 years in Gaul. The actual battle was a tactical flexibility masterclass. Caesar used his reserves in a surprising formation that turned the strength of the enemy into weakness when Pompey's cavalry threatened to outflank Caesar's forces. Watching a chess grandmaster sacrifice a piece to reach checkmate 3 moves later was like that. The Republic's ability to oppose Caesar was essentially destroyed by Pompey's defeat at Pharsalus, but it also signalled to Caesar that a military triumph was just the start of his troubles. Overcoming adversaries is comparatively easy. Managing an empire shattered by civil war is a completely different matter. Caesar was in the unique position of winning a civil war after Pharsalus, but he wasn't entirely sure what to do next. In one of the biggest blunders in history, the Egyptians chose to win Caesar over by killing Pompey and giving his head as a present. Pompey had fled to Egypt, seeking refuge from Rome's long-standing ally. The Egyptians likely didn't anticipate Caesar's response when he saw the severed head of his former rival. Caesar reportedly wept, whether out of true grief or political calculation, instead of gratitude. The man whose opposition had given Caesar's own position legitimacy was no longer his most credible opponent. He was now merely a Roman general occupying a foreign land with no obvious adversary to engage in combat with. However, Egypt provided restitution, chiefly in the form of Cleopatra VII, Egypt's final pharaoh and perhaps the most cultured woman Caesar had ever met. Here was a person who ruled one of the richest kingdoms in antiquity, spoke 9 languages, and had received his education from the finest Alexandrian scholars. She resembled a cross between a Fortune 500 CEO and a Harvard MBA, who also happened to have ancestry dating back to Alexander the Great, rather than a Disney princess. Caesar and Cleopatra's relationship was a combination of mutual recognition, political alliance, and personal attraction between 2 of the most brilliant minds in antiquity. The 52-year-old Caesar had lived his entire life surrounded by Roman politicians who believed that tactical manoeuvring meant slightly different forms of bribery. Managing a kingdom that was essentially a multinational corporation with pyramids, 21-year-old Cleopatra had been dealing with court intrigue since she was a young girl. Alexandria, the greatest centre of learning and culture in antiquity, served as the backdrop for their romance. Caesar found himself in a city with the largest library in the world, the most sophisticated engineering and intellectual traditions that made Rome appear like a promising startup. While Roman senators were debating precedent and procedure, Caesar was captivated by Egyptian governance and partially enamoured with Cleopatra during his months-long stay in Egypt. While Rome was still learning how to rule over lands outside of Italy, this kingdom had been handling intricate bureaucracy for thousands of years. Caesar learned imperial administration lessons from the experience that shaped his subsequent reforms. However, this ancient sabbatical romance was eventually overshadowed by political reality. Caesar couldn't afford to ignore the opportunities for opposition that his extended absence from Roman politics was creating, and his enemies were regrouping throughout the Mediterranean. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar encountered the same problem that has plagued successful revolutionaries for centuries: how to institutionalize change without destroying the system you are attempting to reform. Caesar's solution was characteristically bold. He would establish himself as a dictator, but one who would fortify rather than undermine Roman institutions. The Romans had never known a dictatorship like Caesar's. In the past, dictators had been appointed for particular crises and were supposed to step down after the crisis was over. Caesar appeared to have a longer-term vision of a reformed Roman state with himself as its permanent executive, fusing the effectiveness of monarchical decision-making with the traditions of republican institutions. The breadth and usefulness of his reforms were astounding. Caesar changed the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar, which is still in use today with a few tweaks. He started large-scale public works projects, changed the debt law, increased citizenship, and started organising colonies for Rome's expanding populace. It was similar to witnessing someone manage a whole civilization and restructure it. Caesar's success, however, was setting the stage for his demise. As Caesar accumulated powers that made him effectively a king in all but name, Roman senators who had dedicated their professional lives to the republican system of governance watched. The man who had said he was saving the republic was now threatening to destroy it completely. Both former foes and disillusioned friends were part of the plot against Caesar. Because Caesar had treated Brutus almost like a son, men like him started to think that the only way to preserve Roman liberty was to kill Caesar. This choice was a combination of personal animosity, true patriotism, and likely some concern about Caesar's next move. Despite fortune-tellers' cautions, his wife's dreams, and most likely his own political instincts, Caesar entered the Roman Senate building on March 15, 44 BCE, also known as the Ides of March. Following that, dozens of senators alternated stabbing the man who had rebuilt the Roman world, which was less like an assassination than a group therapy session with knives. Caesar's life and death were equally dramatic. His final words, according to legend, when he saw Brutus among his murderers were, "Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus?" It was the ultimate betrayal by someone he had trusted, and it encapsulated the tragedy of a man whose greatest accomplishments had set the stage for his own downfall. Sometimes the cure is worse than the illness, don't you know? That's basically what happened when Caesar was assassinated by the Roman senators. They believed they were preserving the Republic, but in reality, they ensured its demise and paved the way for a civil war that would make Caesar's dispute with Pompey seem like a local quarrel. Caesar's death had been carefully planned by the conspirators, but it seems they had neglected to plan for what would happen next. It became evident within hours of the assassination that they had killed Rome's most well-liked man without knowing how to handle the power vacuum they had caused. The company in question happened to control the majority of the known world, so it was similar to successfully ousting a CEO without a succession plan. When Mark Antony, Caesar's faithful lieutenant, came out of hiding to give Caesar's funeral oration, he quickly transformed it into the most potent political theatre in antiquity. By reading Caesar's will, which left money to all Roman citizens, and displaying his bloodied toga while explaining each wound, Antony turned Caesar's funeral into a masterclass in emotional manipulation, rather than the straightforward ceremony the conspirators had anticipated. The response from the crowd was exactly what Antony had hoped for, and what the conspirators should have been afraid of. In search of anyone involved in the assassination, Romans rioted throughout the city. Protected by the very government buildings they had claimed to be defending, the conspirators ended up barricaded on Capitoline Hill. However, the true drama was only getting started. Caesar had adopted his 18-year-old grandnephew Octavius as his son and heir, a surprise that would change the course of Roman history according to his will. Suddenly this young man, who would go on to become Augustus, was the heir to the most illustrious name in Roman politics, and the son of a god, Caesar, had been posthumously deified. Young Octavius's transition into a political figure was similar to witnessing someone go from intern to CEO in a single day. He was studying philosophy at a Greek college one day, and then he was heading back to Rome to claim an inheritance that included immense wealth, a well-known name, and the allegiance of Caesar's seasoned legions. Octavius was inheriting a revolution, whereas most teenagers would have been overwhelmed by inheriting a family business. In the years after Caesar's death, Mark Antony, Octavius, and a politician by the name of Lepidus formed what historians refer to as the Second Triumvirate. This triumvirate was formal, lawful, and specifically created to find Caesar's killers while dividing the Roman world among themselves, in contrast to the unofficial agreement Caesar had made with Pompey and Crassus. Caesar's policy of clemency was rendered obsolete by the ensuing systematic campaign of retaliation. By publishing proscription lists, which were essentially death warrants for their political rivals, the triumvirs transformed Rome into a place where slandering neighbours could bring in large sums of money, and where political connections were essential to one's survival. The conspirators who had killed Caesar were now dispersed throughout the Mediterranean, frantically attempting to assemble armies, while being methodically pursued by men who combined Caesar's military prowess with none of his compassion. At Philippi, where Brutus and Cassius led republican forces against Antony and Octavius's armies, the final battle took place. The Roman Republic came to an end at the Battle of Philippi, but it also served as a sneak peek at the imperial structure that would take its place. The Roman world was split between Antony and Octavius like a particularly valuable piece of real estate being split by business partners who didn't fully trust each other after Caesar's assassins were killed. However, even this arrangement was not sustainable. Octavius had the ideal opportunity to portray himself as the protector of Roman values against foreign corruption because of Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, which started as a political alliance and eventually turned into a true romance. In the ensuing propaganda war, Antony, a Roman who had left his native land for Egyptian luxury, was transformed from Caesar's avenger to Caesar's traitor. The Roman Republic's last civil war unfolded like a battleship soap opera. Octavius stood for republican institutions, duty to the state, and traditional Roman values. The threat of foreign dominance, personal indulgence, and Eastern luxury were all symbolised by Antony and Cleopatra. In 31 BCE, their fleets clashed at Actium, deciding not only who would govern Rome but also the nature of the city-state. The Roman Republic came to an end with Octavius's victory at Actium, and the Roman Empire began. Rome was the only superpower in the ancient Mediterranean after Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide in Alexandria, ending the Hellenistic era that had lasted since Alexander the Great. Let's talk about something amazing as you curl up with your blanket and maybe refill that teacup. How a man who passed away more than 2,000 years ago continues to have an impact on your life in ways you probably aren't even aware of. Caesar's handiwork is visible every time you look at a calendar. That Julian calendar he made in 46 BCE, with leap days every 4 years and a year with 365 days. We still use a slightly altered version of it today because it was so well designed. Julius Caesar decided that Roman timekeeping needed to be better organised, which is why December 31st exists today. You are adhering to a system created by a man who has never seen a car or an airplane when you schedule your birthday or summer vacation. However, Caesar's impact extends far beyond calendar reform. Caesar's title, Imperator, is where the word emperor originates. German and Russian rulers who wished to inherit Caesar's name used the variations Kaiser and Tsar. Ambitious leaders have been attempting to emulate Julius Caesar with regional traits for more than 2 millennia. Caesar invented a number of political ideas that have reverberated throughout history in both inspiring and terrifying ways. These ideas include the notion that popular support could legitimize radical change, that military success could translate into civilian authority, and that charismatic leadership could transcend traditional institutional limits. Caesar's strategy is being used by every populist politician who says they are speaking for the people against the ruling class. Consider the expression crossing the Rubicon. When someone says they're crossing their Rubicon, they're referring to a decision that will alter everything forever. Caesar's decision-making moment on that riverbank in 49 BCE is the direct source of that metaphor. Historians use it to explain times when societies change, couples use it to talk about significant life transitions, and corporate executives use it in board meetings. Caesar's military advancements impacted warfare for centuries and persisted throughout the Roman Empire. Roman doctrine adopted his emphasis on agility, speed, and engineering solutions to tactical issues. In order to move swiftly through Gaul, his legions constructed roads, which later served as the basis for European transportation systems that persisted well into the modern era. The routes that Caesar's engineers surveyed more than 2,000 years ago are still used by some European highways. Caesar's demonstration that the political structures of the ancient world were not static or unalterable, however, may have been his most enduring contribution. Before Caesar, the majority of people believed that things had to be the way they were. Caesar proved that anyone with enough vision, talent, and willpower could rebuild entire civilizations, institutions, and customs. This was dangerous as well as liberating. Caesar demonstrated the ability of human societies to change, adapt, and advance. From debt relief for struggling farmers to citizenship for formerly marginalized communities, his reforms truly improved the lives of millions of Romans. However, he also demonstrated how easily democratic institutions could be overthrown by someone who was more aware of their flaws than their supporters. Caesar's revolution gave rise to the centuries-long Roman Empire, which served as a model for structuring and governing vast heterogeneous societies. Caesar contributed to the development of Roman law, which served as the basis for legal systems across Europe and ultimately impacted legal traditions across the globe. You benefit from ideas that developed from Roman precedents when you have the presumption of innocence, the right to a trial, and legal safeguards against capricious government action. Aspiring leaders have even attempted to emulate Caesar's personal style. For thousands of years, people have been captivated by his leadership style, which combines military skill, intellectual sophistication, and public appeal. By bringing a biography of the Roman general on his military expeditions, Napoleon purposefully modelled himself after Caesar. Caesar's speeches are still studied by contemporary politicians as a source of rhetorical and persuasive lessons. Caesar's memory has endured through literature and drama in ways that were impossible for purely historical research. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar created dialogue that has become ingrained in our common cultural vocabulary while making the story understandable to audiences who are ignorant of Roman politics. The phrase, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears," is likely more well known than anything that the real Antony said. Caesar's life poses issues that are just as pertinent today as they were 2 millennia ago, including ambition, leadership, and the nature of political change. Was Caesar an ambitious autocrat who overthrew the Republican government for his own benefit? Or was he a visionary reformer who prevented political dysfunction in Rome? His story will always be fascinating because the truthful response is most likely both. The same conflicts that shattered the Roman Republic still plague contemporary democracies. How can democratic accountability and effective leadership be balanced? How can outmoded institutions be reformed without jeopardizing the stability they offer? When leaders assert that they speak for the people's will against established institutions, how do you react? These are issues that every democratic society must deal with, not just historical ones. As we draw to a close, it's important to take a moment to reflect on Caesar's character outside of his political scheming and military triumphs. Because despite his historical significance, Julius Caesar was just a regular person with the same wants, needs and anxieties as everyone else. According to reports, Caesar had a great deal of personal charm and could make anyone feel like the most important person in the room. He was tall and pale, with dark eyes and a receding hairline that apparently bothered him so much that he frequently covered it with laurel wreaths, according to Roman sources. The fact that even the most influential people in history were self-conscious about their appearance and experimented with unconventional hair loss remedies is strangely reassuring. His political rivals occasionally made fun of him for being effeminate because he was infamously conceited about his appearance and lavished a lot of time and money on personal grooming. Caesar's focus on style and appearance was viewed as somewhat scandalous in a society that valued masculine military virtues. However, this same ostensibly gentle politician was able to personally lead cavalry charges against Germanic warriors and outmaneuver soldiers half his age. Even by Roman standards, Caesar's intellectual curiosity was legendary. During his Gallic campaigns, he wrote poetry, studied philosophy, and supposedly wrote a treatise on grammar while travelling across the Alps. Imagine having such a restless mind that you take advantage of military marches to write academically. In addition, he penned in-depth analyses of his own military operations, which are still studied today as historical documents and as examples of persuasive political propaganda. A more intimate aspect of Caesar's personality is shown through his relationship with his daughter Julia. He reportedly loved her, and a union with Pompey was one of the few occasions when Caesar appeared to put political gain ahead of the happiness of his family. Both Caesar and Pompey were said to have been devastated when Julia died in childbirth, and some historians contend that her passing aided in the dissolution of their political partnership. In the end, even the most prosperous politicians are just fathers who miss their kids. Caesar's well-known clemency toward vanquished adversaries appears to have been motivated by more than just political expediency. Rather, it appears to have been a sincere conviction that kindness worked better than brutality. In a time when enslavement and mass executions were commonplace following military triumphs, this was unusual. Caesar saw that how you handle defeated opponents often determines whether they become future allies or lifelong enemies, something that many leaders fail to recognise. However, Caesar was also capable of being brutal when he felt the need to do so. His willingness to use political violence when other options failed, his systematic destruction of towns that resisted his forces, and his massacre of German tribes who broke their agreements with Rome all demonstrate his ability to put strategic necessity ahead of personal preferences. His relationships with women also reflected his complexity. In an era when such views were rare, Caesar appears to have truly respected intelligent women, even beyond his well-known liaisons with Cleopatra and others. According to his correspondence, he regarded women as intellectual allies rather than merely as romantic conquests or political instruments. In a culture that typically treated women as property, this was radical thinking. Caesar was either psychologically incapable of accepting limitations or extremely confident in his abilities, as evidenced by his gambling addiction. It is important to note that his willingness to stake everything on a single political or military move was essentially high-stakes gambling, most likely both. Throughout his career, he took a number of calculated risks that would have destroyed someone with less skill, but they continued to pay off for him until they didn't. Historical sources paint a picture of a person who blended intellectual sophistication with real-world application, genuine brilliance with great ambition, and personal charm with occasional ruthlessness. He was the type of person who would plan military campaigns in the afternoon and engage in philosophical discussions with academics in the morning, then stay up late writing poetry about both experiences. Caesar appears to have fascinated and frustrated his contemporaries at the same time. Even his adversaries lamented his aspirations while recognizing his abilities. Politically opposed to Caesar, Cicero acknowledged that Caesar was likely the most talented orator of their time. Even as he sought to ruin Caesar's career, Cato, who saw Caesar as a danger to republican rule, respected his intelligence. Most astonishing of all, Caesar appears to have kept his sense of humour throughout his ascent to power. Examples of his wit, practical jokes, and capacity for self-loathing abound in Roman sources. Roman custom dictated that a slave whisper remind us of mortality in the victor's ear during his triumph celebrations. Caesar is said to have joked that he didn't really need the reminder because he had plenty from his political rivals. Brilliance, ambition, charm, ruthlessness, intellectual curiosity and humour were all combined to create a person who was uniquely suited to deal with the challenges of late Republican Rome. However, it also produced a person who was ultimately too big for any system, including the one he attempted to design for himself. As our time with Julius Caesar comes to an end, it's important to consider what we can learn from his remarkable life about ambition, leadership, and the delicate balance that every society must maintain between change and stability. Caesar's life provides a brilliant example of how a single person's ability and drive can transform entire societies. He demonstrated that even institutions that were supposed to be permanent, like the Roman Republic, which had endured for centuries, could be changed by someone who knew their flaws better than their supporters did. This is sobering as well as inspiring. It is sobering because it demonstrates how easily treasured customs can vanish when they become disconnected from the realities of the modern world, and inspiring because it implies that human societies can change and grow. There were real issues with the Roman Republic that Caesar overthrew. It was a system of governance created for a tiny city-state attempting to run an empire in the Mediterranean. Effective governance was hampered by its institutions' growing inability to make critical decisions, its politicians' preference for self-interest over public service, and its traditional checks and balances. Caesar dealt the last blow to a dying system rather than destroying a robust one. Caesar's solution, however, which concentrated power in the hands of a single, extremely competent person, brought about new issues. What occurs if the competent person passes away? What occurs if concentrated power is inherited by a less competent person? Even though personal rule may be effective at first, it can lead to instability that lasts for generations, as the civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination showed. Throughout history, this pattern has recurred. Charismatic leaders who promise to overcome bureaucratic inefficiencies and accomplish goals are frequently sought after by societies with dysfunctional institutions. As Caesar did with his changes to Roman law, government and citizenship, these leaders can occasionally actually make things better. However, the concentration of power that enables these advancements also makes power abuse inevitable, either by the original leader or by their successors. Caesar's relationship with his soldiers provides leadership lessons that are still applicable today. He was successful because he shared the struggles of his followers, genuinely cared about their well-being, and continuously valued hard work over political connections. In addition to his success, his legions followed him because they believed he would protect their interests. Caesar showed that service is the ultimate goal of leadership, even if that service furthers your personal goals. Caesar's rapid transformation from Roman patriot to destroyer of the Republic raises significant questions about the failure of political systems. In addition to becoming ineffectual, institutions that are unable to adjust to changing conditions foster an environment that rewards people who are prepared to work against or outside of them. Caesar first attempted to operate within the Republic's structures rather than trying to overthrow it. He only made the decision to completely avoid those systems when they continuously prevented him from making the necessary adjustments. This affects contemporary democracies. Those who are willing to employ illegal means have more opportunities when legitimate institutions become so clogged up that they are unable to solve actual issues. Making sure that democratic institutions can continue to develop and reform is the answer. Not accepting deadlock as unavoidable. Caesar's clemency policy, his practice of pardoning defeated enemies rather than executing them, represented a revolutionary approach to political conflict. Caesar approached politics as a process in which today's adversaries could turn into tomorrow's allies, rather than as a zero-sum game in which rivals must be destroyed. This strategy, which proved remarkably successful during his lifetime, implies that political reconciliation frequently yields greater results than political retaliation. Caesar's murder serves as a reminder that clemency has its bounds, though. Some opponents consider your power's very existence to be illegitimate, making it impossible to make amends. Caesar's killers were driven by constitutional ideals rather than personal grievances. They killed him because they thought his continued existence threatened Roman liberty, not because he had hurt them. This implies that, despite its desire, political reconciliation occasionally necessitates concessions that core values cannot support. An important point regarding political succession is illustrated by Octavius's transition from teenager to Augustus. Although people can change institutions in ways that outlast their own lives, institutions are more important than individuals. Caesar created the conditions for imperial rule, but Augustus created the imperial system that would govern Rome for centuries. Institutional structure without vision rarely inspires enduring loyalty, and vision without institutional structure rarely survives its creator. Caesar's interest in everything from grammatical theory to military engineering demonstrates his intellectual curiosity and implies that effective leadership calls for a wide range of knowledge rather than specialised knowledge. Every society faces interconnected problems, and solving one often necessitates knowledge of seemingly unrelated fields. Caesar was successful in part because he took a multifaceted approach to issues, fusing political, social, military and economic viewpoints in ways that more specialised specialists might overlook. Lastly, Caesar's tale serves as a reminder that the interplay between structural forces and personal decision-making drives historical change. Although Caesar did not cause the issues that led to the fall of the Roman Republic, his solutions to those issues influenced the course of the empire's transition. Perhaps a more violent transition instead of the comparatively peaceful one that Augustus oversaw, or perhaps a reformed republic instead of a new empire, could have resulted from different decisions. We can better navigate our own historical moment if we comprehend this interplay between circumstance and choice. Although the structural forces forming our world are beyond our control, we do have some control over how we react to them. Caesar's life demonstrates how one person's actions, even when limited by external factors, have the capacity to influence the course of history in ways that last for centuries. As you finish your tea and get ready for bed, think about this. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, which contain leadership and strategy lessons that are just as applicable today as they were 2,000 years ago, are being read by someone, somewhere tonight. Somewhere, a student is learning the funeral oration of Antony from Shakespeare's play by heart. They are absorbing concepts related to political manipulation and rhetoric that will shape their future thoughts on public speaking. Caesar's tale endures because it is timeless rather than because it is ancient. The same basic issues that the Romans faced in the 1st century BCE are faced by all generations. How can one strike a balance between freedom and security? How can outmoded institutions be changed without jeopardizing social order? How can you tell the difference between leaders who truly work for the public good and those who are just interested in themselves? The inability of the Roman Republic to adequately address these issues led to its downfall. Caesar rose to power because he could offer solutions, even if those solutions turned out to be untenable. His life serves as a reminder that political structures are human inventions that need ongoing care, attention, and adaptation in order to thrive. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable structural forces, individual people can still have an impact on the path of history, which is perhaps the most significant lesson to be learned from Caesar's life. The fall of the Roman Republic, Caesar, and the ensuing empire was not inevitable. Numerous individual decisions made by people who, like us today, had to deal with fear, uncertainty, and challenging trade-offs have shaped history. Caesar had the option to choose not to cross the Rubicon. Although they had other options, his adversaries decided to kill him. Other outcomes were possible, but Augustus decided to establish a stable imperial system. The world we inherited was shaped by the decisions made by imperfect people in unfeasible situations. This implies that our decisions are also important. Although we cannot foresee their long-term effects, Caesar, for example, could not have predicted that his invasion of Gaul would ultimately result in the fall of the Roman Republic. We can make them carefully, taking into account both their possible effects and their moral implications. You may dream about senators in togas discussing the future of their republic, Roman legions marching through Gallic forests, or an ambitious young man standing at the banks of a small river, contemplating whether or not to alter the course of history. You are drawn into an ongoing human narrative through these dreams, one that started long before Caesar and goes on long after. Remember that you're taking part in that same continuing story when you wake up tomorrow and look at your calendar, Caesar's calendar, to make plans for the day. Future generations' world is shaped by the decisions you make, the organisations you uphold or oppose, and the way you treat both allies and adversaries. Although Julius Caesar lived 2 millennia ago, his tale ultimately speaks to universal human emotions. Aspiration and accomplishment, love and loss, success and failure, and the nuanced interplay between personal preference and historical context. These encounters allow us to connect with individuals who faced essentially similar difficulties, despite living in very different worlds over the ages. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of a human story that is still being written, and that your chapter, no matter how small, adds to a story that will be told long after we're all just names in history books. We can affect what we leave behind, but like Caesar, we have no control over how we will be remembered. And maybe that's sufficient. That might be all. Imagine this. It's 2 a.m. and you're in bed staring at the ceiling like it owes you money. Your brain is helpfully playing back that awful thing you said in 2003. 30,000 years ago, nevertheless, your ancestor Grok was cutting logs so quietly that surrounding mastodons employed him as a white noise machine. What is going on? How did we go from sleeping like newborns enveloped in enormous fur to tossing and turning like squirrels on coffee? The answer, my friend who is always exhausted, is buried deeper than your phone charger under the couch cushions. Our predecessors who lived in caves didn't just fall asleep perfectly. They had a full technique that would make current sleep experts cry with jealousy. In their perspective, darkness meant darkness, not "let me check Instagram one more time" darkness. Their bodies processed the message more quickly than a teenager who had just been grounded at dusk. But this is where it gets fascinating. These weren't just individuals who lived in caves. They were the consequence of millions of years of evolution making the perfect slumber machine. Every instinct, every biological mechanism, and every little thing they did every day was set up to help them obtain the kind of sleep that would make a spa jealous. Think about what you usually do at night. You might be reading news that makes you mistrust mankind, eating dinner beneath strong fluorescent lights that might land a plane, and then wondering why your brain won't stop when you finally go to bed. On the other hand, your Neanderthal ancestor was winding down as naturally as leaves dropping from a tree in the fall. As actual darkness, the type that engulfed everything whole, spread over their world, their bodies began to release melatonin, which is like a perfectly timed sleeping pill. They had no blue light to disrupt their internal clock, no emails to spike their cortisol levels at night, and no neighbour's leaf blower at dawn to wake them up. The reality is that we've been recklessly attempting to sleep, and the results have been disastrous. But before you go looking for a cave on Zillow, let's take a closer look at what made these Stone Age sleepers so successful. There are secrets hidden in their modest way of living that could turn your restless evenings into the calm sleep you've always wanted. It wasn't just one item that they were hiding. It was everything. Everything about their lives was ideally set up for deep, restful slumber, from how they ate to how they walked, and from the air they inhaled to the sounds they heard. They lived in unison with rhythms that we have long since forgotten. So take a seat, unwind, and journey back to a time when falling asleep was as effortless as breathing. You might find that the answer to your sleep troubles in the present has been there all along. It's not your fault that your internal clock is suffering an identity crisis. Not completely, though. You have a small group of cells located deep in your brain, which we can refer to as your internal timekeeper. This group has been having the biological equivalent of a tantrum for decades. Over millions of years, this small timekeeper learned to respond to one basic signal: light and dark. This technique worked like a Swiss watch, built of starlight and common sense for your Neanderthal ancestors. Their internal alarm clock softly woke them up when the sun came up. When it got dark, the evening show started and it made them less alert, like a theatre gently lowering the house lights. But this is when things get deliciously ironic. We are so excellent at manipulating our surroundings that we have unintentionally waged war on our own nature. Your ancestor glanced up at the stars and felt their body getting ready to sleep. You glance up at the ceiling of your bedroom, which is lit up by 17 different electrical devices, and you wonder why you feel like a vampire in a tanning bed. The plot goes further than you might realise. That LED streetlight outside your window that looks harmless? At 11 p.m, it's sending out blue light at wavelengths that your brain reads as "Wake up, the sun is rising." Your phone, tablet, laptop, and even your microwave's digital clock are all part of this scheme to keep you awake. Scientists today call the natural light-dark cycle what cave dwellers lived by, but they didn't need a fancy name for it. They just called it Tuesday. The warm, steady light of daybreak marked the start of their days. The dazzling, complete spectrum of midday sun marked the peak, while the deep orange and crimson hues of sunset marked the end. Their brains were already 3 steps ahead by the time real darkness came, sending sleepy time hormones into their bodies. You wake up to fake light, spend 8 hours at work under fluorescent lights that would make a vampire squint, drive home in traffic while looking at LED headlights, and then spend the evening in front of a screen before bed. It's like giving your internal clock a continuous diet of junk food, and then being surprised when it's confused. But the real kicker is, not only was your predecessor's sleep deeper, but it was also more flexible. Researchers term what they did segmented sleep. They would wake up in the middle of the night for an hour or two of calm wakefulness before going back to sleep. This wasn't sleeplessness. It was how people slept for thousands of years. At these nocturnal breaks, they might tend to the fire, talk quietly, or just lie still in the dark. They didn't have to worry about getting back to sleep, check the time, or wonder if they would be tired the next day. They had entire faith in their body, just like you do in gravity. Your brain still wants to follow these old patterns, But modern life continues getting in the way of the dialogue between your biology and the natural environment. Every artificial light, every late-night notification, and every just one more episode is like static on the radio frequency that your forefathers used to sleep like champions. Your caveman ancestor would be shocked to learn that you worry about things that haven't happened yet, might not happen, and perhaps aren't even feasible. Grok's stress management approach was also basic. When the saber-toothed tiger was gone, so was the stress. Your ancestor's nervous system worked like a smoke detector that was correctly set up. Is there a real danger? All systems are go and adrenaline is pumping like a fire hose. Is the danger over? The system is reset back to normal and ready for a lovely snooze by the fire. Your neurological system, however, perceives your morning commute, job deadline, and the strange noise from your automobile as equally significant as a charging rhinoceros. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just the price we pay for having minds that can think about problems that might happen in the future. But here's what's keeping you up at night. Your stress response system doesn't know that most of the threats you face every day aren't genuinely life or death circumstances. Stress hormones are released by your body for everything from giving a presentation at work to being late for dinner. These molecules are the enemies of calm sleep. Cortisol, your main stress hormone, was meant to wake you up and keep you attentive in real crises. Don't sleep now, a tiger is nearby, was what a surge in cortisol signalled in prehistoric times. These days, cortisol levels go up when your internet is slow, your employer sends you a strange email, or you remember that you forgot to defrost dinner. Your body can't detect the difference between a real threat and the annoying sound of your neighbour's wind chimes at 6 a.m. But this is where life as a caveman gets extremely desirable. Their stress was largely physical, happened right away, and didn't last long. Get rid of the predator, get food, and go away from the storm. Problem solved, stress gone, time to sleep. Your stress is mental and continual, and there is no apparent way to fix it. How do you beat global warming or job insecurity? You can't really fight your mortgage payment and win. Your forebears possess something we don't have anymore, the ability to relieve tension by being very tired. They were really ready to rest after a day of hunting, gathering, building, and staying alive. They didn't need to wind down because they were already there. In contrast, you spend much of your day in meetings, staring at screens, and utilising your mind more than your body. Your mind is fried by the evening, but your body hasn't really done anything. Researchers who study sleep call this the tired but wired phenomenon. Your brain is tired from taking in information, making choices and dealing with stress, but your body hasn't had the physical release that makes you sleepy. It's like revving the engine of a car while it's still in park. Lots of energy, but no place to go. People who lived in caves also lived in small, close-knit groups, where they could express their worries and get help all the time. Everyone in the clan knew about Grok's disastrous mammoth hunt, offered to aid, and then went on. You can spend hours going over a poor day at work in your thoughts, letting your stress build up like a mental pot roast. The funny thing is that the stress response system of our ancestors is still in charge of your body today, but the challenges it is trying to solve are very different. Your fight or flight response is great for coping with immediate physical dangers, but not for the slow burn anxiety of modern life that follows you to bed and whispers delicious nightmares in your ear. The way you feel about eating influences your sleep in ways that would make a caveman scratch his head in confusion. While you enjoy a bowl of sugary cereal late at night and ponder why you remain wide awake, your ancestor was likely 3 hours into REM sleep. They knew something we've forgotten. What, when, and how much you eat directly affects how well you sleep. Cave dwellers didn't eat snacks late at night since they didn't stay up late like we do. Their eating habits were in line with natural rhythms that helped them sleep well. They ate their biggest meal during the day, when their digestive fires were at their hottest, and then naturally fasted from sunset to sunrise. Not because some health guru instructed them to, but because that was when food was available and their systems could handle it best. This natural meal plan fit their circadian clocks wonderfully. When they needed digestive enzymes, their bodies made them. When it came time to sleep and repair, their systems stopped digesting food. It was like a perfectly choreographed dance between their gut and their head, with each partner knowing when to lead and when to follow. Now, let's talk about what they ate and what you probably have in your kitchen right now. They didn't eat any processed meals, refined sugars, or unnatural ingredients that can mess with how your brain works. No late-night ice cream that makes your blood sugar go up and down just as you're attempting to fall asleep. No energy drinks that make you crash from caffeine at night. No snacks that have been processed and are full of chemicals that your great-great-grandmother wouldn't know are food. Instead, they ate items that helped them sleep. like nuts high in magnesium, fish high in omega-3 fatty acids, and seasonal fruits that included natural sugars and fibre to keep their blood sugar levels stable. They didn't require melatonin pills because the food they ate naturally had components that helped them sleep. They didn't require magnesium supplements because they got enough minerals from their food that helped their muscles relax and their nerves calm down. But here's the truly interesting part. They did what we now call chrononutrition without even knowing it had a name. Their bodies were organically adapted to eat foods that gave them the energy they needed each day. Morning foods woke them up, afternoon foods kept them energized, and evening foods, when available, helped them sleep. Your current eating routine, on the other hand, is like a jazz band that can't agree on what music to play. You might miss breakfast, drink a sugary coffee drink in the middle of the morning, have lunch at your desk while worrying about deadlines, mindlessly nibble all afternoon, and then eat your biggest meal right before bed while watching Netflix. Your digestive system doesn't know if it should be speeding up or slowing down. Eating late at night is especially detrimental for the quality of your sleep. When you eat close to bed, your body has to decide whether to digest the food or get ready for bed. Digestion normally wins. Your core body temperature stays high when it should be low, your blood sugar goes up and down when it should be steady, and your digestive organs are working too hard when they should be resting. People who lived in caves also didn't have to cope with how alcohol, coffee, or highly processed foods messed up their sleep. They received their evening relaxation from the natural exhaustion that comes from being active and in the sun, rather than from a glass of wine that initially makes them drowsy, but later disrupts their sleep. From an emotional perspective, their relationship with food was also very different. They didn't eat because they were bored, stressed, celebrating, or trying to make themselves feel better. They ate when they were hungry and stopped when they were full. This simple method stopped the blood sugar swings and intestinal discomfort that may keep individuals up all night. Your bedroom thermostat could be messing up your sleep, and your Neanderthal ancestor would know right away what was wrong. They had to learn how to control their body temperature to stay alive, but by doing so, they accidentally found out one of the most crucial secrets to getting a good night's sleep. Your body temperature needs to drop to trigger deep sleep, and modern living makes this tougher than it should be. As the sun went down over the ancient countryside, the air naturally began to cool. Your ancestors' body started to cool down in the evening after absorbing heat from the day's activities in the sun. Not only was this cooling process comforting, but it also sent a biochemical signal to their brain that it was time to get ready for bed. Their body temperature would drop by 1 to 2 degrees, which would start a chain reaction of drowsy hormones that current sleep clinics strive to copy with costly treatments. This natural cooling happened at the same time as the rest of the environment. The cave kept the heat in, the fire gave forth heat that could be controlled, and the animal fur bedding made a microclimate that could be changed by adding or taking away layers. They didn't need a programmable thermostat because the temperature in their bedroom changed naturally, with the rhythms that helped them sleep best. In your modern bedroom, you face a temperature control nightmare that appears easy to use. Your house is shut up tight, your bedroom keeps the same temperature all night, and your mattress can be composed of materials that retain heat, like a sleeping bag made by someone who has never slept before. Every time you try to sleep in a place where you can't control the temperature naturally, you're going against millions of years of nature. But here's where it becomes really interesting. Your hands and feet are your body's natural way of cooling down. People who lived in caves slept with their arms and legs exposed to cooler air, which helped their bodies release heat. It is possible to be so heavily bundled that your body is unable to cool down naturally, leading your brain to perceive that it is not yet time for sleep. Your forebears knew something we don't, how powerful contrast can be. They had been in different temperatures all day, warm in the sun, cold in the shade, hot from moving around and chilly from the evening breezes, so their bodies were ready for the decrease in temperature that meant it was time to go to bed. Your primarily climate-controlled day lacks these natural temperature changes that regulate your circadian rhythms. The things they slept on were also very important. Animal furs and woven plant fibres naturally let air through, which kept them warm and dry by wicking moisture away from their bodies. They didn't wake up in the middle of the night because their fake mattress had turned into a sauna, or because their polyester pyjamas had made a microclimate that would make a greenhouse jealous. Researchers now call temperature entrainment what cave inhabitants also profited from. Their bodies learned to expect the natural cooling that occurred with nightfall, getting ready for sleep even before they were exhausted. Because their bodies were perfectly in sync with their surroundings, they fell asleep faster and stayed asleep longer. Researchers today have proven what cave dwellers knew all along. The best temperature for sleeping is cooler than most people imagine, between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. But temperature isn't only about the air around you. It's also about how well your body can release heat while you sleep. This is why wearing socks to bed can sometimes be helpful, as they allow heat to escape through your feet, and why taking a hot bath before bed can be beneficial, since the rapid cooling afterward mimics how your body naturally cools down. Your forefathers didn't require weighted blankets or cooling mattress pads because their whole sleeping area was made to keep the temperature stable. They aligned their sleeping conditions with their biology, which helped their bodies understand how to achieve the best sleep. The sounds in your Neanderthal ancestor's bedroom would make a modern sleep sound machine cry because it wasn't good enough. While you're lying in bed listening to a symphony of air conditioners, traffic, your neighbour's music and strange noises from the home settling, your prehistoric relative was falling asleep to nature's original white noise mix, which was made to help you sleep deeply and restore your energy. As they got ready for bed, they could hear the distant crackling of the fading fire, the delicate rustling of leaves in the breeze, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, and maybe even the faint breathing of their tribe mates nearby. These weren't just background sounds. Their brains had developed to read them as safe, time to sleep now. There was a reason for every sound they heard. The crackling fire meant that it was warm and safe. The natural sounds signified that there were no predators nearby, since the forest falls quiet when hazardous animals are close. The sound of family members breathing nearby made her feel comfortable, because there were so many of them. Their brains could entirely relax since their ears were always telling them that everything was fine. In contrast, your modern sound environment has the buzz of electronics, the distant whoosh of highway traffic, the neighbour's dog having an existential crisis at 3 a.m, and the strange banging in your walls that you've decided is either settling or ghosts. Your brain, which still runs the same old software as your Neanderthal ancestor, doesn't know how to put these noises in order. Do they pose a threat? Are they okay? Should you be on guard or at ease? Part of your brain is on guard duty all night because you don't know what's going to happen. Your nervous system is still analysing these sounds, even if you don't know it. It's attempting to figure out if they pose a threat. Sleep researchers call these micro-arousals, which are brief moments when your brain wakes up briefly to monitor things, breaking up your sleep without you even knowing it. Your ancestors likewise profited from what we now call sound masking without knowing it. The soft, steady sounds of their natural surroundings covered up other minor noises that could have been annoying. The steady sound of the wind blowing through the trees, the stream flowing nearby, and the chorus of insects at night made a natural sound blanket that kept me sleeping soundly all night. But here's what's truly interesting. The sounds that cave dwellers heard were predictable and made sense. Their brains learned to connect certain sounds with being safe and sleepy. The fire crackled, signalling the end of the day's work. The sounds of animals settling down at night suggested it was time to sleep. These sounds helped them fall asleep in ways that modern white noise devices can only come close to. The noise pollution in our modern lives would have driven our forebears crazy. The random beeps and buzzes of electronics, the unpredictable timing of traffic and sirens, and the jarring changes between distinct mechanical noises don't fit the patterns that our brains evolved to perceive as pleasant. Some modern folks sleep in utter silence, which is much worse. Quiet might be calming, but complete silence can be alarming to a brain that has evolved to expect the soft sounds of a safe, natural environment. Your subconscious might think something is amiss if there is complete quiet. Where are all the regular signals of life? The electromagnetic fields from all of our contemporary technology didn't bother your forefathers when they slept. We don't know for sure how much this impacts sleep, but some studies indicate that the electromagnetic soup we live in might be gradually messing with our regular sleep cycles in ways we don't fully understand yet. Cave dwellers didn't want perfect silence. They wanted sounds that were meaningful, predictable, and comforting, and that meant safety and deep sleep. They lived in the original sleep soundtrack of nature, which had been fine-tuned over millions of years to help them get the kind of restorative sleep that made them healthier, happier, and stronger than most of us can conceive. You're a modern person with an old brain trying to sleep in a world that would have seemed like science fiction to your cave-dwelling forefathers. But before you go hunting for a time machine or cave rentals, let's talk about how you may respect the wisdom of your inner caveman while still living in the 21st century. The lovely fact is that your body still has the blueprint for perfect sleep. It's simply been buried under layers of modern life, like an archaeological treasure waiting to be found again. Your body's circadian rhythms still desire to follow the sun, your stress response still knows how to reset when it gets the chance, and your temperature control system still works the same way it did for thousands of years to keep your ancestors sleeping well. The key is not to give up on modern life totally, but to find ways to bring ancient knowledge into your modern existence. You could say that you're constructing bridges between your caveman biology and your modern life. You can't control everything around you, but you can work with your body's natural rhythms instead of against them. To begin, consider light the strong drug that it is. Your forebears didn't require blackout curtains since there weren't any streetlights. You do. They didn't require glasses that blocked blue light because they didn't have screens. You could, though. To honour your old light-dark cycle, turn down the lights in the evening, stay away from screens before bed, and get some bright light in the morning. Keep in mind that your stress response system is still using caveman software in the modern world. If you're lying awake worried about tomorrow's meeting or next month's bills, ask yourself, is this a saber-toothed tiger, or is my mind making up problems to solve? Learn how to tell the difference between genuine current risks and the habit of worrying about things that might happen in the future. Your relationship with food can also show respect for old knowledge. When your digestive fire is at its highest, try eating your biggest meal earlier in the day. Stop eating at least 3 hours before you go to bed so your body has time to switch from digesting food to sleeping. Pick meals that your great-great-grandmother would know and see how much better you sleep when you don't ask your body to deal with substances it doesn't know how to handle. Make your bedroom a temperature refuge by keeping it chilly and letting your body naturally control its heat. Your hands and feet can assist in cooling you down, so wear clothes that let air flow through them. Additionally, keep in mind that your body needs to cool down in order to relax and fall asleep. Make your sound environment feel like a cave dweller would feel at home. This could entail using a white noise machine that sounds like nature, earplugs to block out random noises, or just realising that some steady background noise is more calming than complete silence. Most crucially, keep in mind that your forefathers had complete faith in their bodies. They didn't lie awake contemplating their sleep, wondering about whether they were getting enough sleep, or figuring out how many hours they had left before morning. They were fatigued, so they went to sleep. When they woke up, they knew their bodies would tell them what to do. Your inner caveman is still there, waiting for you to rediscover how to sleep like the champion you were born to be. Every time you listen to your body's natural rhythms, choose biology over convenience, or make settings that support your ancient sleep knowledge, you're moving closer to the kind of restorative rest that has kept humans alive for thousands of years. To get better sleep, you don't need to proceed with more intricate solutions. You need to go back to the simple knowledge that your body has always held. Your ancestors didn't require sleep research, supplements, or special equipment because they lived in harmony with the natural forces that control rest and recovery. You can do it too, one small change at a time, until sleeping properly feels as natural as breathing. Modern cave dweller, have a good night. Your forefathers are cheering you on from the fantastic sleep lab in the sky. They think you can find the tranquil sleep that is your inheritance. Close your eyes now and trust your body's innate wisdom. Let yourself go back to a period when sleeping was the easiest thing in the world. Imagine yourself standing on a hillside somewhere in what we now call Ireland, Scotland, Wales or Brittany, around 500 BCE. The landscape before you looks like someone took every romantic painting of the British countryside you've ever seen and dialed up the wildness by several notches. Rolling hills stretch toward horizons that seem impossibly distant, covered in grasses that shift from emerald to jade depending on how the wind touches them. The forests here aren't the tidy managed woodlands you might encounter on a modern nature trail. These are deep, ancient groves where oak trees have been growing since before your great-great-great-grandparents' great-great-great-grandparents were born. The canopy overhead creates a living cathedral, filtering sunlight into green-gold beams that make you feel like you've stepped into a place where the ordinary rules of the world don't quite apply. The Celtic peoples, and yes, we pronounce it Celtic when talking about these historical folks, not the basketball team pronunciation, occupied a vast swathe of Europe stretching from modern-day Turkey to the Atlantic Ocean. They weren't a single unified nation like we think of countries today, but rather a collection of tribes who shared similar languages, artistic styles, and ways of understanding the world. Think of them less like a political entity, and more like a cultural family with lots of interesting cousins who didn't always get along at reunions. These people lived in a world where the boundary between the practical and the spiritual was about as distinct as morning mist. To them, everything had presence and meaning. Rivers weren't just water flowing downhill, but living entities with personalities. Trees weren't merely plants, but beings worthy of respect and sometimes consultation. The land itself breathed with them, and they arranged their lives according to its rhythms rather than trying to impose their will upon it. The climate in Celtic territories varied considerably depending on location, but much of it shared certain characteristics that would become important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The British Isles and northern France experienced what meteorologists politely call maritime temperate conditions, which is a fancy way of saying it was often cool, frequently damp, and occasionally downright inhospitable. Summers could be pleasant, with long twilights that stretched almost to midnight, but winters brought short days, long nights, and the kind of cold that settles into your bones like an unwelcome houseguest who won't take the hint to leave. Yet within this challenging environment, the Celtic people thrived. They raised cattle and sheep, grew crops, crafted objects of stunning beauty, and developed a sophisticated understanding of their world that allowed them to live comfortably in conditions that would send most modern people running for the nearest thermostat. Their relationship with sleep, night, and the outdoors reflected this deep connection to their environment. The Celtic year revolved around seasonal festivals that marked important transitions. Samhain in late October heralded the beginning of winter and the dark half of the year, when nights grew long and the veil between worlds grew thin. Imbolc in early February celebrated the first stirrings of spring and the lengthening of days. Beltane in May welcomed summer's arrival with bonfires and celebrations of fertility and growth. Lughnasadh in August marked the beginning of harvest season. These weren't just parties or religious observances, they were practical acknowledgements of the changing relationship between people and their environment. Each season brought different challenges and opportunities for sleeping arrangements, different considerations for staying warm and dry, and different relationships with the night sky and the darkness that fell like a heavy cloak across the land. The Celtic cosmos was structured differently from how we typically think of the universe today. There wasn't a clear separation between earth and sky, day and night, waking and sleeping, or living and dead. Everything existed on a continuum, with permeable boundaries that could be crossed under the right circumstances. Night wasn't simply the absence of day, but a different state of being, when different rules applied and different possibilities emerged. This worldview shaped everything about how Celtic people approached the act of sleeping, especially when sleeping outdoors. They didn't see nighttime exposure to the elements as something to be merely endured or as a sign of poverty or hardship. Instead, sleeping beneath the stars could be a choice, a practice, or even a sacred act that connected them more deeply to the rhythms of the natural world and the movements of the cosmos above. As you settle deeper into your modern bed with its memory foam and climate control, consider how different your relationship with sleep might be if you understood night not as an interruption of productive daylight hours, but as its own valuable realm, with its own gifts to offer those brave or skilled enough to embrace it fully. Before we can understand how Celtic people slept outdoors without freezing, we need to appreciate the warm, secure bases they created for themselves when sleeping indoors. The Celtic roundhouse wasn't just a dwelling, it was a masterpiece of practical engineering disguised as a simple structure. Picture a building shaped like a large basket turned upside down, with walls made of wattle and daub, essentially woven branches covered with a mixture of mud, clay, straw, and sometimes animal dung. Before you wrinkle your nose at that last ingredient, understand that it was an excellent binding agent and when dried didn't smell like you might imagine. The walls rose to about the height of a modern single-storey house, then curved inward to meet a peaked roof thatched with reeds, heather, or straw. The most distinctive feature of these homes was their circular shape, which wasn't merely an aesthetic choice but a brilliant practical decision. A round structure has no corners where cold air can pool and no walls that bear more wind stress than others. The design distributed weight and wind resistance evenly, making these homes remarkably sturdy against the storms that regularly swept across the landscape. At the centre of each roundhouse burned the heart of Celtic home life, the hearth fire. This wasn't a decorative fireplace like you might have in a modern living room, but a working fire that provided heat, light and cooking capability, and served as the social and spiritual centre of domestic life. The fire burned continuously, tended throughout the day and banked carefully at night to preserve coals for easy rekindling in the morning. The smoke from this central fire rose upward through the thatched roof, which acted as a natural filtering system. The thatch would absorb some of the smoke while allowing the rest to escape gradually, creating a natural ventilation system that kept the interior from becoming unbearably smoky while still retaining warmth. The smoke also had the beneficial side effect of helping to preserve meat hung in the rafters and deterring insects that might otherwise infest the thatch. Around the perimeter of the roundhouse, raised platforms or simple wooden frames covered with animal skins and furs created sleeping areas. These weren't beds in the modern sense, but rather designated zones where people would pile furs, woolen blankets, and their own cloaks to create nests of warmth. Families often slept together, with children nestled between parents and grandparents, using shared body heat as another layer of insulation against the night's cold. The flooring varied by region and status, but often consisted of packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw that could be swept out and replaced when it became too soiled. Wealthier households might have wooden flooring, which provided better insulation from the cold ground below. The earth floor itself provided some thermal mass. It would absorb heat from the fire during the day and release it slowly throughout the night, creating a more stable interior temperature than you might expect. Celtic homes were typically arranged in small clusters or villages, positioned to take advantage of natural features that provided protection from weather and enemies. A settlement might nestle into the lee side of a hill to shelter from prevailing winds or occupy a defensible position near water sources. The homes faced various directions, but often the entrance was positioned to avoid the worst of winter storms, while allowing the morning sun to provide natural warmth and light. The size of a roundhouse varied depending on the wealth and status of its inhabitants, ranging from modest single-family dwellings about 20 feet in diameter to large communal structures that could accommodate extended families or serve as meeting halls. A typical family home might be 30 feet across, providing ample space for living, sleeping, cooking, and storing essential supplies. Inside these homes, the temperature could remain surprisingly comfortable even in winter. The combination of the central fire, good insulation from thick walls and thatch, the heat-retaining properties of the earth floor, and the shared warmth of multiple bodies created an environment that was certainly cooler than modern heated homes, but far warmer than the outdoor conditions. On a winter night when temperatures outside might drop to freezing or below, the interior of a well-maintained roundhouse could stay in the range that we'd consider comfortably cool, perhaps the temperature of a modern room in autumn before you've quite convinced yourself to turn on the heating. But here's what's important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The comfort of these homes wasn't taken for granted. Celtic people understood viscerally what it meant to be cold, wet, and exposed to the elements because they experienced these conditions regularly. When they chose to sleep outdoors, whether by necessity during travels or warfare or by choice during seasonal activities or spiritual practices, they brought with them knowledge gained from their relationship with both comfort and discomfort, warmth and cold. The roundhouse represented more than physical shelter. It embodied the Celtic understanding that survival in their environment required working with natural materials and natural principles, rather than trying to dominate or completely separate themselves from the world outside their walls. This philosophy would prove essential when circumstances required them to sleep beneath the stars without the protection of those sturdy walls and that warming central fire. Now we arrive at the practical heart of our story. How did the Celtic people actually prepare for nights spent outdoors without succumbing to hypothermia or simply being too miserable to function the next day? The answer involves a combination of materials, techniques, and knowledge that would impress modern survival experts. First, let's talk about clothing, because the Celtic wardrobe was essentially their portable shelter system. The foundation of their outdoor survival strategy started with wool, that miracle fibre that keeps you warm even when wet, which was a rather important feature in the damp Celtic climate. Sheep had been domesticated in Europe for thousands of years by the Celtic period, and these people had become masters at processing wool into various forms of protection against the elements. Celtic people wore multiple layers of woolen clothing. Against the skin, a wool or linen tunic provided the base layer. Over this, another longer tunic or woolen dress, then potentially a heavy woolen cloak that could serve multiple purposes. This cloak, called a brat in the Irish Celtic language, was the Swiss Army knife of Celtic outdoor equipment. It could be worn as a garment, wrapped as a blanket, used as a ground sheet, or even rigged as a simple tent shelter with some cordage and stakes. The weaving of these woolen textiles was remarkably sophisticated. Celtic weavers created fabrics with different weights and textures for different purposes. Some wool was woven loosely to trap more air for better insulation, while other cloth was woven tightly to resist water and wind. The natural lanolin in wool provided some water resistance, and wealthier individuals might have cloaks that were partially waterproof through treatment with additional fats or oils. Colour played a role too, though perhaps not the way you might expect. While we often imagine ancient people wearing drab browns and greys, Celtic peoples actually produced vibrant dyed fabrics using plants, lichens and minerals. However, for outdoor survival, darker colours had practical advantages. They absorbed more heat from whatever sunlight was available, and they showed less dirt and wear during extended periods without washing. Footwear deserves special mention because anyone who's tried sleeping with cold feet knows that temperature extremes in your extremities can make restful sleep nearly impossible. Celtic shoes range from simple leather moccasins to more elaborate boots that wrapped around the foot and lower leg. The leather was often lined with fur or stuffed with dried grass for insulation. Some people wore multiple pairs of socks made from wool or wrapped their feet in woolen cloth before putting on their shoes. When preparing for a night outdoors, a Celtic person's checklist would have included items that modern campers would recognise alongside some that might seem unusual. A leather bag or woven basket would carry supplies, dried meat or cheese, perhaps some oatcakes or other portable food. A fire-starting kit which might include iron and flint for striking sparks, char cloth for catching those sparks, and dry tinder carefully preserved in a waterproof container made from animal bladder or tightly woven fabric coated with beeswax. Water presented interesting challenges. Leather bottles or ceramic vessels could carry water, but they added weight and could freeze in winter. Experienced travellers knew the landscape well enough to plan routes that passed near springs, streams or other water sources. They understood which water was safe to drink directly and which needed boiling, a sophisticated knowledge of hydrology gained through generations of careful observation. For sleeping itself, Celtic people employed several strategies depending on circumstances and available resources. The simplest method involved finding natural shelter, an overhanging rock formation, a hollow in a hillside, the lee side of a large boulder, anything that would break the wind and potentially provide some protection from rain. These natural features were well known and remembered, becoming part of the mental map that every traveller carried. Once a sleeping spot was chosen, preparation began with addressing the ground itself. Sleeping directly on bare earth, especially cold or damp ground, is an excellent way to lose body heat through conduction. The solution was simple but effective. Create insulation between your body and the earth. Dried bracken ferns, gathered and piled thick, made an excellent insulating layer. Heather, dead leaves, dried grass, pine needles, any dry plant material could serve this purpose, creating a buffer that trapped air and prevented the ground from sucking warmth directly from your body. On top of this insulating layer, you'd spread your cloak or an animal hide if you had one. Then you'd essentially burrito yourself in your remaining woolen garments and any additional cloaks or blankets you'd carried. The key was creating dead airspace around your body, layers that trapped your own body heat rather than allowing it to radiate away into the night. Fire, when possible, transformed an outdoor sleeping arrangement from merely survivable to actually comfortable. But Celtic people understood fire in ways that went beyond simply piling wood together and striking a light. They knew how to build long-lasting fires that would burn steadily through the night with minimal attention, using large logs laid parallel or rocks heated in the flames, then positioned around the sleeping area to radiate warmth for hours after the fire died down. One particularly clever technique involved heating stones in the fire, then carefully wrapping them in leather or thick cloth, and placing them at the feet or core of the body, ancient hot water bottles that could keep you warm for several hours. The trick was getting the temperature right. Too hot and you'd burn yourself or scorch your wrappings. Too cool and they'd lose heat too quickly to be useful. But not every night allowed for fire. Rain could make it impossible, or circumstances might require avoiding the attention that flame and smoke would attract. For these situations, Celtic people relied on their layering systems and their understanding of how bodies lose heat. They knew to cover their heads. You can lose significant body heat through your skull. They knew to keep moving if they started to feel too cold. to generate warmth through activity before settling down to sleep. They understood that sleeping in groups, sharing warmth, could mean the difference between dangerous cold and tolerable discomfort. There's something almost humorous about imagining a group of Celtic warriors or travellers essentially cuddling together for warmth, like a litter of puppies, but survival often requires setting aside concepts of personal space. In their worldview, there was no shame in doing what was necessary to live through the night and wake ready for the next day's challenges. With all this preparation in mind, let's explore the actual experience of sleeping outdoors in the Celtic world. What it felt like, what it meant, and why people might choose this experience even when they had the option of a warm roundhouse. First, understand that sleeping outdoors wasn't always a matter of hardship or necessity. While travellers, traders, warriors, and shepherds certainly spent nights under the stars because their work demanded it, there were also cultural and spiritual reasons why someone might deliberately choose to sleep outside even when a comfortable indoor option was available. The Celtic relationship with the night sky was fundamentally different from ours. Without electric lights, the darkness after sunset was profound in a way that most modern people never experience. When the sun set on a clear night away from hearth fires, the darkness wasn't just an absence of light, but an almost tangible presence. Your eyes would adjust gradually, and what first appeared as absolute blackness would reveal itself as a canvas painted in countless shades of shadow. Then, after this adjustment, the stars would emerge with a brilliance that modern light pollution has stolen from most of us. On a clear night, away from settlements, the Milky Way would stretch across the sky like a river of light, so bright and detailed that you could almost believe you might fall upward into its depths if you stared too long. The ancient Celtic peoples saw not just points of light, but also stories, patterns, guides for navigation, and indicators of seasonal change. Imagine settling into your prepared sleeping spot on such a night. The ground beneath you, cushioned by your carefully gathered bracken and ferns, provides more support than modern people might expect. Not soft like a mattress, but firm and surprisingly comfortable once you find the right position and your body adapts to the surface. Your woolen layers envelop you like a cocoon, the fabric still holding some warmth from your body heat during the day's activities. The sounds of the night surround you, quite different from indoor sleeping, where thick walls muffle external noise. There's the whisper of wind through grass, or the more substantial rustle of wind through tree branches if you're camped near a forest. The occasional crack of a twig as some nocturnal animal goes about its business, which might make your heart rate increase momentarily until you identify it as a deer or rabbit, rather than something more threatening. If you're near water, perhaps the gentle murmur of a stream or the intermittent croaking of frogs. The scents, too, differ entirely from indoor sleeping. Instead of smoke-tinged interior air, you breathe the fresh, complex smell of the outdoors. Earth, grass, the faintly spicy scent of crushed bracken, the mineral smell of nearby rocks, perhaps the sweet decay of autumn leaves if the season is right. In spring, the night air might carry the perfume of blooming flowers. In summer, the rich green smell of growing things. In autumn, the sharp, clean scent of approaching cold. Temperature management during the night required constant minor adjustments. As the night deepened and temperatures dropped, you might pull your cloak tighter around yourself or curl into a more compact position to minimise heat loss. If you were sleeping near a fire, you might wake periodically to add more fuel, or adjust your position relative to the warmth. This wasn't the deep, uninterrupted sleep that modern people often expect, but rather a more rhythmic pattern of sleeping and partial waking that actually corresponded better to natural human sleep cycles than our modern 8-hour blocks. The Celtic people recognised different qualities of sleep and different kinds of rest. They understood that the sleep you got outdoors, though perhaps lighter and more interrupted than indoor sleep, had its own value. There was rest that came from deep unconsciousness, but there was also rest that came from quiet awareness of your surroundings, from feeling the earth beneath you and the sky above you, and from knowing yourself to be part of the larger patterns of the natural world rather than separated from them by walls and roofs. Weather, of course, could transform outdoor sleeping from peaceful to challenging rather quickly. The approach of rain on the wind would wake an experienced outdoor sleeper, sending them scrambling to adjust their shelter or move to better protection before the deluge arrived. Heavy rain could make sleeping outdoors genuinely difficult, though not impossible with proper preparation. The sound of rain on leaves or grass creates a particular kind of white noise that can actually deepen sleep, and if you're adequately protected from the water itself, rainfall can make for a surprisingly restful night. Snow presented different challenges and opportunities. A fresh snowfall actually provided excellent insulation, and experienced Celtic people knew that a snow-covered shelter could be warmer than one exposed to wind. The technique of letting snow accumulate over your sleeping spot, essentially creating a primitive snow cave, was understood and used when conditions permitted. The danger, of course, was getting wet during the snowfall or before settling in for the night, as wet clothing in cold conditions was genuinely life-threatening. Wind was perhaps the most difficult weather condition for outdoor sleeping, because it stripped away your carefully created layers of warm air, no matter how well you'd prepared. A strong wind could make even a mild temperature feel bitterly cold, and the constant buffeting made restful sleep nearly impossible. This is why finding windbreaks, natural formations, or even self-constructed barriers of branches and packed earth was such an important part of site selection. For those who spent multiple nights consecutively outdoors, shepherds following their flocks to seasonal grazing areas, for instance, the experience took on a different quality. The first night might feel challenging and uncomfortable, your body and mind still attuned to indoor comfort. By the third or fourth night, though, something shifted. Your body adapted to the rhythms, your senses grew keener, and your ability to read weather signs and adjust accordingly became more intuitive. You became, temporarily, a creature that belonged to the outdoor world rather than a human visitor camping in it. This state of adaptation was valued in Celtic culture, seen as a way of maintaining connection to the fundamental nature of existence that could be forgotten in the relative comfort and isolation of permanent dwellings. The person who could sleep soundly beneath the stars, wake refreshed, and function effectively the next day demonstrated a kind of competence that commanded respect. The spiritual dimension of Celtic nighttime practices adds another layer to understanding how and why these people slept outdoors. The Druids, the learned class that served as priests, judges, teachers, and advisors in Celtic society, had particular relationships with night, darkness, and the practices surrounding sleep that elevated outdoor sleeping beyond mere practical necessity. Druids underwent years of training that included memorizing vast amounts of traditional knowledge, poetry, lore, and spiritual teachings. Part of this training involved developing intimate familiarity with the natural world through direct experience, which necessarily included spending extensive time outdoors at all hours and in all seasons. A druid who couldn't comfortably sleep beneath the stars and who didn't understand the patterns of nocturnal animals and night-blooming plants would be considered incompletely trained. The Celtic spiritual worldview held that darkness and night weren't simply the absence of light and day, but rather their own positive states with distinct qualities and possibilities. Night was when the boundary between the ordinary world and the other world grew thinner, when communication with spirits and deities became easier, when dreams and visions carried prophetic weight, and when certain kinds of knowledge became accessible that remained hidden during daylight hours. For druids and those pursuing spiritual development, sleeping outdoors could be a deliberate practice rather than a necessity imposed by travel or work, spending the night at a sacred site, a special grove, a spring believed to have healing properties, or a hilltop with particular spiritual significance, allowed for dreams and experiences that would be impossible in the ordinary domestic environment. These weren't casual overnight camping trips, but serious spiritual undertakings that required preparation both physical and mental. A person seeking a prophetic dream or divine guidance might spend days in preparation, fasting or eating only certain foods, performing ritual purifications and memorizing appropriate prayers or invocations. Then they would journey to the sacred site and sleep there, open to whatever the night might bring. The dreams that came during these sacred outdoor sleeps were considered qualitatively different from ordinary dreams. They were messages from the gods, communications from ancestors, glimpses of possible futures, or teachings about the fundamental nature of reality. Upon waking, the dreamer would carefully remember and interpret these experiences, often with the guidance of experienced druids who understood the language of sacred dreams. Stars held particular significance in this spiritual framework. The Celtic peoples recognised constellations and tracked the movements of celestial bodies with sophisticated precision. They understood the relationship between stellar positions and seasonal changes, using the night sky as a calendar and clock more reliable than any human-made timekeeping device. To sleep beneath the stars was to place yourself directly under this celestial calendar, to align yourself with cosmic rhythms that governed everything from planting schedules to spiritual practices. The moon, of course, commanded special attention. Its phases marked the passage of time and influenced decisions about when to plant, when to harvest, when to perform certain rituals, when to go to war, and when to make peace. Sleeping outdoors meant having direct, unfiltered exposure to moonlight, which was believed to carry its own form of power that could affect dreams, health, and spiritual state. There were specific nights considered particularly auspicious or powerful for outdoor sleeping. The night of the full moon in certain months, the longest night of the year at the winter solstice, the equinoxes when day and night achieved perfect balance, and the quarter days between solstices and equinoxes that marked major seasonal festivals. On these nights, druids and spiritually inclined individuals might deliberately sleep outdoors to maximise their exposure to the special energies and possibilities these times offered. Interestingly, the Celtic concept of day actually began at sunset rather than sunrise. A new day started when darkness fell, which meant that the first activity of any new day was sleeping. This reversed our modern understanding, where sleep concludes one day and waking begins another. In the Celtic framework, sleep was the foundation of the day, the opening act rather than the closing one, which elevated its importance and imbued it with significance we rarely attribute to sleep today. This spiritual dimension didn't make outdoor sleeping any physically warmer or more comfortable, but it provided a framework of meaning that could transform discomfort from something to be merely endured into something to be valued as part of a larger purpose. The cold, the hard ground, the vulnerability of sleeping exposed to the elements, these became not hardships, but essential elements of the experience, tests and teachers that shaped both body and spirit. The Druids understood something that modern sleep science is only recently confirming, that our sleeping environment profoundly affects not just whether we sleep, but the quality and nature of that sleep, including our dreams and the psychological processing that occurs during rest. By deliberately choosing to sleep in sacred outdoor locations, they were essentially creating specific conditions for specific kinds of consciousness to emerge. Winter in the Celtic territories could be genuinely dangerous, transforming the landscape from a challenging but manageable environment into something that could kill the unprepared with cheerful efficiency. Understanding how the Celtic people slept outdoors during winter months represents the pinnacle of their cold weather survival knowledge. First, it's important to note that truly voluntarily sleeping outdoors in the depths of winter, when temperatures plunged and storms raged, was rare even in Celtic culture. These people weren't foolish, and they understood the difference between manageable challenge and unnecessary risk. Most winter nights were spent in the warmth and security of roundhouses, clustered with family around the central hearth, while storms battered the stout walls and wind howled through the thatch. But circumstances didn't always offer choices. Warriors on campaign, messengers carrying urgent communications, herders whose animals had strayed, hunters caught far from home by an unexpected storm, travellers who miscalculated distance or weather. All these people might find themselves facing a winter night outdoors without adequate shelter. The key to surviving such situations was a combination of knowledge, preparation, and above all avoiding panic. Panic wastes energy, clouds judgment, and leads to poor decisions that compound rather than solve problems. Celtic people trained their children from young ages to stay calm in dangerous situations, to think clearly about available options, and to remember and apply traditional survival knowledge even when frightened or uncomfortable. Winter survival began with understanding that you were fighting a battle against multiple enemies simultaneously: cold, wind, wet, and exhaustion. Each of these could kill you independently, but they often worked together, with wet clothes making you colder, cold making you exhausted, and exhaustion making you make poor decisions about staying dry and warm. Success required addressing all these threats systematically. The first priority was always finding or creating shelter from wind. Wind chill could make a tolerable temperature lethal, stripping away your body's heat faster than you could generate it. natural windbreaks, dense groves of evergreen trees, rock formations and hillsides provided the foundation for winter sleeping spots. If nature hadn't provided adequate wind protection, you created it, using whatever materials were available to construct barriers between yourself and the moving air. Snow counterintuitively became an ally if you understood how to work with it. Fresh snow is mostly trapped air, making it an excellent insulator. The technique of building snow shelters, ranging from simple snow walls to more elaborate snow caves, was well understood. A properly constructed snow shelter could maintain an interior temperature significantly warmer than outside, even without a fire, simply because the snow blocked wind and the small enclosed space trapped body heat. The construction process itself generated warmth through physical activity, though you had to be careful not to work so hard that you sweated excessively, as wet clothing in winter conditions was extremely dangerous. Experienced Celtic people knew to work steadily but not frantically, removing layers of clothing if necessary to avoid overheating, then adding them back once the shelter was complete, and physical activity decreased. Fire became even more critical in winter, but also more challenging to achieve. Wood might be wet from snow or rain, making it difficult to ignite. The solution was careful fire management, carrying dry tinder in waterproof containers, knowing where to find dry wood even in wet conditions, the underside of fallen logs and the dead lower branches of evergreen trees that remained protected from precipitation by the living canopy above, and understanding how to create platforms that lifted your fire above wet ground. A winter fire wasn't just for warmth but for drying. Wet clothing, wet footwear and wet gloves. These were deadly in cold conditions, and a fire allowed you to carefully dry essential items without scorching them. The process required patience and attention, rotating items near the heat, and monitoring constantly to prevent damage while ensuring thorough drying. Body position during winter sleeping mattered more than in milder seasons. You needed to minimise exposed surface area while maintaining enough comfort to actually rest. The fetal position, curled tightly with knees drawn up, head tucked down, and arms wrapped around your core, was the standard winter sleeping posture because it presented the minimum surface area to the cold while protecting your vital organs and warming your extremities with your own breath. Breathing technique played an unexpected role in winter survival. Breathing through your nose rather than your mouth warmed and humidified incoming air before it reached your lungs, making it easier for your body to maintain core temperature. Drawing your cloak or blanket over your face created a small breathing pocket where your exhaled air would warm incoming breath, though you had to be careful not to create so much humidity that the fabric became damp with frozen condensation. The placement of insulating materials beneath and around your body became even more critical in winter. Direct contact with frozen ground could pull heat from your body with frightening speed. Multiple layers of insulation, thick piles of any available plant material, multiple animal skins if you had them, even layers of clothing you weren't wearing, created barriers between your body and the heat-stealing earth. Groups had distinct advantages in winter survival. Multiple people could pool resources, share body heat, take turns maintaining fires, and provide psychological support that countered the despair that cold and exhaustion could produce. There's archaeological and textual evidence suggesting that Celtic warriors and travellers in winter often moved in groups partly for this survival benefit, knowing that collective warmth and shared labour increased everyone's chances of surviving difficult nights. The morning after a harsh winter night outdoors presented its own challenges. Your body would be stiff and cold, your muscles reluctant to move, and your joints protesting any activity. But movement was essential, to restore circulation, to generate warmth, and to assess your condition and that of your companions if you had any. The Celtic practice was to rise before full dawn if possible, moving carefully at first but with increasing vigour, ideally toward a destination where proper warmth, dry clothing, and hot food could be found. Remarkably, we have evidence that Celtic people not only survived these harsh conditions, but often thrived afterward. There's a particular kind of satisfaction that comes from successfully navigating difficult circumstances, from pitting your knowledge and will against nature's challenges and emerging victorious. Those who had weathered hard winter nights outdoors and lived to tell the tale gained status and confidence that carried into other aspects of their lives. As you nestle deeper into your modern bed, perhaps now feeling especially grateful for your central heating and insulated walls, let's explore how the Celtic understanding of sleeping in harmony with nature has influenced our world, and what wisdom we might still extract from their practices. The Celtic approach to outdoor sleeping wasn't primitive ignorance making the best of bad situations. It was sophisticated knowledge accumulated over generations and refined through careful observation and experience. Modern survival training still teaches many of the same principles that Celtic people understood instinctively. The importance of insulation from the ground, the value of layering, the critical need for staying dry, and the life-saving potential of windbreaks and simple shelters. When modern outdoor educators talk about leaving no trace, packing out what you pack in, and minimising your impact on natural spaces, they're articulating an ethic that the Celtic people lived as a matter of course. Their approach to outdoor sleeping was inherently sustainable. They used natural materials that returned harmlessly to the environment. They didn't require manufacturing or transportation chains, and they worked within nature's limits rather than trying to overcome them through technology. The Celtic understanding that humans are part of nature rather than separate from it, that we can adapt to outdoor sleeping rather than requiring completely artificial environments, challenges our modern assumption that comfort requires isolation from the natural world. Contemporary research into sleep health is actually rediscovering many principles that Celtic people knew through lived experience. For instance, modern sleep scientists have found that sleeping in completely dark environments, with temperatures cooler than most people keep their homes, often produces deeper and more restorative sleep than sleeping in warm, artificially lit rooms. The Celtic experience of sleeping outdoors, where darkness was absolute and temperatures naturally cool, aligned more closely with these optimal conditions than many modern sleeping arrangements. The Celtic practice of breaking sleep into multiple cycles rather than expecting one uninterrupted block also aligns with recent research into human sleep patterns. Before artificial lighting, many cultures practiced what historians call first sleep and second sleep, a period of rest, then waking for an hour or two of quiet activity, then returning to sleep until dawn. This pattern, which Celtic people would have followed naturally when sleeping outdoors and tending fires, may actually be more natural to human biology than our modern 8-hour block. The materials Celtic people used for warmth and comfort, wool, animal hides, and plant fibres, have properties that modern synthetic materials still struggle to match. Wool's ability to insulate when wet, its natural temperature regulation, and its breathability. These features made it ideal for outdoor sleeping in unpredictable weather. The resurgence of interest in natural fibres for outdoor gear and bedding suggests that we're recognising the wisdom embedded in these traditional materials. Their roundhouse design principles have influenced sustainable architecture movements. The circular structure, the use of local materials, the passive solar heating and natural ventilation, and the integration with rather than domination of the surrounding landscape. All these concepts appear in modern eco-friendly building design. Architects looking for alternatives to energy-intensive conventional construction often find inspiration in structures that people like the Celtic peoples perfected thousands of years ago. The Celtic spiritual understanding of sleep as a valuable state of consciousness, rather than merely a biological necessity, offers wisdom that our productivity-obsessed culture needs. We tend to view sleep as dead time, unconsciousness to be minimised so we can maximise waking activities. The Celtic view that sleep was the foundation of the day, and that dreams and night consciousness had their own value, suggests a healthier relationship with this essential human need. Modern forest bathing practices, wilderness therapy, and outdoor recreation movements are essentially rediscovering what Celtic people knew, that spending time in natural settings, including sleeping outdoors, has profound benefits for physical and mental health. The reduction in stress hormones, the improved immune function, and the psychological restoration that comes from disconnecting from artificial environments and reconnecting with natural ones. These aren't New Age inventions, but rather ancient wisdom being validated by contemporary research. The Celtic approach to preparation and planning for outdoor sleeping provides a model for thinking about resilience and adaptation more broadly. They didn't try to make the outdoors identical to their indoor environment, or to completely eliminate discomfort and risk. Instead, they developed knowledge and skills that allowed them to thrive across a wide range of conditions, adapting their practices to circumstances rather than requiring circumstances to adapt to them. This adaptive flexibility has relevance far beyond sleeping arrangements. In our current era of climate change and environmental uncertainty, the Celtic model of working with natural systems rather than trying to dominate them offers valuable guidance. Their success came not from conquering nature, but from understanding it so deeply that they could align their practices with its patterns. The community aspects of Celtic life, including their approach to outdoor sleeping, remind us that humans are fundamentally social creatures who benefit from cooperation and shared knowledge. The way they taught outdoor survival skills to younger generations, the way they travelled and camped in groups for mutual support, and the way they shared stories and techniques. These practices built social bonds while transmitting practical knowledge. In our individualistic modern culture, where we often approach challenges alone and measure success by personal achievement, the Celtic emphasis on community resilience offers an alternative model. Their understanding that group survival often depends on ensuring no one freezes, goes hungry, or faces dangers alone suggests an ethic of mutual care that's worth recovering. The linguistic legacy of the Celtic peoples, the languages that evolved into modern Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh and Breton, carries embedded within it concepts and distinctions that reflect their relationship with night, sleep and the natural world. These languages have specific words for states of consciousness, types of darkness, and qualities of rest that don't translate neatly into English, preserving perspectives on sleep and night that might otherwise be lost. Place names throughout the former Celtic territories often reference sleeping places, camping spots, or locations associated with rest and shelter, evidence that the knowledge of where one could safely sleep outdoors was important enough to be encoded in the landscape itself. These names still guide hikers and travellers today, though often without their knowing the ancient survival wisdom embedded in the geography. The storytelling traditions that emerge from Celtic culture, including the vast body of myths, legends and folk tales that were passed down orally for generations, often featured nighttime settings, dreams, and the wisdom that came from sleeping in sacred places. These stories weren't just entertainment, but ways of transmitting cultural values and practical knowledge, teaching listeners about the relationship between humans and the natural world. Modern festivals and celebrations that descend from ancient Celtic traditions, including various Halloween customs that trace back to Samhain, maintain echoes of the Celtic understanding that darkness and night have their own power and significance. Though commercialised and transformed, these celebrations preserve something of the ancient acknowledgement that night is not merely the absence of day, but its own meaningful reality. The archaeological evidence left by Celtic peoples, their hill forts, their sacred sites, their settlements positioned with careful attention to natural features, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of landscape and environment that supported their ability to live successfully in challenging conditions. Modern archaeologists studying these sites are continually impressed by the knowledge of geography, weather patterns, water sources, and ecological relationships that the placement of Celtic structures reveals. Perhaps most importantly, the Celtic legacy reminds us that human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, capable of thriving in a wide range of conditions when we develop appropriate knowledge and skills. We've become so dependent on climate control, artificial lighting, and technological comfort that we sometimes forget our species successfully inhabited diverse environments for thousands of years before these conveniences existed. This doesn't mean we should abandon modern comforts or pretend that sleeping outdoors in winter is superior to sleeping in a heated home. But remembering that our ancestors could and did sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing expands our sense of human possibility. It suggests that we're more resilient, more capable, and more connected to the natural world than our current lifestyle might lead us to believe. The Celtic peoples aren't a remote, primitive culture whose practices are merely historical curiosities. They're our ancestors, literally for those with European heritage, and culturally for all of us who are part of the human family that has always had to negotiate the challenge of sleeping comfortably and safely in a world that doesn't automatically cater to our needs. They are solutions to the problem of sleeping outdoors without freezing, understanding materials and their properties, reading weather and landscape, preparing carefully, adapting flexibly, maintaining knowledge across generations, and supporting each other through difficult conditions. These are human solutions to human problems, as relevant in principle today as they were 2,000 years ago. As our journey through Celtic sleeping practices draws to a close, let's return to where we began, that warm round house with its central hearth, its curving walls, and its thatched roof filtering smoke into the night sky. Because understanding how Celtic people could sleep outdoors without freezing requires understanding that they always had this warm base to return to, this foundation of comfort and security that made temporary discomfort manageable. Imagine a Celtic person returning home after several nights spent outdoors, perhaps a shepherd who'd been with the flocks in high pastures, or a warrior returning from a campaign, or a trader who'd carried goods to a distant settlement. The sight of home would have carried emotional weight we can scarcely imagine in our world of constant indoor climate control. As they approached their settlement, they would see the smoke from hearth fires rising into the evening sky, smudging the sunset with grey wisps that signalled warmth, food, safety, and rest. The dogs of the village would announce their arrival with barking, and children might run out to greet them, full of questions about where they'd been and what they'd seen. Entering the roundhouse after time spent outdoors would be like entering another world. The temperature difference would hit immediately, the wave of warm air carrying the scent of the fire, cooking food, and the distinctive smell of home. Eyes would need to adjust from the bright outdoors to the dimmer interior, where firelight danced across walls and faces, creating a cave-like atmosphere that felt protective and nurturing. The returning traveller would shed their outdoor gear layer by layer, appreciating each piece that had kept them alive and comfortable during their journey. The heavy wool cloak, perhaps damp from rain or stiff with frost, would be spread near the fire to dry. Muddy shoes would be removed and set aside for cleaning. Additional layers would come off until they wore only light indoor clothing, feeling their body relax as the need for constant thermal regulation decreased. Family members would press food and drink into their hands, warm broth, fresh bread, perhaps mead or ale. The simple act of eating hot food after days of cold rations would be intensely pleasurable, the warmth spreading through their body from the inside. Conversation would flow as they shared stories of their journey, describing the places they'd slept, the weather they'd encountered, the food, and the people they'd met. Later, when it was time for sleep, they would make their way to their sleeping spot along the roundhouse wall, settling into furs and blankets that felt impossibly soft and warm after nights of sleeping on bracken and cold ground. The sounds of family sleeping nearby, the crackle of the banked fire, the knowledge of solid walls and a good roof between them and the elements. All of this would create a sense of security and comfort that made falling into deep sleep easy and natural. This contrast between outdoor sleeping and indoor comfort was essential to the Celtic experience of both. They didn't take indoor warmth for granted precisely because they knew what it was to sleep cold. They didn't ignore the value of wild places precisely because they knew the security of home. Each experience gave meaning and context to the other. The skills and knowledge required for outdoor sleeping weren't separate from domestic life but integrated into it. Children learned about insulating materials by helping gather bracken for bedding, by watching their parents bank the fire for the night, and by listening to stories of journeys and adventures. The same wool that made their indoor blankets made their outdoor cloaks. The same understanding of fire that kept the hearth burning kept travellers warm on cold nights away from home. The Celtic calendar of festivals, with its acknowledgement of seasonal changes and the passage from light to dark and back again, reflected this integration of outdoor and indoor, wild and domestic, challenging and comfortable. The festivals themselves often involved both aspects, feasting and warmth indoors alternating with outdoor rituals and ceremonies that reconnected people to the land and sky. As the winter solstice approached and nights grew longest, the hearth became the centre of the life, and outdoor sleeping became something to be avoided except when absolutely necessary. But as the wheel of the year turned and spring arrived, the balance shifted. Longer days and warmer nights made outdoor sleeping pleasant again, and people would naturally spend more time in wild places, reconnecting with aspects of the world that winter's harshness had temporarily made less accessible. This cyclical understanding that there are times for indoor comfort and times for outdoor challenge, that both have their place and their value, reflects a wisdom about human life that goes beyond sleeping arrangements. We need both security and adventure, both routine and novelty, both the warmth of the hearth and the call of wild places beneath open stars. The Celtic peoples lived this balance instinctively, moving between domestic space and wild space with a fluidity that our more rigidly structured modern lives often lack. They didn't see these as opposing states, civilization versus wilderness, comfort versus hardship, but as complementary aspects of a full human life. Their round houses, positioned thoughtfully within the landscape rather than dominating it, symbolise this relationship. The homes provided shelter and comfort, but remained connected to the environment through their materials, their design, and their orientation to seasonal changes. You were never so far from nature that you forgot its power, but you had enough protection that you could rest, raise children, and build a life that extended beyond mere survival. This integrated approach allowed them to develop the sophisticated knowledge of outdoor sleeping that we've been exploring. Because they maintained regular contact with wild places, because sleeping outdoors was a normal part of life rather than an exotic adventure, they accumulated practical wisdom that was tested and refined across countless generations. As you settle into your final comfortable position for the night, wrapped in your modern blankets in your climate-controlled room, take a moment to look beyond your immediate surroundings and imagine the vast span of human experience that your simple act of going to sleep connects you to. Thousands of years ago, your distant ancestors, whether literally your genetic forebears or the broader human family to which we all belong, faced the same basic need that you're addressing now, the need for rest and restoration that sleep provides. But they faced it without the technological cushion that we take for granted, without central heating or electric lights or insulated buildings. The Celtic peoples we've been exploring tonight managed this challenge with grace, skill, and a depth of knowledge about materials, weather, landscape, and human physiology that allowed them not just to survive, but to thrive. They slept beneath the stars without freezing because they understood wool and wind, fire and shelter, and preparation and adaptation. But beyond the practical details, the layers of clothing, the insulating bracken, the careful selection of sleeping spots, they brought something else to the challenge of sleeping outdoors. A worldview that saw themselves as part of nature rather than separate from it, that valued night as much as day, and that understood rest as a sacred act rather than merely a biological necessity. This worldview allowed them to find meaning and even beauty in experiences that we might view as purely hardship. The night sky they slept beneath wasn't just a cold void to be endured, but a display of celestial wonder to be appreciated. The ground they slept on wasn't merely hard and uncomfortable, but the living earth that sustained them. The darkness they rested in wasn't something to be banished with artificial light, but a different state of being with its own gifts and possibilities. We've lost some of this wisdom in our journey toward technological comfort. We've gained climate control and soft mattresses and electric lights that push back the darkness, but we've also lost the intimate knowledge of how to be comfortable in the natural world, how to read weather and landscape, and how to find rest in conditions that would now send most of us fleeing for the nearest hotel. Yet this knowledge isn't completely lost. It lives on in the genetic memory of our adaptable human bodies, in the archaeological and linguistic traces left by Celtic culture, in the practical survival skills that outdoor educators teach, and in the spiritual practices that still recognise night and darkness as valuable, rather than merely frightening. More importantly, the fundamental truth that the Celtic peoples embodied remains valid. Human beings are remarkably capable of adaptation and resilience when we develop appropriate knowledge and maintain it across generations. We can sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing. We can find rest in wild places. We can align ourselves with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. This doesn't mean we should abandon our modern comforts or pretend that sleeping on the ground is superior to sleeping in a proper bed. Comfort is not a sin, and there's no virtue in unnecessary hardship. But remembering that we possess this capability, that our species developed these skills, and that they remain latent within us expands our sense of what's possible. It reminds us that we're not as fragile or as dependent on technology as we sometimes feel. It suggests that when circumstances require it, Whether camping trips for fun or serious emergencies that force us outdoors, we can draw on reserves of knowledge and capability that we didn't know we possessed. The Celtic peoples have been gone for centuries, their language evolved into new forms, their territories transformed by subsequent waves of history, and their specific practices adapted and changed beyond recognition. But the fundamental relationship they maintained with the natural world, their understanding of how to sleep comfortably in challenging conditions, their integration of practical skill with spiritual meaning, these gifts remain available to us if we choose to reclaim them. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable modern bed, you're connected to an unbroken chain of human sleepers stretching back through the Celtic peoples to the very origins of our species. Every single one of your ancestors, going back tens of thousands of years, successfully navigated the challenge of sleeping safely and restfully enough that they survived to reproduce and eventually create you. This chain of successful sleepers, this heritage of rest and resilience is yours to claim. The wool that kept Celtic travellers warm still keeps us warm. The stars they navigated by still wheel overhead. The human need for rest that they honoured we still feel. The basic relationship between our bodies and the natural world hasn't fundamentally changed, even if our immediate circumstances have. So as sleep takes you, perhaps your dreams will carry you back to that ancient landscape, to green hills and deep forests, to round houses with glowing hearths and star-filled skies above. Perhaps you'll walk for a moment in the experience of people who knew how to be truly at home in the world, who could find rest anywhere from the softest furs to the hardest ground, and who understood that sleeping beneath the stars without freezing wasn't a feat of endurance, but simply a skill to be learned and a gift to be appreciated. And when you wake tomorrow in your comfortable modern world, you'll carry with you the knowledge that somewhere in your human heritage lies the capability to rest peacefully beneath the open sky, wrapped in wool and wisdom, connected to the earth and stars, safe and warm despite the cold, sleeping soundly in the embrace of the natural world. Sweet dreams, and may the stars watch over you as they watched over countless generations before us.